look at it, it can be in so many different directions. It can be so many different meaning to it. So we put meaning to the words. So you need to understand what does it mean to you when you use certain words, yeah? So at its core, a strong mindset is a mental attitude. Okay, so we all have mental health, mental well-being, which is the most important thing, okay, that overcome challenges, okay, face the adversity, and ultimately achieve our goal. So this is how we need to make sure that, we have a strong mindset. And strong mindset doesn't mean that you need to be a man. You need to take up a role as a very strong person. And that is why we are women. We have our soft part. And when we are able to use our soft part, that is where indirectly it translates to strong. So the meaning that we put towards the word strong, we need to shift it. Yeah. And when I talk about values, okay, when I talk about values, all of us, whether it's man, women, child, adult, elderly, we all have our own value. We all have our own mission. Okay? And end of the day, no matter how we are being diverted, you should keep hold of what you believe, and you need to keep hold of what is your mission. All of us have our own mission, right? And I call it compass. You need to have your compass, because we can be moving away from our direction sometimes, right? Like for myself, playing many different roles, sometimes I can go out of what I need to do. So I will make sure I have a pause and I come back to my compass. And this compass in my life is giving me direction. I will know it, what I want, and it can change at any time. It doesn't need to be, I have to follow exactly. And one thing I observe women, especially myself also, right? We tend to want to hold on and don't want to let go. And this is quite dangerous, right? Because we have been groomed from young that women have to hold a certain persona, have to show a certain persona. And we need to be, childbearing. We need to do, we need to be emotional. We need to have so much of many different roles. And I would like to share my ultimate mantra is nothing personal. And like what, Anita Ji was mentioning, sisterhood, we need to help among each other. We need to be there for them, right? Work together. So that is why by having this nothing personal, we don't hold grudges to another sister, to another woman, right? We don't feel envy. We don't feel jealous. Yes, you are better off than me. It's okay. Because end of the day, I look at gender equality as gender equity. I cannot ask someone who are young, who is a woman, who do not have a lot of experience to hold a certain position. They need to gain that experience. I cannot ask someone who's married with children to be traveling and do a lot of things, compared to someone who is single, who is not married. I'm not saying being married and, not married is wrong, okay? That is why I said first, my ultimate mantra is nothing personal, but you need to have gender equity. You cannot put everyone on the same bench. There are certain women who need more boost, who need to have more motivation, where you need to put more effort to lift them up. That's where the strong mindset, that's where the resilience come in, right? And or come back to family setting. Okay, if your family setting is a very good, very strong, you cannot compare yourself with someone from a different family setting who did not have the support like what you have. That is why gender equity is much more important, and that will lead to gender equality. Because now you boost, you create what that is necessary and then translate that to gender equality. Okay? And we need also to understand that maintaining a strong mindset requires us to cultivate a certain habit. Okay? An attitude. Remember, I said we need to learn to let go. Okay? And it will allow us to have a positive mindset. Okay? And be motivated. You see, in our mind, we have a lot of repeated negative thoughts coming from conscious mind and subconscious mind. And it will be playing 24/7. And most of the time, it will be repeated negative thoughts. Whenever you feel that you are envy, or you are being envied, or you're jealous, or you feel that, you are being bullied, voice it out. Okay? And let it go. You need to let it go by talking it to someone, explaining it to someone that able to understand from your perspective. Okay? And we also need to have a clear vision of what we want to achieve. And your vision, maybe you see yourself in 1 year, 2 years, what you want to have. But sometimes there's so many things is out of our control, that is out of our boundaries. It's okay to let loose a little bit, but you must always have a clear sense of purpose. Why are you here? What your direction and your purpose and your mission in this family, in this society, in this country, in this world? Right? By having a clear goal in mind, you can stay motivated and aligned. Okay? We also need to have a growth mindset. Yes, culture, religion being part of it, but you need to remember certain things that we learned when we were younger, it might not be relevant now. Okay, so having a growth mindset, it will help you to grow and do things and look at things from a different perspective. All right, and willingness to persist in the face of setbacks. Without challenges, you are nobody. With challenges, you are somebody, because you are moving towards betterment in life. Okay. Thirdly, we also need to take care of ourselves mentally and physically. Okay. It's not just have a strong mindset, but you need to move. You cannot just stay at home. Now we have a lot of Netflix or the TV box, in digital world, YouTube, you cannot be just being at one place. You need to make sure that constant movement must be there. Okay? If an individual feels overwhelmed, overthink, or they are feeling depressed, or they have anxiety, high possibility of physical activity will not be there. So that is why you need to make sure you move. Okay, that is why we have all the joints. Joints is for movement, it's not to just be still. Okay, it also means that you eat well. Okay, reduce processed food. That is very important. Okay, to have a strong mindset, your food, your nutrition must be good. A lot of water. Okay, you need to have time for yourself. Okay, focus on what is productive. Focus to be surrounded with people who can lift you up. You need to remember, you can move. Okay? You need to find someone that can lift you up in that society, in that group, that will bring you to a different level. Okay? And with all that, you need to know, again, your compass and build a network. You see, throughout our years, how I think or how I behave when I'm 20 compared to now is different. Okay, 20, you're still very young, do a lot of things, exploring stuff. You less fear, I think, for myself, right? Because I'm exploring. But now, married, having kids, it's a different thing. I do explore, I do new things, but then I have my family because that's what I value more. I have my kids that I want to spend time with. Okay. I have my spouse that I want to be with. Okay. And being a woman, we are so blessed with so many things. And I always say this, to women or to anyone. Don't look at the man as your competitor. Look at them as someone that can teach you. Okay? Why? Observe how a man do things. Observe how they process. Observe how they get things done, how they network, words that they say, and use it. If two men fight, right, when they meet and they need to do certain things, they can get back together. But if the two women fight, they will carry this inside of them. So do you have a strong mindset to able to just switch it off? Now I'm playing a different role. Now I'm doing a different thing. Okay. For example, being in a entrepreneur, and with the society expect me to be at home, to cook, to clean, to care for everyone is quite difficult. But when you have a strong mindset, eat well, exercise well, surround with positive people, nothing personal, and have your own compass value, it gives us a different perspective. It gives us an understanding, who are we? If I remove all these roles, do you know who are you? Or do you attach to a certain role? So, question to you, who are you if you don't hold any role? You are not a wife, you are not mother, you are not a daughter, you are not an in-law. Who are you? And that is very difficult for people to look deep. Okay? So we need to understand that, maintaining a strong mindset is the key to empowerment, not only to us, but also to our fellow sisters, also to the men. Okay? And it's all about, do you want to be right? Do you want to feel right? Or do you know that these are just some tips that I can give you? Yeah. It's sometimes, yes, men use our ideas. Correct? Especially our spouse, sometimes they just use our ideas and say it's theirs. Okay? But I am glad that they take the idea and make it work, because we tend to look at ourselves not strong enough to voice it out, or we are not there enough to say it out. Okay? But end of the day, we know that that task is being done. Right? We know that that tasks are being done. So that is why having a very supportive network is important. But you need to judge. If you are climbing the career ladder and you know that is your idea, then you voice it out. Hey, that's my idea. You need to know where to play that hat. You got me? But if you're at home and with your spouse, even though it's your idea, but they get it done and you like the way when it gets done, appreciate it. Appreciation is lacking. Appreciate ourselves. Appreciate others. Have gratitude. Because a strong mindset doesn't need to be luxury. A strong mindset able to move things without lifting a finger. And that is where your grace comes in. Your softness comes in. Being able to position certain things without putting a lot of effort or without being, physically very strong. And that's our beauty. Utilize that beauty. Don't put it away. Don't fight. Go with the flow. Because sometimes the time is not there yet. So when the time is not there, it's time for you to rephrase. rephrase and look at things differently and look at things in a different manner that will help you to achieve what you want to achieve. Okay? By cultivating a clear vision, a growth mindset, self-care. We care about others, we love others, but we hardly love and care ourselves. Okay? And supporting network can develop mental strength and resilience to succeed in this agile, fast-paced world. So with this, I would like to thank all of you. Okay, be strong. You know, sometimes we don't need to have that big, strong muscle, but we are able to have a strong mindset to shift. Okay, use the beauty that you have, the grace that you have, the softness that you have to shift things. Thank you so much. Sat Shri Akal, namaste.
Thank you so much, Sangeeta. It was very, very enlightening, and your spirit itself came through so well. It's almost as if you were here with us and not really speaking on Zoom. It was really very nice to.
Yeah, I would love to come, but because I am organizing, I'm the host for my nephew's wedding, which is today. So I have to be many places. So certain role I need to give out so that I'm able to share this with all of you. And thank you for having me and accommodating. Thank you so much.
Now, I believe this next speaker, Yankee, is also waiting online, and we've already had her introductions. So we learned a lot about breaking mold and creating a strong mindset, you know, things like self-care and self-empowerment. So Yankee, would you like to talk about your own thoughts and your own perspectives on, you know, how do you break the mold and be a strong person yourself? So over to you, Yankee. We request you to unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, I'm on the road, so I already sent a video. So maybe the host will start the video.
Yes, the video is started. We can listen, we can hear you, we can see you. Yes, the video is started.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम यांकी है. मेरा पूरा नाम यांकी हार्थी अस्ति है. I am from Faculty of Economic and Business, University of Indonesia. First of all, I would like to give my special thanks to Dr. Avinash Joshi, who has invited me to this important conference. Today, I would like to share with you University of Indonesia women empowerment in Indonesia. To give my special thanks to Dr. Avinash Joshi. I will talk about Global Gender Gap Report 2022. So the Global Gender Gap Index has started in 2006 with 115 countries, and in 2022 it has 146. I will talk about Global Gender Gap Report 2022.
Start again over because you know, the sound was not coming through. Hello, Yankee, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
The sound was not coming through properly. We were hearing 2 or 3 different soundtracks when we were listening to your video.
Who's in the control of the video? I'm not starting it. It's the host.
Okay. So Gurvinder, you can restart the video, please. Okay, we are going to attempt restarting the video.
Okay.
She's muted. She should mute herself. Yes. Will you keep yourself muted? Yes. Restart the video, please. Okay, we are going to attempt restarting the video.
मेरा नाम Yanki
Okay.
hai, mera pura naam Yanki Harti Asti hai. I am from Faculty of Economic and Business,
She's muted.
University of
You should mute yourself.
Indonesia.
Yes. Will you keep
First
yourself
of
muted?
all,
Yes.
I would
Can
like
you restart the video, please? Okay, we're going to attempt
Namaste.
restarting the
Mera
video.
naam Yanki
Okay.
hai, mera pura naam Yanki Harti Asti hai. I am from Faculty of Economic and Business,
She's muted.
University of
You should mute
Indonesia.
yourself. Yes. Will you keep
First
yourself
of
muted?
all,
Yes.
I would
Can
like
you restart the video, please? Okay, we're going
to give my special thanks to Dr. Avinas Joshi, who has invited me to this important conference. Today, I would like to share with you women empowerment in Indonesia. First, I will talk about Global Gender Gap Report 2022. So the Global Gender Gap Index has started in 2006 with 115 countries. And in 2022, it has 146 countries. The objective of this index is to benchmark current state of evolution of gender parity across 4 key dimensions, which are first, economic participation and opportunity, which includes salaries, participation levels, and access to high-skilled employment. And then educational attainment, which includes basic and higher level education. And the third, health and survival, life expectancy and sex ratio. And the last one is political empowerment, representation in decision-making structures. What are the global results and time to parity? I would like to compare between global and Indonesia because I will talk about Indonesia later. First is health and survival gender gap has closed by 95.8%, while Indonesia has reached 97%. And in educational attainment, global has reached 94.4%, and Indonesia has reached 97%, which is higher. Then economic participation and opportunity, global is 60.3%, while Indonesia is higher, 67.4%. But the last one, political empowerment, the global and Indonesia has very low index. So global is 22% and Indonesia is 16.9%. And the overall result is that global is 68.1%, in Indonesia 69.7%. So based on 2022 global results, women around the world need 132 years to reach gender full parity. This is much better as compared to the 2021, which is 136 years. So overall and regional result. So overall result, as mentioned before, it's 68.1%, and no country has yet achieved full gender parity. The top 10 economies have closed around 80% only. However, the good news is gender parity in most countries has made progress since its inception in 2006. And based on regional result, the first one is North America. It has only 76.9%, Europe 76.6%, Latin America and Caribbean 72.6%, Central Asia 69.1%, East Asia and the Pacific 69%, which includes Indonesia with 69.7%, and we are number 92 among 146 countries. And the lowest one is South Asia, 62.4%, in which India is there with 62.9%. In terms of time to parity, North America will need 59 years, and then Europe 60 years, Latin America and Caribbean 67 years, Central Asia 152 years, East Asia and the Pacific 168 years, and South Asia almost 200 years. How about gender gap in Indonesia? So the index in 2008 to 2022, so we have 64.7% in 2008, and it slightly increased until it reached 69.7% in 2022. What are the improvement? The improvement is in women's leadership role, which is 55%. And they say that we are the 6th country in the world with majority of leadership in the economic sector, 39.5%. In terms of political sector, since the Indonesian government has started implementing gender equality since 2000, after the Suharto's regime fall down, so the index is still low, 16.9%. It should be 30% quota, but we cannot fulfill that quota. What are the reasons? So women are not used to expressing opinions and thinking that decision taken by boss will affect their life. Women tend to stay close to home. And Indonesian culture also has affected this general gender equality. So we are strongly influenced by hierarchical structure and patriarchy. And we also have strong belief that men should hold leadership roles as they are perceived to be more competent. And there is a perception that women with expanded role would disrupt work-life balance. How about women empowerment in Indonesia? These are the facts. So the total number of women is half of Indonesian population. And the gender gap index, in terms of health and education, we are very high, 97%. Economic participation and opportunity is 67.4%. Leadership roles is 55%. Labor force is 54.3%. And for politics, the lowest is 16.9%. So overall, gender equality, we have only 67.9%. But however, this is not even across Indonesia, because in the eastern part of Indonesia, we have even less than 40%, while in other parts, higher than 80%. Indonesia has law on equal employment opportunities that prohibits discrimination for all sexes. However, sexual violence has increased 150% in 2021. And sexual harassment during pandemic is more than 78%. This is because we only have law on the crime of sexual violence since April 12, 2022. So hopefully after 2022, the sexual violence and harassment in Indonesia will decrease. And the spirit of gender equality has been implied in the formulation of 1945 Indonesian Constitution. So individual legal subjects are referred as every person or citizen. And there is no article which refers to gender status of men or women. And of course, the Indonesian culture, we have hierarchical structure and patriarchy and high power Western culture. The objective of women empowerment in Indonesia is that we believe that highly educated women can function in educating her children, become counterbalanced during discussion with her husband, and has opportunity to have additional family income. So therefore, the key success factors to have women empowerment to be implemented in Indonesia, and I believe also in other Asian countries, because we have high power distance, is that we should have strong leadership with good intention and determination of authorities to implement gender equality environment. Together with this, he or she should have the willingness and strong commitment to collaborate among stakeholders with less self-ego. We know that many people or many leaders don't want to collaborate or coordinate with other department or division, and also other institution or even companies. Therefore, to conclude, once again, we need strong leadership. And I would like to end this presentation by quoting, "No one can make you feel inferior without your consent." This is by Eleanor Roosevelt, the former First Lady of the United States of America. And one more is that the empowered woman is powerful beyond measure and beautiful beyond description. This is by Steve Maraboli. So, thank you very much, Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much, Yankee. That was really enlightening, and especially the part about women. I think women is the more beautiful sex, definitely. So when God was going around distributing good looks, he gave more to women and less to men. So, so yes, I think women are very beautiful. I agree with you on that last statement. So now I'm going to call upon our very own role model and someone whom we really believe in her leadership and her ability to make things happen. Despite all the challenges, all the obstacles, all the naysayers, all the well-wishers, she still forges ahead and breaks the mold. So Anita Chauhan, over to you to share some secrets with us as to how you did it and how you continue to do it every day.
Oh God. Thank you, Anita ji. Now, how I do anything like when we talk about breaking the mold, this is that I'm breaking the mold every day. And this is not only Anita Chauhan. Like every woman in this world, across the globe, is actually breaking the mold every day. And we are stepping ahead day by day, moment in moment. Every next moment, we have a challenge. I do not say when you said it's time, when we talk about gender equality, my always words goes towards only women first. But still, I must say, and you all agree, no, undoubtedly, we need to walk together, and we are actually walking together. That's why we are here. And it's really a good thing that this conference is basically women-centric conference. And after 53 years, ISTD is organizing a women-centric conference. It took a long journey, ma'am. Only women on the dais. Every session. So ISTD took long 53 years for that. So that was the first mold I really wanted to break when I took a pledge as a national president of ISTD. I just thought, why not this can happen? And it happened. But undoubtedly, it would have happened agar पीछे से backup, वो पूरे जो हमने कहा ना सब साथ चलते हैं, तो वो तो होता नहीं. अर्धनारीश्वर तो भगवान भी थे. तो चाहे महिला हो चाहे पुरुष हो, पीछे कहीं ना कहीं सबका एक दूसरे का साथ तो रहता ही है। लेकिन जब महिलाओं की बात आती है, तो while talking about breaking the molds, or when we say that having a strong mindset, वो कहते हैं ना, अभी मैं कुछ बोलूं, so my flow actually comes in Hindi also. So the point is, माना कि पुरुष बलशाली है, लेकिन नारी उस पे हमेशा भारी है। इसके बाद सावरिया, कौन है हमारे सावरिया? श्री कृष्ण जी। श्री कृष्ण को क्या पसंद है जी? 56 भोग। सावरिया के 56 भोग पर भी तुलसी दल एक भारी है। सो दैट अगेन अ वुमेन। सो जब बात ही शास्त्रों से आ रही है, कहीं से भी आ रही है, आप पुरातन काल में चले जाइए, वैदिक सभ्यता में चले जाइए, पुरुष मेन डोमिनेटिंग सोसाइटी तो आज फेस कर रहे हैं। कल भी चर्चा हुई थी, ड्यूरिंग आवर फर्स्ट डे आल्सो वी डिस्कस लाइक इट वाज इन ड्यूरिंग आवर वैदिक कल्चर आल्सो वी वर लीडिंग। हाँ, कल बात आई थी, हमारे अतिथियों ने कहा भी था कि जब भी भगवान का नाम लिया जा रहा है, सो वी आर नॉट सेइंग कृष्ण राधा, वी आर सेइंग राधा कृष्ण सीता राम। सो इट्स ऑलवेज देयर। बट एट द सेम टाइम जब स्ट्रॉन्ग माइंडसेट की बात आती है, तो फिर हम उस पर क्यों भारी हो जाते हैं? क्योंकि we actually follow the value system which she mentioned just now. The value system, जहां जाओगे, कहीं खड़े हो जाओगे, a woman has her own value system. Whatever she has got from the family and whatever she's getting from the atmosphere around, from the society, every day we are adding values to our own self. And कहते हैं ना, मर्यादित और संयमित व्यवहार करके देख लीजिए किसका आगे आता है, वहां पे भी आप ही भारी हो। सो वंस वी आर देयर, तो वो स्ट्रॉन्ग माइंडसेट क्यों हो पाता है? कि इस वजह से भी है कि एंड वही हमें सशक्त बना रहा है। और अगर मैं बात करती हूँ, सो व्हेन आई टॉक अबाउट दिस, yesterday also I mentioned I salute my mother because she decided to give me birth. She did not abort me. So I'm here today. But at the same time, my father added those values, the value system of my family, and that's what हम भारतीयों का जो सबसे बड़ा पिलर होता है, वो तो हमारे परिवार से दी हुई शिक्षा ही है, that we are carrying forward. Boys are also carrying forward, but still I shared certain experiences with my brother also. You know that, हाँ? वो होता ही है, but still I must say, जब मोल्ड ब्रेक करने की बारी आती है, तो कहीं ना कहीं पापा का साथ और अपने समाज में हमारे टीचर्स का साथ, और कहीं ना कहीं पुरुषों के साथ के बिना ये पॉसिबल तो नहीं होता है। और अगर मैं मेरी जर्नी की बात करती हूँ, तो मेरी जर्नी अगर सुनाने लगूंगी तो लंबा हो जाएगा। वैसे भी हमने सेशन आधा घंटा लेट शुरू किया है, सो आई डू नॉट वांट टू गेट इनटू दिस, एंड वी आर हियर ऑफ द सेशन आल्सो विल कीप ऑन डिस्कसिंग। मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगेगा if you anyone will be having certain queries or certain questions. I'll not take much time because we have to really take care about the next session also, ma'am. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, but the questions should come forward if you have any queries. So we have our speaker, Yankee ji is there with us, and another 5 minutes we'll wind up this session. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes, you are.
My question is, we heard a lot yesterday that, thank you. We heard a lot yesterday that, every lady is very empowered and they are doing wonderful in their lives. They were very encouraging, whatever we heard yesterday. I want to have some practical examples of how you start your day, the planning. We know your success, but how you plan the journey. Your day-to-day, things that helps a lot to, in managing our things. We have lots of dreams, but कहीं ना कहीं आपने जो कहा कि फैमिली का साथ होना चाहिए, लेकिन उस साथ के लिए कई बार क्या होता है ना, उस साथ में हम ज्यादा रम जाते हैं तो अपने लिए भूल जाते हैं। कल मैं किसी को कह रही थी कि हम जब घर में होते हैं हम सोचते हैं हमारे बिना कोई काम नहीं हो सकता, लेकिन जब बाहर आ गए सारे काम हो रहे हैं।
ट्रू। और
घर जाते हैं तो रियलाइजेशन भी नहीं होता कई बार कि तुम्हारे बिना आराम से हो गया, तो हम ही सोचते रहते हैं हमारे बिना कुछ नहीं होगा, सब कुछ हो रहा है।
True.
But we give ourselves like that. So I want that practical planning from you of a day, how you manage your day. All of you who will speak here, I would like to have a glimpse of that, so that we can add it in the planning.
Everyone really plans a day, I know everybody, each one of us really plan our day well. But frankly, अगर मैं मेरे बारे में बात करती हूँ, if you really want to know about me, my day starts at 4:35 in the morning.
That's what I want to, know the starting.
Yes.
हमारा भी होता है, like we get up at 5:30, बच्चों का lunch prepare करा, send them off, then walk पे जाना है या अपना जो भी office का काम करना है. But कहीं ना कहीं we lag.
I understand.
So certain things we miss
right.
that we can do during that time.
Thank you so much. But अब इसको आप क्या बोलेंगे? ये this was my
बिना भी काम होता है. I don't think so. Even 1% यहाँ वापस रह जाते हैं. Even the survey, even the बच्चे भी. अरे ऐसा बोल देते तो अरे मम्मी तू रह.
camera should move around with the speakers.
Okay, can I just say something here? When I was very early in my career, I used to travel on work, and my mother-in-law used to say, "हमारे यहाँ ladies अकेले travel नहीं करती हैं." But I still traveled, I still went. That day, one day, when she said, "Ki first time I had to go," she says, "Nee, we don't travel. You will go to Chennai, and how will you go from airport to the hotel? Someone will come to take you, and your flight is reaching in the middle of the night. कैसे जाएगी? Hotel में अकेली रहेगी? नहीं, हमारे यहाँ नहीं होता." I said, "Nee, I just went back to office. I booked my ticket and I left." If I hadn't broken the mold that day, I would still not be traveling. Today, I visited and worked in almost 45, 50 different countries. I would still be. But how do I manage my day? It's a juggling. Let me tell you, it's a juggling. I'm very structured in my day. Because if that day doesn't go well, then I just feel a total mess because things don't happen. Wake up in the morning, 1 hour, 6 o'clock, 6 to 7, I go for a walk. 7 o'clock, my maids come, 2 of them. 7 to 10, the maids are doing their work. I've delegated fully. I don't have to do any work. They've done the cooking, they've done the chopping, fine. Breakfast is late. We have breakfast. I read the newspaper. We have a cup of tea with my husband. 10 o'clock, the maids leave. I start a workout. I'm little fitness conscious. So I start my workout. 10:30, 10:45. By 11, I'm in office. And when I get to office, I'm just there. And 6:37, I leave office, come home. The maid comes again, serves us dinner. Everything is fine. That's my day. That's how I structured the day. Otherwise, if someone says, "Let's have a meeting at 9:30, then everything, goes for a toss for me. I cannot have a meeting. When I had small kids, you ask my bosses, they told me 4 o'clock, this madam would get up and leave the meeting because she had to go home. So meetings could not drag on longer. So we had to structure it then also when my children were younger. I had to structure it at that time. 4 o'clock, I had to be home. I never left my children to the maids when they were small. So, but that organizing or the dincharya, which we say, is very important part of staying there and being there.
एक important point और मैं बोलूँगी, कुछ भी करिए, दिन भर का जैसा भी दिन प्लान करो, 10 मिनट, 5 मिनट, जितना आपको उचित लगता है, अपने लिए छोड़िए, उसके लिए निकालिए. वो इम्पोर्टेंट है. मैं रोजाना सुबह कुछ भी करूंगी, चाहे वो हरि नाम संकीर्तन वाला माला, हरे कृष्ण वाला माला ही पढ़ पाऊं. मैं नहीं कर पाती हूँ, कोई नियम नहीं है. But then I said, okay, let me have Narayan Kavach, let me have this thing. वो बदलता रहता है समय के साथ साथ. I could not resist myself with one thing, but I must say this really helps you. Spiritually, जब आप strong होते हो, so your values really.
Very right.
Okay.
Very right.
This is there in my routine, I must say, and that entire credit of this goes to my brother and my mother. My brother keeps on asking, "Aaj kar liya tumne?" So, "Mummy, kya hai?" But then, it goes to them.
There are many other daily practices like this that also help, the gratitude, the forgiveness, I do my meditation 10 minutes at night before I sleep. So everyone can have their own spiritual practice. It's not mandatory to have one spiritual practice, but something that is personal to you.
Speakers के साथ कैमरा घूमना चाहिए, मेरा स्पीकर भी स्क्रीन पे दिखना चाहिए.
Yesterday, I left everything and I know they'll manage without me. I think we have to rethink about the statement itself. I know everybody is dependent on me, but then why? Somewhere I am depending on them. I think the problem is here, and I think
Very
one of the
well said.
suggestion can be to be more emotionally intelligent. Women is emotional, but she has to work on the intelligence now. And then I
Very,
think
very,
she'll be able to
very well
balance it.
said. Very well said. We do not value the contribution we make. We think ये तो घर के काम हैं, you know, this cooking that I do, or this housekeeping that I do, or the fact that I put dinner on the table. We do not value it. We think, you know, actually they're dependent on us for their food, the rest of the family. But we do not value that. We think we are dependent on them because they are bringing the money. Agreed. I agree with you. I agree with you. Yes.
I won't take much time. So every woman should have a me time. It actually rejuvenates everyone. Personal experience, I'm telling you. I just started playing golf 3 years back. And it really gives me the energy what I want throughout the day, because it is my me time. That is non-negotiable. Irrespective of whatever it is, I will not miss my golf. So it will be different for different people. It might be something else for you. It might be your meditation or yoga or whatever it is. So that half an hour or 1 hour, whatever we can give to ourselves, no, it actually empowers. And like how Anita ji said, that spiritual quotient is also very, very important. I feel that it empowers. That 10 minutes sitting near the in puja room or meditating is really, it makes a lot of difference. So that's, yeah.
Almost all successful women I know, they have a spiritual practice. Either they pray or they meditate, or, you know, they do some pranayam or they do something.
That is
or the other.
non-negotiable. We will not miss it at any cost. Yeah, correct. Yes, that is a me time.
So
You're
good.
with yourself.
So there's lots of questions coming. I mean, I'm glad the audience is getting engaged, and I'm seeing some of the young ones also there. So we will close the session now, but keep your questions alive because there are lots of speakers there to answer all your queries. So thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to Neelam, Dr. Neelam Panchal, handing over to you. Yes.
But then I just have a simple point of view. So I've seen my mother, she's also working. I've seen my sister, she's also working. So when they share their story, initially when they were growing up, so when we started this whole idea of empowering a woman, we somehow wanted to empower a woman by considering that she'll fulfill the duties at home. So for her empowerment, it was not just her working and getting out of the house, but she was expected to somehow look into the family as well. So we, the young generation, is breaking this mold and just getting out of it, that when we get out to the world and contribute to the society, it is us contributing to the society without expecting us to be looking forward to the family. That can be done by each and every member in the family. So I tell my mother, we are all growing up. I'm growing up, she's growing up. So she doesn't have to waste her time on me or the other members of the family. Will take care of ourselves. It's her time to show how she can grow up and actually contribute to the society, her office, and to the economy.
Good. Nice. I agree.
My son is in 10th standard. I shared this with her. Yeah, I have some dream.
I want to go for this course of ISTD. So how I'll manage? तुम लोग स्कूल जाते हो, सब चीजें मेरे से करते हो. तो what he said, मामा खाना मेरा सब मैं मैनेज कर लूंगा. तो वो 2 घंटा आपका जो बचता है हम लोग वेस्ट करते हैं. खाना आज से मैं अपने आप खाऊंगा. और छोटी बहन को भी वो समझाता है कि this part we will not disturb mama now.
That's great.
So I was thrilled कि at 10 if I'm sharing something with them, they're at least acknowledging and understanding. So
Wonderful.
sharing is very important with the kids. How you feel, you must share.
Wonderful, right.
Very nice.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent.
See how much we have to
A
learn.
big
from
round
each other.
of applause for Anita Madhok ji especially for wonderful moderating of the session and chairing the session. Thank you so much, Anita ji, Anita Chauhan ji, Anita Madhok ji, Dr. Sangeeta Kaur and Ms. Yanki for Wonderful, wonderful discussion. And, when it is a story and a discussion on the women, it touches to all our hearts and it comes directly from heart. So whosoever is talking over here, they are directly talking from hearts, and we are thankful to all of them. So the empowerment and the autonomy of the women, we are saying it starts with the 5 E's. One is education. Second is economic independence. Third is enabling women. Fourth is encouraging women participation. And fifth is empathetic role that is played by women. So, when we are talking about the roles played by women, then there are a lot of roles. And we were also trying to look into our young generation who are speaking. And Madam has wonderfully raised the question, and that has took the session altogether much more live. So we are thankful to the audience who are very, very active and participative, because of which the conference is, getting its purpose solved. So again, when we are talking about the role, the women are now in each role, whether it is education, whether it is sports, whether it is social, whether it is wellness, whether it is health, whether it is hospitality, or it is a beauty, or even the media, or the art of handmaking, and so on and so forth. So our next session is focusing upon all the sector-specific skilling of the women. How in different sectors women has played roles. And as somebody was giving an example that, it starts with me, it starts with the home. So I'll give a small example whereby, every morning when my son gets up, तो मैं हमेशा बेडशीट वगैरह हम ठीक करते हैं उतना भाग में भी. So मैंने बोला कि यार इसका थोड़ा चेंज करना पड़ेगा. So I started कि बेडशीट उसका और उसका बेड है ना वो वैसे के वैसे ही रहने दो. Okay, and then he said कि मम्मा ये क्यों नहीं. मैंने बोला आज से आपका काम ये, आपका बेड, आपका बेडशीट, आपका रूम आपको ही ठीक करना है. For 2, 3, 4 days he was not touching, and I also didn't touch. चलो ऐसे ही रहने दो. On the very 5th day he started following, और उसके बाद आज तक 1 साल तक मैंने उसका रूम ठीक नहीं किया है. So the point is, it starts with us. It starts with a habit that we are creating as a mother also. So that is playing very important role. So now, moving towards the next session, which is a sector-specific skilling of women, we have. Okay. So in between, we'll take a small tea break, and then we'll move to the next session. So we'll go out quick and we'll come back quick so that we can hear our stories, and all of you have a big, ideas with you. So we are just waiting for you. Let's begin fast. We'll join here in 5 minutes only, huh?
ये है तो दो माले लोग हैं जल्दी दो ये तो किचन में 10 और ये है उधर अब 10 मिनट इसके लास्ट में रखो ऑपरेटर है ना वो बोल दिया ममता से बात ये वाला ये मैडम ये और ले लो पेन दो मैम एक वो देना ये पकड़ना सरिता पहले वो दे दो क्या दूं अगर स्किप कर लो ना वहाँ जगह नहीं मिल रहा क्या दूं ये पानी एक दो पेन नहीं है मैडम इनके पास लेके आ ये लो पेन डालो ये 3 कॉपियां रखो पहले वहाँ 2 है 3 चाहिए 3 चाहिए ना मैं तो सीधा फटाफट आ गई कोई नहीं हो जाएगा पेन और मंगाना पड़ेगा यार हो गया कितने है एक तो नेक्स्ट सेशन के लिए लेना पड़ेगा हाँ नेक्स्ट सेशन के लिए तो लेना पैड भी लेना पड़ेगा मैं ले लूंगी चलो लो ठीक है गोविंदर जी आईएसटी वाला जो स्लाइड बना है बहुत अच्छा था आज हम आपकी नहीं काम करो यहाँ आप कभी भी आपको फॉलो माइक हम आपको फॉलो माइक यहाँ कभी आप वहाँ ना आप रुकिए तो हम इनके मैम की को प्रोटेक्ट आप आइए जरा ये पैन निकालो मैम हाँ मधुबाला जी कुर्सी करना हो तो जगह नहीं है 1 2 Kiran nahi, she is the moderator. The moderator has to be there somewhere in the middle में करना है. श्वेता जी नहीं आ पाई है. श्वेता जी आ पाई है. डॉक्टर सुरभि से माला ऋषि. आप उषा जैन जी को बैठाइए. उषा जी को लेके आओगे.
है ना उषा जी?
है ना?
है लिस्ट में है. इनको किरणमय दत्त के बाजू में बिठा दो उषा जी को. हाँ.
अरे नहीं, अंशु अरोड़ा. दीदी वर्मा. ऐसे
बस.
करो, अंशु को यहाँ पे रखो. दीदी को यहाँ पे. ठीक है. उषा जैन जी को यहाँ बैठा दो.
पर पहले इनको मैम पहले मोमेंटो दिखवाए या लास्ट में? लास्ट में.
हाँ, अगला जो सेशन होगा ना, उसके बाद वाला सेशन में जितना भी बायोडेटा है ना मैडम.
ठीक है. हाँ.
ये वाला आपने मैं अभी उस बारे में अपन बात करेंगे इसके बाद वाले सेशन के बाद. हाँ, आप हमें तो पहले दिला.
इन शॉर्ट उनको वो पकड़ा देती हूँ.
हैंड ओवर.
बढ़िया है. उनको बोलो आप करो, मैं जा रही हूँ घूमने. दो सेशन लगातार रहेगा फिर इसके बाद लगातार. हाँ.
इसको भी बैठाना है ना. यहाँ पे मैडम.
बस हो गया.
ये कहाँ पे है?
अगले में है.
सुनो, एक और आप अफोर्ड कर सकते हैं. इसमें कितने लोग हो रहे हैं? 7 है मैम. बताओ 7. गोशाली को इसमें नहीं ना. गोशाली
खत्म हो गए ना, वो आ नहीं रहे ना.
आ रही. अब आ गई.
अब आ गए खुशहाली.
मैं बताऊँ इसमें
खुशहाली लगाओ.
माला ऋषि है.
वो वाले.
हाँ, माला ऋषि 1, निर्मल रंधावा 2, सुरभि सिंह 3, किरणमय दत्त. हाँ. निधि वर्मा, अंशु अरोड़ा. We have 6 now. 6.
उषा जैन को हटाया.
उषा जी को बता दे. बताओ. आगे तो जब भी बनेगा ना, आगे 6 होगा. अभी 6 है.
शेयर कितनी है? शेयर है. हाँ, ठीक है.
अगले में आ जाओ आप. मधुबाला जी, सुनीता चौहान जी, नीता पारिक जी, संचिता एम जी, शीतल जी नहीं आ रही. उषा जी को यहाँ.
तो उनको बोलना पड़ेगा उषा.
नहीं, वो
क्या पता.
वैसा काम करिए. सारे राउंड में मुझे उतारो. नहीं बोलेंगे. आप ये अभी काले में से हटा के उनको ठीक है.
सही है. चाय से चाहिए.
Thank you. बाद में भी आपके पास रखो सेशन के
May I request all the people to take the seats so that we can start the next session, please? So good noon, one and all present over here. We are starting session number 2, which is on the sector-specific ceiling of the women. I request all the people to take your seats so that we can start. So friends, as we may I request all of you to take your seats, please. So this session is on sector-specific skilling of women. And in the first session itself, we have seen that how women have breaking the mold, and it is key to empowerment, maintaining a strong mindset, which we have observed, and the type of discussion that we had was wonderfully managed by Anita ma'am. And now we have a second session on sector specific skilling of the women, and we have with us Miss Dr. Kiranmay Datta, Miss Mala Rishi, Dr. Surabhi Singh, Miss Nirmal Rangava, Miss Nidhi Sharma, and Miss Anshu Arora. May I request all the dignitaries to occupy their seats on the dais. A big round of applause for all of them. So the moderator is Dr. Kiranmay Datta. I would request all the people to take your seats. So we are celebrating this day whereby there is lot of things that we are imparting, that is resilience, strength, and a beauty of women. Women who are breaking the barriers and making the history. The importance of the gender equality and work towards creating a more inclusive world. We're trying to look into the opportunities and the rights of the women and the achievements and the contributions of the women around the world. Considering the main aspect of the strength, beauty, and respect of the women, let us try to go ahead with this session on the sector-specific skilling of the women. So we have with us Dr. Kiranmay Datta, Vice President HR, UPS Technology Center. She is currently heading HR in the Western Digital India, a Fortune 500, which is a high technology data storage solutions company. She is also a governing body member on several high education institutions or the deemed universities, as well as on United Way, Hyderabad. In her former role, she established the site and operations in India as the country head, HR and site administration for the Intercontinental Exchange, parent company of New York Stock Exchange. Dr. Datta was also the corporate vice president HR at AMD, led HR infrastructure, systems, services, tools, technology, employee relations, analytics, processes, and policies globally. She was the head of the Center of Excellence at the ISB Center of Leadership, Innovation, and Change, known as CLIck, and partnered with the industry champions like OP Bhatt of SBI for the transformation project of SBI. Dr. Kiranmay was a former chairperson of AMChem, ISTD, IASIA, and executive member of MHRD, HYSCA, CII HR, CII RWN committees, so on and so forth. She brings together a unique blend of a keen academic focus and the organizational experience, and with the 3 decades of the professional experience, with a blend of academics, research, angel investments, and a non-profit organizations and a corporate executive leadership roles. We welcome you, ma'am, and we are very, very lucky. Ma'am is having more than 25 plus years experience in the field. We welcome you, and I would request Dr. Anita Chauhan to present memento and welcome ma'am with a bouquet. A big round of applause. Next, we have Ms. Mala Rishi, and she is an electronics and telecommunication engineer. For many years, she worked in a public sector undertaking. She took a sabbatical from her career as her children required presence at home. We are talking about the work-life balance. So I think she's a great example of that. Later on, she joined Inner Will Club in 2008, and since that, there has been no looking back for her. She has devoted her life to the social work, and inner will. She feels that there is a dearth of people who can devote the time and money towards the betterment of the society without self-promotion. She has undertaken major awareness and collection drives of the electronic waste, major rallies against polythene use and awareness of the cloth and jute bags, organize major blood donation camps, eye camps, cancer detection camps, sports for the autistic children, and many others. Environment care is very important for her. So as an engineer, she has realized the importance of the various skills and the dearth in the training of many who could not afford it. And so she focused upon the inner will, which has ensured the vocational skill. We welcome you, ma'am. And once again, I would request Anita Chauhan, ma'am, for felicitating her. We welcome you. Next, we have Dr. Surbhi Singh, and she's a doctor, social worker, activist, environmentalist, trainer, and a mass messenger who has been spreading awareness with a full heart and zeal to empower and protect the community towards the hygiene and sanitation. She's a gynecologist and also a founder of a Delhi-based non-profit organization called Sachi Saheli. She born in 1975 in the city of the Meerut, Uttar Pradesh, and practicing as a gynecologist since 2004. She has served and treated many critical patients during the dengue, during the COVID, and altogether she is contributing a lot. Looking into her career journey, she's quite satisfactory. Still somewhere she was always dissatisfied with the achievement and really wanted to do something for the society. So during her gynec practice, she got to meet with many patients, including girls and women from the poor and vulnerable sections of the society. And she saw how they are devoid of the most basic knowledge about themselves, their own bodies, and about the natural process of menstruation. So these lack of knowledge also made it easier for her to believe baseless myths that crippled their growth. And very soon she realized that this was an opportunity. Grabbing that opportunity, she started Sachi Saheli, a non-profit organization, and since 2015 onwards, she has been spreading a movement at each and every possible online and offline platforms to break the taboos and silence around the menstruation in the society. We welcome you, ma'am, on behalf of the Indian Society for Training and Development. I would request Usha Jain, ma'am, to welcome ma'am with a bouquet and memento. Ma'am ka ek phrase hai, she also coined a phrase to encourage the women and girls to take the initiative, which is follows: Tu bolegi, मुंह खोलेगी तभी जमाना बदलेगा. तू बोलेगी, मुंह खोलेगी तभी जमाना बदलेगा. We welcome you, ma'am. She has won, in fact, many awards and recognitions achieved by the Surbhi Singh and Sachi Saheli from the various UN relations and the Indian Medical Associations, CTI, and the other Aditya Birla Foundation and other organizations. Thank you once again for being over here. Thirdly, next we have Ms. Nirmal Randhava, owner of the Indica Makeover Studio. Veteran makeup artist, Mrs. Nirmal Randhava is a great living example of the women empowerment, and she has successfully started her career in the year 1985. One after the other, she is successively running 4 beauty studios from the last 34 years under the brand name of Indica Studio in the 3 prime area of Delhi and NAS, which is a beauty training academy. She won Rajdhani Ratna Samman and Rajdhani Gaurav Samman from the Election Commissioner. She got Beauty and Health Award from Triveni Kala Sangam and the Health and Wellness Award from Honorable Minister Kapil Sibal. She has done her specialization in the airbrush makeup from MAC Academy London, Beauty Studio Products, and Crayon, Germany. She has also done his course in the cut, color, and perm from L'Oreal, Tony and Guy Singapore, and Sex Academy London, Tony and Guys London. We welcome you, ma'am, and I once again request Usha Jain, ma'am, for presenting memento and token of love to ma'am. Thank you for your presence over here. Women are really the real architects of the society, and we can see how they have flourished in the different sectors of society. They're very strong, they're the rock, they are important, so let's love them. Thank you for your presence. Next, we have Nidhi Verma, who is having a more than 2 decades of experience as a financial journalist. With a focus on the India's energy sector, you look at the fields and look at the diversity of the panelists that we have. Focusing upon the India's energy sector. She works with a global news organization, Thomson Reuters, as a team leader energy. She's one of the rare women journalists to have twice won India's top-notch award in journalist Ramnath Goenka Award for Excellence in the Business Journalism in 2014 and 2020. She has multiple time won Reuters Journalist of the Year Award apart from other recognitions. I request Anita Chauhanji for presenting a memento and welcoming ma'am. In fact, by qualification, she holds a postgraduate diploma in business administration from IMT Ghaziabad and masters in economics. So looking into the, financial journalist, I'm also a finance person. So thank you so much for being over here and spending your valuable time. Next, we have Dr. Anshu Arora, a change maker, thought leader, media academician, mompreneur, branding, communication, and a PR professional, trainer and a mentor, motivator, media professional, and a social activist. A seasoned professional media academician and a trainer certified from Dr. Francis Xavier, a great social media influencer and an outstanding women leader and a power-packed human being. Experience of 25 years. She has doctorate from the Punjab University, Chandigarh, and she qualified UGC NET in 2003 and made an award-winning documentary films on the organ donation, which have been screened at the national and international platform. She has chaired many international conferences and presented research papers, and she believes that be the change you want to see in the world. Her motto is human revolution is the key to achieve your goal and to attain successful and happy life. I request Ma'am Anita ji to felicitate Anshu Arora ji. She's basically providing corporate trainings, mentoring sessions for life skills topics, soft skills, interviewing skills, career counseling sessions, the importance of science, value education, so on and so forth. So I welcome all the dignitaries once again on the dais, and I hand over the charge now to Dr. Kiranmai Datta for having a discussion on sector-specific skilling of the women. Thank you.
Thank you, Neelam. I know it's never easy, especially when you have such stellar women with a list of achievements. And I think what Neelam was trying to do is just give a peekaboo into each one of them, because it's important for the audience or the participants to get to know who are the speakers. That's why while we spend the time. But I really want to, before I begin, want all of us to put our hands together for Anita, who has made this dream come possible. It's the rarest of rare where you find so many women from multiple sectors sitting on the stage together. That's exactly what she said earlier. It's not about, thinking about it and breaking the mold or just intending, but as the national president of ISTD, whatever, we all know about politicians who make a lot of promises before they, when they seek vote banks or, woo vote banks, but not many of them will live up to it. And it's all forgotten. that's the land we are all part of, right? But we do have someone who I think has not only dreamt, but ensured that that's one of the key reasons, in fact, I chose to be here today because I'm not from Delhi, A. So I have chosen to be here primarily because when something like this is happening, we don't realize it when things like this happen. Only when you look back, you say, oh my God, that was a historic moment or that was a historic day, because very rarely you find having an all-women conference, an international conference, and she was able to draw in people from multiple countries and from multiple sectors. That is what is very, very impressive. I know there are students, there are educationists, there are people from, different corporate world, freelance trainers, and from ISTD themselves. So it's very heartening to me because I've been across the globe, right? Managed about 40 countries in my stint as a global CHRO for Fortune 100 companies and so on. But this is something which I always look forward to, being a woman, because that identity crisis, the glass ceiling as people talk about, and creating the ecosystem readiness. We're not today, I don't think women say, oh, we don't have opportunities, or we're not crying saying, oh, we want that quota. Or I don't think any of the women sitting here are going to talk about it, but we need to create the opportunity, the ecosystem readiness, so that the world is equitable and there is gender equity. And of course, it's not only gender when we talk about diversity. All of us know it could be persons with disabilities. And I'm very conscious there are several of you women out here who have chosen to come here despite your physical disability, because you felt that this is a conference where you should participate. So I really appreciate the opportunity of having really involving. And I do see my male counterparts from across who have also chosen to come in and join, which also signifies the inclusion and not that we are talking about exclusion. So right from the B school. So I appreciate you, buddy, being there. So with that, our session is on sector-specific skilling for women. What can I say? Just look at the plethora of stars around. While I represent the corporate world from an IT sector perspective or technology sector, I have women who are from healthcare or wellness. I have somebody representing social sector, then the beauty segment, as we say, and of course, the media, and someone who is in the education stream, but also working on the betterment and the opportunity of education and training. So with that, I'm sure all of you are aware, when we're talking about this, Government of India actually has taken some initiatives which all of us should be cognizant of. They've created something called SSC, which is Sector-Specific Councils. Now, this is revolutionary. Not many countries have actually taken this path. So just as we talk about multiple programs of the government, this is especially very, very significant milestone when they created a Ministry of Skill and Training and Entrepreneurship, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Right? I have met the minister as well as the secretaries multiple times in the hats I wear. But it's really heartening in terms of the policies they're crafting and the sector-specific councils, the SSCs. Please understand, these SSCs are not led only by the ministries or the secretaries. This is where each of those industry verticals or the sector representatives are part of it. Currently, we have 37 SSCs in India, representing multiple industry segments, including the beauty segment, the wellness segment, of course, the social sector, and you can go on. You can just Google it or you can look it up. 37 sector councils exist today, and they continually meet. I'm part of a sector council, which is, of course, on technology, working with the government to see how do we enhance, how do we continue to upskill, how do we build more men and women, but women specifically because we do not see as many women as they are in the globe or in the country, to move them into the workforce, to move them into the mainstream workforce. Similarly, we talked about media and then education. So the way we're going to spend the next 45 minutes plus is I'm going to have the pleasure of asking them questions so that we will be able to glean that pearls of wisdom from each one in terms of their own sector. What are they doing to continue to empower or build the skills which are relevant in that particular sector? How are they contributing? Because that's the ideas we'll be enriched by multiple ideas. Either it confirms our beliefs or it will give us a new idea. So there should be a key takeaway for each one of you. And this is just before the lunch hour, maybe you're hungry, but this intellectual curiosity and hunger also should be met with. So that's what we're going to deal with in this session. And we're also going to be really looking forward to your interaction, which we have seen in the earlier session, where some of you really wanted to have that conversation and interaction, because we do believe that that's the key driver. It's not a monologue. So while we listen to each one of these beautiful women who have contributed so successfully in their sectors, we would also draw in your participation. So there will be a Q&A where we will park that 15 minutes for you to step up and say, what is the question you have? You can mention specifically who is the individual you want to ask, and then we'll take it from there. Are we good? I'm hard of hearing. I really need some loud yes. So because we need that energy, we need that spirit, we need all of you, men and women, boys and girls, to really gear up and listen in and make note and ask us. All right? With that, oh my God, where do I start? Let me start with Nirmal. I mean, we talk about, John Keats, I think, said this, beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. When we say beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, we can be philosophical, we can be spiritual, we can be any of those. But all of us also know when we step out from home, we're also super conscious, men as well as women, but especially women. We are super conscious in terms of how presentable we are, depending on the occasion, depending on the event, where we are headed. So when we talk about beauty, it's not just about our natural beauty, but we also want to enhance it and see how do we continue to look presentable throughout the day, wherever we go. So we have Nirmal, who represents that sector. And it's not just about, that touching the surface. The accolades she has won, the recognitions, and the chain of beauty in studios she's crafted or curated, and the training she's giving. Let's learn more from Nirmal. What has been her objective when she kickstarted this venture? And as she continued to build it, what has she learned in terms of challenges for men or women who are part of this? And how does she contribute to really take this beauty initiative and that particular sector skilling, because it's a very important sector all over, right? You will not miss a street where you don't have a beauty clinic or a spa or an eatery. So both are equally important, right? Or a hospital. So we'll come to that. So what she's contributing. Nirmal, over to you.
Thank you. Yeah. First of all, thank you to Anita for giving us this platform. And really, it's a good platform. All entrepreneurs are over here. I've never expected I am here and so many good personalities and intelligent people. What I say, I'm fluent in Hindi. I will start in Hindi.
Yeah, I wanted to say,
mix.
Nirmal, any of you who language is not the deterrent. I'm sure majority of us understand
When I
Hindi.
started my career in
Speak in Hindi.
1986,
If you're fluent in Hindi, no problem.
yeah, I can mix both. Okay, I can speak both, but I'm fluent because I am postgraduate in Hindi and I have a command on Hindi.
बात कीजिए ना.
जब मैंने अपना कैरियर शुरू किया 1986 में, तब सैलून इंडस्ट्री लोगों के लिए एक फियर फैक्टर था। हाय, तू सैलून जाती है? तो मतलब मेरे लिए भी एक चैलेंज था। आई एम फ्रॉम ए सिख फैमिली, तो मेरे लिए एक और बड़ा चैलेंज था, तू नाई का काम कर रही है। तो कुछ लोग मेरे से कतराते भी थे, बट आई स्टार्टेड। मैं पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट थी, मेरी अपने घर की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज थी, मैं कुछ घर में बैठ के करना चाहती थी। अरे कोई मेरे बच्चे पालने नहीं आ रहा था, मेरे सामने चैलेंज था। लेकिन मैंने अपने 38 इयर्स के कैरियर में जो सबसे ज्यादा सोचा और फील किया कि हमने लेडीज ने, चाहे हम कितना पढ़ लिख गए, कितने आगे बढ़ गए, कितने एंटरप्रेन्योर बन गए, सब लेडीज काम करती हैं। हम अपने बच्चों को कहते हैं कि लड़कों के बराबर पाला। अरे लड़कों के बराबर क्या पाला, इक्वली पालो ना, लड़कों के बराबर क्यों। मतलब यहाँ भी हम कहीं इंपॉर्टेंस देते हैं कि हम बच्चे को लड़कों के बराबर पाल रहे हैं। तो मेरे को लगा लेडी का एक फियर कहाँ है, सेल्फ डिफेंस। ना गवर्नमेंट ने सिखाया, ना हमने सिखाया, क्योंकि हमारी जो मदर्स थी वो एक फियर में जीती थी, उनको अपॉर्चुनिटीज नहीं मिली और हमें मिली। उन्होंने हमें पढ़ाया लिखाया, हमें अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिली, उन्हें नहीं मिली। वो शायद चलता आ रहा था कि एक पर्दा प्रथा थी, लेडीज अंदर रहती थी, लेकिन कभी भी किसी ने नहीं सोचा कि हमें सेल्फ डिफेंस सिखाना चाहिए। ना हमारी गवर्नमेंट सोचती है, ना हमारी मदर सोचती है, और शायद हम भी नहीं सोचते। तो मैं सबसे फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो यही रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी, जितनी मदर्स हैं, यंग गर्ल्स भी हैं, आपकी भी आगे लाइफ आने वाली है, तो एक स्कूल्स में भी अगर हमारी पहुंच होती है, मैं बहुत सारे लेटर्स लिख चुकी हूँ गवर्नमेंट को इस बारे में कि लेडी कहाँ पे हारती है। अकेले मत जाना, रात को मत जाना, ये मत करना, वो मत, बिकॉज वी हैव ए फियर फैक्टर। क्योंकि हमें डर लगता है किससे, मेन से। मेन से क्यों डर लगता है कि कहीं हम जेंट्स को भी ऐसे पाल लिया कि उन्हें हमने बताया ही नहीं सोसाइटी में कैसे रहना है, फीमेल की इज्जत कैसे करनी है। आज हम एंटरप्रेन्योर की बात करते हैं, लेकिन पहले सब्जेक्ट यहीं से शुरू होता है कि क्या हम अपने बेटे को यह सिखा रहे हैं कि तुमने अपनी बहन की या बाकी लड़कियों की रिस्पेक्ट कैसे करनी है, सोसाइटी में कैसे रहना है। हमने नहीं सिखाया। ना ही स्कूल में कोई ऐसा सब्जेक्ट आया कि गर्ल का जो वीक पोर्शन था कि उसको कैसे वो अपने सेल्फ डिफेंस करे। आई एम ट्रू?
यस।
तो मैं जनरली इस पे वर्क करती हूँ। मैंने अपना ब्यूटी में काम तो बहुत किया, लेकिन अब मैं ये सोचती हूँ कि मेरा चैलेंज सबसे बड़ा था, क्योंकि मेरे पास इकोनॉमिकली मैं बहुत साउंड नहीं थी, और बहुत सारा मेरे सामने चैलेंज आया। मैंने एक 2 व्हीलर खरीदा, बजाज, उन दिनों बजाज लंब्रेटा होता था, और जब मैं चलाती थी तो लोग कहते थे एक लड़की स्कूटर चला रही है। आजकल तो लड़कियां स्कूटी चलाती हैं। तो डर मेरे को कभी नहीं लगा, क्योंकि मेरे दादाजी ने मेरे को बहुत हिम्मत दी थी, कभी बेटी जैसे बोला ही नहीं, बेटा ही बोला। तो लेकिन फिर भी मैं ये समझती हूँ कि बेटा और बेटी में हम क्यों बोलते हैं
Language, please.
कि
Language, please. Not all of us.
हम ये फर्क क्यों करते हैं, हम ये क्यों कहते हैं यार मैं तो अपनी बेटी को बेटों की जैसा पालती हूँ। नहीं, हमें इक्वल पालना है, हमें इक्वल वैल्यूज सिखानी है उसे कि सोसाइटी में कैसे रहना है, कैसे लड़की ने लड़के की इज्जत करनी है, कैसे लड़की ने लड़के की इज्जत, दोनों ने एक दूसरे की रिस्पेक्ट कैसे करनी है, सोसाइटी में कैसे रहना है। तो ये लेडीज चाहे वो कहीं भी पहुंच जाती है, एक फियर फैक्टर रहता है कि हम रात को कैसे जाए, अंधेरे में कैसे जाएं, मदर्स डरती हैं। तो यहीं पर इक्वालिटी कहीं कम होती है। अदरवाइज पढ़ाई लिखाई किसी सेक्टर में कोई इक्वालिटी विमेन और मेन के बीच में कम नहीं है। लेकिन कम यहाँ आती है जब हम सेल्फ डिफेंस की बात करते हैं। ना हमारी माँ सिखा रही है, ना कोई स्कूल सिखा रहा, ना कोई पुलिस वाला सिखा रहा है, ना कोई सेंटर बने हुए हैं। तो यहाँ जितने लोग बैठे हैं, मैं उन सब से कहती हूँ कि मेरे साथ प्रण करो कि इसके ऊपर काम करोगे। सेल्फ डिफेंस जो सबसे जरूरी था एक लेडी को सिखाना, वो किसी ने सब्जेक्ट नहीं लिया, किसी ने नहीं सिखाया। हम पढ़ते गए, नौकरियां करते गए, लेकिन फिर भी कहीं डरे, हाय रात को चल यार तो वो लड़के को ले ले साथ में। वाई आप इक्वल क्यों नहीं हो? क्योंकि आपने तो सेल्फ डिफेंस सीखा ही नहीं, और ना किसी ने सिखाया, ना प्लेट में परोसा, ना हमें उसकी जरूरत बताई। तो ऐसे लेडीज को अगर हम देखें, हम अपनी दुर्गा माँ के देखते हैं तो लेडीज मल्टीपल काम करती हैं। वो जो हम बहुत सारे हाथ देखते हैं उसका मतलब है कि वो एट ए टाइम बहुत सारे काम कर रही है, उसकी बहुत सारी शक्ति है। तो लेडी की शक्ति कभी भी कहीं कम नहीं थी। इवन मैंने अपना घर का काम किया है, बच्चे पाले हैं, सुबह 3-3 बजे उठ के कि सबका लंच पैक कर दो, खाना बना दो, लंच का है, डिनर का है, करके कि मेरे को 10 बजे सैलून खोलना है। और इवन मैं अपनी मेड भी अफोर्ड नहीं करती थी, सैलून की सफाई भी करनी है, सब कुछ करना है। तो आज ब्लेसिंग्स हैं गॉड की कि जहां भी हूँ, लेकिन ये चैलेंज हर लेडी के सामने आता है। लेकिन हम इस पे क्यों नहीं सोचते कि रात को भी लेट होती थी, तो विद गॉड ग्रेस मेरी मदर इन लॉ बहुत ट्रस्ट करती थी, चाहे मैं स्कूटर पे आती थी, 2 बजे आती थी, 3 बजे आती थी, करवा चौथ के दिनों में आधी आधी रात हो जाती थी, तो कोई रोक टोक नहीं थी। लेकिन सभी इस चीज से ब्लेस्ड नहीं होते हैं। लेकिन फियर फैक्टर जो हमारा लेडीज का है, हम जितने एंटरप्रेन्योर बैठे हैं, इस फियर फैक्टर को दूर करने के लिए आज से काम करो कि हमें सेल्फ डिफेंस के सेंटर्स खोलने हैं, लर्निंग करनी है, और अपनी छोटी बच्चियों को कैसे कैसे 8-8 साल की लड़कियों के रेप केस होते हैं, तो ये हमें अपने लड़कों को भी सिखाना है, उनको इस तरह से लड़कियों की तरह पालना है कि लड़कियों की इज्जत करें, वो लड़की के क्या क्या काम है, कितनी ममता है उसके अंदर। एक माँ ना होती तो ये सारी संसार ही नहीं होता। जन्म कौन देता? ये तो सृष्टि ने ही उसे माता बना के ऐसे भेजा हुआ है कि वो पहले से ही ग्रेसफुल है। पढ़ना लिखना चलो पुराने जमाने में कुछ ऐसा रहा कि कुछ लोग डरते थे, बहुत बहुत रानियां रखते थे, राजा या कुछ भी था, एक फियर फैक्टर पलता रहा। लेकिन आज हमें ये सोचना है कि इस फियर फैक्टर को हम दूर कैसे करें, हम अपने आप को कैसे मजबूत करें, क्योंकि हमारे ऊपर हाथ उठाए तो हम 2 हाथ उठाने जैसे कैसे हों।
निर्मल, आपने क्या किया ए ब्यूटी इंडस्ट्री में टू बिल्ड दो स्किल्स अमॉन्ग वुमेन?
यस, ब्यूटी इंडस्ट्री में जब मैंने कदम इसलिए रखा कि मैंने नेचुरोपैथी और आयुर्वेदा किया हुआ था, तो मुझे स्किन नॉलेज थी। मुझे लगा कि मैंने इस काम को कर सकती हूँ, फेशियल इज इजी टू डू, और मेकअप मेरा पैशन था, तो मैंने अपने पैशन को ही अपना प्रोफेशन बनाया, तो शायद इसीलिए आगे तक भी जा पाई। तो हमेशा अपना पहले तो यही देखना चाहिए कि पैशन क्या है, और प्रोफेशन को उसी हिसाब से लेना चाहिए। ये नहीं कि जहाँ एडमिशन मिल गया, माँ बाप ने बोला चले गए, तो वो पैशन नहीं रहता तो प्रोफेशन भी नहीं रहता। तो मैंने स्किन को सीखा, पढ़ा। उसके बाद जब मेरे पास थोड़ा पैसा इकट्ठा हुआ, मैंने वर्ल्ड की 18 कंट्रीज से ट्रेनिंग की हुई है, और मैं लंदन में टीचर भी रह चुकी हूँ मेकअप की, और थैंक यू। और लाखों बच्चे पूरे वर्ल्ड में मेरे से पढ़ के सैलून भी चला रहे हैं, जो मुझे अच्छा लगता है कि मैंने इतने लोगों को रोजगार दे पाई। ये सब के पीछे मेरे को ये भी लगता है, और मैंने ये जरूर पढ़ाती हूँ, बेटा एक्सरसाइज जरूर करना, अपने साथ जाओगे तो ये सामान जरूर रखना, आपके पास हमेशा एक चाकू होना चाहिए, आपके पास मिर्चें होनी चाहिए, आपके पास कुछ चेन होनी चाहिए। मैं उन्हें हमेशा सिखाती हूँ अपने स्टूडेंट्स को कि आपने दिन रात काम करना, फ्रीलांसर हो, किसी के घर जा रहे हो, कैसा माहौल है। तो ये बहुत सारी चीजें, शुरू में मैं भी जाती थी, कुछ लोग ऐसे भी थे, इतना कहते हम सैलून में नहीं आएंगे, जान तो मेरे घर के आके कुछ कर दे। तो मेरी नीड थी, मैं जाती भी थी उनके घरों में, लेकिन एक फियर भी रहता था। जब आप शादियों में जाते हो, ड्रिंकिंग का माहौल है, थोड़ा अजीब माहौल होता है, तो अगर यंग लड़की कोई जा रही है तो उसके लिए एक फियर फैक्टर भी रहता है, उसके लिए प्रिपेयर होके जाना चाहिए कि अगर आपके साथ कुछ भगवान ना करे ऐसा अनहोनी हो। तो मैं हमेशा से प्रिपेयर्ड होके जाती थी। आज मेरी ब्यूटी एकेडमी सबसे पुरानी एकेडमी है, और अगर मैं गिनती करूं, लाखों पता नहीं कितने बच्चे निकल चुके हैं। और अभी भी मैं शॉर्ट कोर्सेज नहीं करवाती, मैं बच्चों को वही कोर्सेज कराती हूँ 1 ईयर में वो अपना सैलून खोलें, या फिर कोई गरीब बच्चा या कोई जिसको मेरी हेल्प होती है तो मैं उसको साथ में लगा देती हूँ, बेटा तू 6 मंथ का कोर्स कर ले, कंटिन्यू विद अवर सैलून, या फिर तू फ्रीलांसिंग कर ले। तो ऐसे भी कम से कम हजारों बच्चे मैं निकाल चुकी हूँ, जो कि अपने पैरों पे आज खड़े हैं, और अच्छा भी लगता है जिन्होंने स्किल सीखा मेरे से। तो इस तरह से हम दूसरों को स्किल दें। ब्यूटी इंडस्ट्री में ये एक बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी होती है कि थोड़ा सा हमने हेल्प की, दूसरा आपके साथ काम किया। आज 100 से लोग मेरे साथ काम कर रहे हैं, 100 से ज्यादा हैं, सारे मेरे स्टूडेंट्स हैं। तो ब्यूटी इंडस्ट्री में मैंने लॉरियल के साथ टाई अप किया। लॉरियल की फर्स्ट क्लाइंट मैं थी, जो पहला इंडिया का हेयर कलर हुआ था, मैंने अपने बालों पे कराया, अपने हाथ से लॉन्च किया। तो ये आज भी मैं लॉरियल के साथ काम करती हूँ। और स्किन प्रोडक्ट्स में O3 प्रोडक्ट जो बनाते हैं मेरी गाइडेंस से बनते हैं आज भी वो। तो मेरी स्किन की अपनी स्पेशलिटी है, बाकी तो इतने स्पेशल लोग बैठे हैं, लेकिन मैं अपनी जर्नी का बता रही हूँ कि स्किन और मेकअप मेरा पैशन है। हेयर में मैं लॉरियल के साथ काम करती हूँ और इस फील्ड में आगे बढ़ने के बहुत बहुत चांसेस हैं। कुछ लेडीज घर से बाहर नहीं निकल सकती, तो वो घर में बैठ के काम कर सकती हैं। आप अपना छोटा सा 2 चेयर का सैलून भी लगा सकते हो, लोग आपके से काम करवा सकते हैं। अगर आपके पास इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं हो, आप इस स्किल में आके फ्रीलांसिंग भी कर सकते हो। अगर आपने मेकअप सीखा है, वेन्यू पे जाके मेकअप कर सकते हो। अगर आपके पास इन्वेस्टमेंट है, आप अपना ब्रांड खोल सकते हो। इस स्किल मतलब अगर आपके ब्यूटी और वेलनेस स्किल में हो, आप अपना स्पा खोल सकते हो। और इस फील्ड में आने के बाद मुझे पता चला कि इसमें बहुत फील्ड खुलते हैं। आप अकेले एक मेकअप आर्टिस्ट बन सकते हो, आप अकेले एक स्किन थेरेपिस्ट बन सकते हो, हेयर डिजाइनर बन सकते हो, आप वेलनेस का चला सकते हो। इसी तरह से जैसे लेडीज हैं, कुछ लेडीज अभी कह रही थी कि बच्चों को भी देखना होता है। आप अगर घर में बैठ के काम कर रहे हो, अपना सैलून चला रहे हो, 10 बजे खोलना है, आपने अपना सारा काम फिनिश किया तो आप अपना काम कर सकते हो। बीच में से जाके आप अपने बच्चों को देख सकते हो। तो मेरे को लगा था ये बेस्ट प्रोफेशन है मेरे लिए, इसलिए मैंने चुना। हालांकि मैं पीएचडी कर रही थी जिस टाइम मैंने ये सब्जेक्ट चुना अपने लिए, क्योंकि मुझे उस टाइम काम की जरूरत थी और मेकअप मेरा पैशन था। इसीलिए मैंने किसी का मेकअप किया, उसे बहुत पसंद आया। देन आई स्टार्टेड कि स्किन मेरे को आता है, मेकअप मैं कर सकती हूँ। तो आई स्टार्टेड माय ओन बिजनेस। और वो करते 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 भगवान ने यहाँ तक पहुंचाया कि आज मेरी इतनी ब्रांचेस हैं, हरियाणा में भी है, नोएडा में है, सोनीपत में है, दिल्ली में है, और आई एम रनिंग वेरी वेल। ऑल ब्लेसिंग्स टू ऑलमाइटी। या हमारी मेहनत पर मेरे को जहां लगा कि कोई लेडी लैक करती है, पूरी जिंदगी का यही तोड़ है कि हमें सेल्फ डिफेंस पे सब लेडीज को काम करना है और अपने लड़कों को लड़कियों जैसा नहीं, लड़कों को इक्वली पालना है और सोसाइटी की इक्वल वैल्यू देनी है।
Awesome. Thank you, Nirmal. I think we really need to some beautiful nuggets what she has talked about. She talked about that fearlessness or the courage which we have to build in women for them to take that step, whichever direction. She has chosen one path or one sector, which is beauty and wellness. And she has shared with us her life journey of how she has carved it out so beautifully and how she has inspired lakhs of them through her academy across the globe, and how she was also able to touch lives who were unable to pay for the course, but she has taken them under her ambit. I think kudos to you, Nirmal. We're so proud, and we wish you much more success as you continue to build in, within this sector, upskilling and reskilling of women and many others. Thank you. With that,
so much.
I would love to also share with you. We look at corporate world and we think, everything is great and it's fun and fat packages and so on and so forth. No pain, no gain. Let's understand that. So the sector I always represented or spent 3 decades. I have been, while I said technology, and India today is known as a software powerhouse or IT. I have been in industry which is hardware, not software. So when I say hardware, Bahubali to almost everyone must have watched. So the movie, the graphics in that movie was made by a company where I was the regional CHRO. I spent almost a decade with them and managed more than 40 countries with teams. The company name is AMD. That's a graphics major in the world. So when we looked at any of this industry, women are very few in number. When we specifically look at women, across the globe, that's a scenario, not just India. But India has a demographic dividend, and we have a lot of women who are going to engineering colleges and B schools and so on. So we wanted to leverage it. So we created initiatives. Being a talent strategist, I was able to craft and curate multiple strategies where we moved that needle very well. Today, in fact, the ministries are looking at it. Now, the Indian government has woken up what they have missed out on the semicon industry, as we say. They want to make the Make in India, as a dream. And we spend a lot of time looking at that particular sector, the sector I represent. And wherein we found women are, especially leadership and mid-layer, are less than 10%. And entry level, now I'm very proud in the sectors I have been part of, or the industry I have been part of. I've been able to move the needle from the 10% to 12% to now I have 44%, which is a lot of strategies and sourcing and enabling, creating the ecosystem readiness. And the same thing, one of the points which Nirmal also mentioned, they say hardware, oh, we don't want to be, it's long hours because it's R&D and you have to constantly be in the lab. It's like the manufacturing environment. You have to run a machine or equipment, the validation or verification might take hours together. Like how a doctor cannot say, okay, this is my time and after 5, I'm going to leave. Right? Because it depends on if there's a patient, there's a criticality or 24/7. So this industry also has that nature. So the work-life integration piece, which some of you have touched upon. So we had to create those flexible work arrangements, yet at the same time, employee-friendly policies, but also ensure that they have the ecosystem sensitivity and readiness so that they can continue to grow. So we invested in it. And today we're very proud that in this sector, we've beaten America. I mean, being in American companies, we've beaten United States in terms of the diversity quotient we were able to build in India. So the best practices which we have crafted and curated, the American parent company started looking at it and say, how do we emulate this or design the same in United States? So it's that pioneering trends which we have been able to curate and craft. But with that, I would like Nidhi, who represents Thomson Reuters and as a journalist, what has she seen? And that too, her specialization is finance, right? Being a financial analyst and a journalist in that space, and from Thomson Reuters, what has Nidhi seen in this particular sector? And how does she look at the way forward from skilling for women in this particular segment? Over to you, Nidhi. That's working. Okay. Let's move it.
Yeah. Thanks for the question. Actually, I'm blessed that I'm working in a sector which is, I won't say 50%, but yes, a considerable number of journalists are women. If you look at any TV channel, you will first see a woman face there, you know, when it comes to the news channels. And ditto is in the print side. So when I joined, when I decided to take up this profession, there was definitely some kind of disapproval from my family, because no one in my family was a journalist. And at that point in time, journalism was not considered just like a lawyer's, you know, not considered a profession which is fit for women. But then gradually they realized, once I started getting my bylines into the stories, and they started enjoying my growth, you know, and my success through those bylines. So coming back to your question on role of women in journalism and the way forward, actually, we as women are blessed with certain qualities which not many people have. I do say that some men do have, but not many. One is the resilience, the patience, and which is what is required. We as a journalist deal with people. We don't deal with any software, any machine, or anything which we can put on and put off. So we have to be very articulate, just like a mother. When your child wants something and you don't want to give it to them, what would you say? Without upsetting their emotions, you know, without making them angry with you. So that's how we do, you know, when we deal with people. There are many things that we adopt during the process, which helps in our growth and makes us understand the psychology of the other side as well. There were instances when some of the chairmen, they refused to talk to me because I was working with an organization which was not very much known in the journalistic circle. But then when they saw my work and the quality of the questions that I had, then they realized that no, she knows much more than an average journalist here in that particular group. And the area that I cover, financial journalism, not many women were there. And, you know, when you start doing something into finance, your obvious choice is to become a chartered accountant, a financial analyst, or something to do with the accountancy or the management part, but not as a journalism, you know. So when I got into journalism, I had this thing very clear cut in my mind that I have to do something to further my education and to blend the two things together.
and excel in the profession by setting myself apart from the league. And I took the financial journalism. And then in that, there was one sector called energy. Energy was not very much liked, or not, it's not something that touches the masses, just like banks and all. Then I decided, okay, I'll make an human article into the human aspect of energy. And that's how I got into the energy beat. I was not a science graduate. I've never studied science. After 10th, one thing was clear to me, that I'm not going to take science. But when I got into financial journalism and that's into energy, I started learning chemistry and how the hydrocarbon molecule, changes. So when we look at this profession, now there are a considerable number of women in TV channels, even in the print. If you look at the good journalists in all the newspapers or the reporters into the TV channels, they are all good women journalists, They are virtually dominating the profession as far as the face of any media house is concerned. And I think because of the blessings that we have, the traits that we have, the patience, the resilience, and the articulation that comes into us because of our family, that helps us in becoming a better journalist. And that's why the profession is growing.
Awesome. Awesome. I mean, it's about always taking the untrodden path, again, being fearless, courageous, and creating your own identity. I think that's what Nidhi was representing and talking about. What has she done? How different path she has chosen while she's picked up finance as her main, course. With that, I was just telling one of the ladies who is right next to me, I said, how difficult it must be for a doctor, who is always a lifesaver, right, for us, for someone to take out time and be here, while we really cherish that she's chosen to come and speak her insights or share her insights with us, and that too a gynecologist. And she is also, we've heard about her, the Sache Saheli. I mean, what a spirit to not just practice her profession, but also give back to the community. That's a beautiful blending. And she's not just a beautiful woman to look at, but also inside and outside, based on what she has been doing for the societal well-being. So I would love to invite Dr. Surbhi Singh to share her insights in terms of her journey and how in this particular sector, what has she trying to storm as the bastions. Over to you, Dr. Surbhi.
Thank you so much, Kiran Medat ma'am. So, अगर मैं अपने बारे में बोलूं, तो बहुत ही कन्वेंशनल मिडिल क्लास फैमिली से हूं, जहां पे बीइंग अ गुड गर्ल हमेशा आपकी एक रेस का हिस्सा है कि आपको अच्छे बच्चे ऐसे नहीं करते और अच्छी लड़कियां तो ऐसे नहीं करती हैं। और मैं उस गुड गर्ल की रेस में बहुत दौड़ी हूँ। अपनी क्लास में फर्स्ट आने से लेके पहली बार में मेडिकल में सेलेक्ट होना है, फिर मुझे एमएस करना है क्योंकि लड़कियां तो गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट ही बनती हैं। उसके बाद मम्मी पापा की मर्जी से ही शादी करनी है क्योंकि अच्छी लड़कियां तो यही करती हैं। और फिर उसके बाद बच्चों को ध्यान रखना है, पेरेंट्स मतलब इन लॉज का ध्यान रखना है। तो आप इसके आगे की एजुकेशन ऐसा छोड़ो, क्योंकि अब मेरे हस्बैंड डीएम कर रहे थे तो उनको बाहर ज्यादा काम है, तो मैं अपना छोटा सा क्लिनिक चला लेती हूँ। एंड ये गुड गर्ल की रेस थी जिसमें मैं जैसा सब चाहते थे मैं बनना चाहती थी, कि मैं अच्छी बेटी बनना चाहती थी, मैं अच्छी बहू बनना चाहती थी, अच्छी मदर बनना चाहती थी, अच्छी वाइफ बनना चाहती थी। और बहुत सालों तक मैंने ये किया भी। बट एक दिन मुझे रियलाइज हुआ सच में कि क्या यही बनना था मुझे। मतलब कई बार आपको समझ में आता है कि सिर्फ यही बनना था कि रोज सबके साथ एक सामने एक रिपोर्ट कार्ड लेके जाना है कि मैं अच्छी वाइफ हूँ ना, देखो मैं ये भी करती हूँ, आपको पिंक कलर पसंद है ना, मैंने पूरा घर ही पिंक कर दिया है। अच्छा बच्चों को ये पसंद है ना, तो मैं तो ये यूट्यूब पे सारा दिन बनाना सीखूंगी क्योंकि मेरे बच्चे को ये पसंद है, क्योंकि वो एक बार बोलेगा मम्मी आप कितना अच्छा बनाते हो। वो एक लाइन सुनने के लिए और वो एक कुछ सुनने के लिए कि मैं पेशेंट से भी सुनना चाहती थी कि मैं बहुत अच्छी डॉक्टर हूँ, बड़ी केयरिंग है, बड़ी टाइम के लिए पंक्चुअल है, ये सब सुनना चाहती थी मैं। और ऐसा ही सारी गुड गर्ल करती हैं और मैं उस गुड गर्ल बनने का हिस्सा थी हमेशा से इसी। बट कहीं ना कहीं आपको एक दिन रियलाइज होता है कि सबके लिए तो है, बट मैं अपने लिए क्या बनना चाहती थी। एंड दैट वाज द पॉइंट व्हेन आई डिसाइडेड कि कभी तो बैठ के सोचना है ना, जैसे मैम ने बोला था कि हमें लगता है कि हम ही सारा घर चला रहे हैं और हम नहीं होंगे तो क्या होगा टाइप से। तो वो सारी भीड़ में कहीं खुद को खो देते हैं हम लोग कि मैं क्या हूँ। और कई बार ये समझ ही नहीं आता कि दुनिया में पैदा होने का बस एक ही मकसद था। जैसे लड़कियों को तो बड़ा ही ऐसे करते हैं ना, मैरिज मटेरियल की तरह से
कि ये बन जाएगी तो अच्छा लड़का मिल जाएगा, वो हो जाएगी तो अच्छा लड़का मिल जाएगा, और ये सोचते सोचते अच्छा लड़का मिल जाएगा, और करते करते यहाँ तक पहुंच गए कि मतलब हर कुछ अच्छा अच्छा करने के लिए देन वन डे आई रियलाइज कि मतलब मैं अपने लिए अच्छी कब बनूंगी और मेरा क्या होगा। ऐसे एक दिन अचानक से जब मैं कहीं बाहर थी और मुझे ना, मैं एक दिन शाम को अपने बच्चों को फोन करना भूल गई, आई वाज आउट ऑफ सिटी। तो मुझे इतना गिल्ट हुआ कि रात भर मैं सोई नहीं कि मैं कितनी खराब माँ हूँ यार, मेरे को ये ध्यान ही नहीं रहा कि मुझे बच्चों को फोन करना है, पता नहीं खाना खाया होगा कि नहीं, पता नहीं ट्यूशन गए होंगे कि नहीं। वो एक रात में पूरी रात सोई नहीं और मैंने गिल्ट में अपने आप को मार ही डाल रखा था कि मेरे से तो मैं कितनी खराब हूँ, मैंने तो ये सोचा ही नहीं। अगले दिन मैंने फोन किया और बहुत डरते हुए फोन किया कि सब कितना चिल्लाएंगे मेरे ऊपर ना कि तुम्हें तो इतना तक याद नहीं रहा। जब मैंने कॉल किया तो सब बड़े खुश थे, पता है कल तो ये भी हुआ, कल तो वो भी हुआ है, बस कि मतलब किसी को ये जिस गिल्ट में मैं पूरी रात रही उसका कोई जिक्र भी नहीं कर रहा है। तो मुझे समझ में आया कि जो एक कहानी सुनते थे ना कि वो एक डॉग था जो गाड़ी के नीचे चलता रहता था और सोचता था गाड़ी मैं ही चला रही हूँ। तो मुझे अपने आप को ना, मैं वो डॉग में नजर आ गई थी कि ये सारी ना मेरी प्रॉब्लम है, किसी को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा है। मतलब कोई एकदम ट्यूशन नहीं गए तो हस्बैंड ने बोला क्या हुआ, एक दिन नहीं गए तो क्या फर्क पड़ जाएगा, चिल करो यार। सब लोग चिल कर रहे हैं और मैं पागल जैसे ना, मतलब ये जो गिल्ट है ना, लड़कियों के अंदर सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम होती है गिल्ट। अपना ही गिल्ट मारे लगता है कि सुबह गाड़ी में मैं अगर 9 o'clock मैं क्लिनिक से वापस आती हूँ तो मैं 9:202 पे मैं घर के अंदर होती हूँ, और यहाँ से यहाँ तक की जो 2 मिनट की जर्नी होती है, मेरा एकदम जो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन होता है ना, खाना मिल गया ना सबको, सबने ही कर लिया ना, स्कूल के कपड़े प्रेस हो गए ना, ये हो गया ना, मतलब उस पूरे टाइम में जब मैं पेशेंट के साथ होती हूँ तो उस बीच में मुझे 2 मिनट भी अपने लिए नहीं मिलते। उस 2 मिनट में मुझे ये ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन होता है कि सुबह की सारी तैयारी हो गई है ना, रात में सबने खाना खा लिया ना, मेड ने ये सब कर दिया है ना, एंड उस अगर 1 मिनट में कभी चाबी भी फंस जाए तो मुझे लगता है सब लोग वेट कर रहे होंगे ना, क्या हो रहा है, जल्दी क्यों नहीं निकल रही है, क्योंकि हस्बैंड सोचेंगे बाहर कर क्या रही है। ये सारे गिल्ट ना, जो हमारी बीइंग अ गुड गर्ल, जो एक भूत यहाँ पे बैठाते हैं ना, जो पूरे टाइम टैप करता है, नहीं ये तो गुड गर्ल नहीं करती, नहीं ये तो गुड गर्ल नहीं करती, बहुत परेशान करता है और इसने मुझे भी बहुत परेशान किया। एंड लेकिन एक टाइम आता है जब आपको धीरे धीरे वो रियलाइजेशन होते हैं ना, एक एज के बाद होते होंगे, तो मुझे भी हो गए वो थोड़े से रियलाइजेशन। मुझे डायग्नोज हुआ कि मेरे को एंडोमेट्रियल कार्सिनोमा है, और दैट वाज आई वाज इन 37 इयर्स ओनली। तो उस टाइम पे जब मुझे रियलाइजेशन हुआ कि यार ये तो मतलब एक लाइफ में एक ऐसा थ्रेट आता है ना कि ये तो कुछ भी हो सकता था, कभी भी खत्म हो सकता था। एंड दैट टाइम आई रियलाइज कि अगर मैं नहीं होती तो ये सब कैसे चल रहा होता, तब कैसे चीजें मैनेज हो रही होती। एंड दैट वाज द टाइम व्हेन आई थॉट कि मैंने अपने लिए तो कुछ किया ही नहीं, सुरभि तो कहीं गायब ही हो गई, वो अच्छी मम्मी अच्छी बेटी ये सब बनने में सुरभि कहाँ गई। फिर मेरा एक शौक हुआ करता था पुराने गाने सुनने का, मैंने उसी दिन ऑर्डर किया, कारवा मंगाया, मैंने कहा नहीं, अब सुरभि वो भी करेगी जो वो खुद करना चाहती थी। 2014 में फ्लड आया कश्मीर में और न्यूज़पेपर में ऐड आया कि कुछ वॉलंटियर डॉक्टर्स की जरूरत है, क्योंकि वहां कोई जाना नहीं चाहता था। आई वॉज द फर्स्ट वुमेन जो डॉक्टर जिसने अपना भर के भेजा कि मैं जाऊंगी। घर में बहुत झगड़े हुए, बहुत लड़ाइयाँ हुई कि ये कोई तरीका नहीं है, मरना मरने के लिए क्यों जा रहे हो, क्योंकि मेरी पोस्टिंग पुलवामा और शोपियां में रखी थी। तब तक मुझे ये पता भी नहीं था कि पुलवामा शोपियां किस तरह का एरिया है, बट मुझे लगा कि नहीं, अगर कहीं भी मेरी जरूरत है तो मैं जाऊंगी। मुझे नहीं पता मेरे साथ कब क्या हो जाएगा, बट जितना मैं जीना चाहती हूँ उतना तो मैं अपने हिसाब से जीऊंगी। देन द जर्नी स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम देयर। मैं पहली बार पुलवामा गई, मैंने वहां बहुत काम किया। अच्छी बात ये थी कि सिग्नल नहीं आते थे तो घर से डांट पड़ने के स्कोप खत्म थे वहां कुछ भी नहीं था तो घर से कोई क्या सोच रहा है नहीं पता। जब मैं 7-8 डेज के बाद वापस आई तो मैंने देखा कि मेरे इन लॉज ने मेरा सामान निकाल के बाहर पटक दिया था कि तुम्हें चूज करना पड़ेगा घर या अपना सोशल वर्क। तो वो एक समय था, मतलब ऐसे बहुत सारे टाइम आए जब डिसीजन लेने पड़े, और उस हर बार मैंने सेल्फिश होकर डिसीजन लिया कि लाइफ तो मैं अपनी ही शर्तों पे जीऊंगी, बहुत हो गया, अब लाइफ में अपनी शर्तों पे जीऊंगी। जब भी ये सवाल उठा तो मैंने हर बार, जबकि मैं पहले ही सवाल उठता था तो मैं कॉम्प्रोमाइज करती थी कि नहीं नहीं जैसा आप कहो, जैसा आप कहो। अब की बार मैंने पहली बार बोल दिया कि मैं ऐसा करूंगी, आपको कैसे एडजस्ट करना आप ये देख लो, मुझे नहीं पता कैसे चीजें होंगी। आई वाज मतलब अगर मैं अपने घर मम्मी से पूछूं, क्योंकि मम्मी सबसे ज्यादा जज करती हैं आपको, क्योंकि उनको इतना ओनरशिप ले लेती हैं कि मेरी बेटी कुछ भी करेगी तो सब मुझे ही बोलेंगे, चाहे नहीं भी बोले, बट उनको ऐसा लगता है। तो मम्मी जो है सबसे ज्यादा जो मुझे डांटती थी, और हर चीज में उन्होंने मुझे डिक्लेयर कर रखा था ये सबसे सेल्फिश है, सिर्फ अपना सोचती है, बच्चों की कोई फिक्र ही नहीं है, कभी कुछ किया ही नहीं है, ये वो। बट मेरे को लगा कि मम्मी हो गया, बहुत सुना था आपके हिसाब से, बहुत चला था, अब ये मेरी जिंदगी है, प्लीज छोड़ दो, अब इसे मैं अपने हिसाब से जीऊंगी। एंड वहां से लेके खराब मदर खराब आई बहुत सारी बार। कोविड में हुआ कि जब सबके घर में मेड्स नहीं थे, मेरे घर में भी प्रॉब्लम हुई, तो मेरे हस्बैंड ने बोला तुमने 20 साल हो गए शादी को, कभी खाना नहीं बनाया, पर थोड़ा सा सोचो बच्चे कितना परेशान हो रहे हैं, कैसे खाएंगे। क्योंकि मुझे खाना बनाना आता भी नहीं था। तो मैंने तुमसे कभी कुछ नहीं कहा, तुम ये नहीं करती, तुम वो नहीं करती, तुम ऐसा नहीं करती, तुम वैसा नहीं करती, पर थोड़ा सा तो वाइफ वाला रोल कभी प्ले कर दो। तो मैंने उनसे पूछा कि हमारे घर में वाइफ है कहाँ, 2 हस्बैंड रहते हैं हम तो, तुम भी सारा दिन काम करते हो बाहर का, मैं भी डॉक्टर हूँ, वाइफ का सुख वाइफ है कहाँ तुम्हारे पास? मेरे पास भी नहीं है, तुम्हारे पास भी नहीं है। तो ये तो बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है, वाइफ तो ढूंढ के लानी ही पड़ेगी, बट ये तो ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा कि, और देखो ये काम तो तुमने भी कभी नहीं किए, बट मैंने तो टोका भी नहीं, मेरा तो तुमसे बहुत ज्यादा ही बड़ा है, कि मेरे तो दिमाग में भी नहीं आया कि तुम ये सब नहीं करते हो। तो वो सारी जगह जहां मुझे लगता था कि मुझे बिठाया जा रहा है, वो मैंने सबको बताया कि मैं अब यहाँ नहीं बैठने वाली हूँ। तो ये कुछ लाइफ के बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग डिसीजन थे कि जो जब कभी मोमेंट आता है ना, आपको खुद ही लेने पड़ते हैं कि क्या करना है और क्या नहीं करना है, हमेशा दूसरे डिसाइड नहीं करेंगे, कभी कभी अब ये लाइफ की जो वो है ना, ये कंट्रोल मेरे हाथ में रहेगा। एंड देन आई लेफ्ट माय प्रैक्टिस इन 2013-14 और आई सेड कि मेरे को जब अर्थक्वेक आया था काठमांडू में, तो मैं वहाँ 10 दिन रही, मुझे पता भी नहीं था कहाँ जाना है, मैं काठमांडू एम्बेसी में जाके बैठ गई, मुझे लगा मुझे काम बताओ, यहाँ मेरी जरूरत है, और उन्होंने हमें एक गाड़ी दी। हम ओशो आश्रम के काफी सारे लोग बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे थे, हम गाड़ी में अपना सामान भर के जाते थे, और जहाँ पे भी हमें मौका मिलता था हम काम करते थे। फिर चेन्नई की फ्लड थी या कहीं भी कुछ होता था, उसके बाद तो मेरे घर के बाहर लोग ना कंबल रजाइयां रख जाते थे कि ये तो पक्का जाएगी। तो कुछ भी होता था कि कोई नेचुरल डिजास्टर है तो इसको भेजी तो जाएगी, तो कुछ ना कुछ भेज दो। तो वहां से जो लाइफ का कंट्रोल जब अपने हाथ में लिया और फिर डिसाइड किया कि मुझे एक्चुअल में क्या करना था, देन एक जर्नी शुरू हुई। मैंने मेंस्ट्रुएशन पे काम करना शुरू किया मेंस्ट्रुअल एजुकेटर की तरह से, क्योंकि मुझे मेरा ये हमेशा मानना है कि अपनी बॉडी के बारे में जानना ये सिर्फ डॉक्टर्स का हक नहीं है, हर उस इंसान का हक है जिसके पास वो बॉडी है। अगर मैं अपने फंडामेंटल राइट्स जानना चाहती हूँ तो मुझे एक लॉयर ही क्यों चाहिए? क्या मेरे को अपने फंडामेंटल राइट्स पता होने चाहिए? तो हर फीमेल को हक है कि वो अपनी बॉडी में के बारे में जाने, और राइट नॉलेज होना, क्योंकि अभी तक जो ऐसे बहुत से टॉपिक हैं जो टैबूड है, जिन पे बात नहीं होती, तो उसके बारे में हम सही गलत जानते ही नहीं। सिर्फ मिसकंसेप्शंस है, अचार मत छूना, मंदिर मत जाना, ये मत करना, वो मत करना, बट क्यों? क्योंकि सवाल उठाने की हमें कभी डिस्कशन नहीं हुई तो आजादी भी नहीं होती थी। तो इन सारे टॉपिक्स पे काम करना शुरू किया। इट वाज अ डोर वे टू एंटर, जैसे कि एडोलेसेंट हेल्थ पे काम करना, सेक्स एंड सेक्सुअलिटी एजुकेशन पे काम करना, रिप्रोडक्टिव हेल्थ पे काम करना। एंड फॉर लास्ट 7 or 8 years आई एम डूइंग दिस एज ए मेंस्ट्रुअल एजुकेटर। तो आई कैन ऑल्सो से कि लाखों बच्चों को टीचर्स की ट्रेनिंग, लॉयर्स की ट्रेनिंग, आशा वर्कर, आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स की ट्रेनिंग, दिल्ली, हरियाणा, दमन दीव, सिक्किम, राजस्थान, बहुत सारे जहाँ पे भी मौका मिलता है तो मुझे लगता है कि मैं कर सकती हूँ तो मैं करने की कोशिश करती हूँ। और एक चीज मैंने हमेशा सीखी है, जो मेरी इस जर्नी का मुझे लगता है की पॉइंट है, जो मैं शायद पहले नहीं कर पाती थी, क्योंकि जब मैं अपने क्लिनिक से बाहर निकली थी तो मैं एक डॉक्टर थी और मेरे लिए बड़ा मुश्किल होता था कम्युनिकेट करना, क्योंकि मुझे हमेशा लगता था इनको ये भी नहीं पता, कितना बताऊं, इनको ये भी नहीं पता। और वो गैप ना, जब तक वो गैप मेंटेन रहा तब तक मैं वो कम्युनिकेशन मेरा प्रॉपर नहीं हुआ। एक दिन मुझे रियलाइज हुआ कि ये तो डॉक्टर नहीं बनेंगे ना, मुझे ही आम इंसान बनना पड़ेगा। एंड देन आई लेफ्ट दैट कि मैं डॉक्टर हूँ, और मैंने वापस उनकी जगह से शुरू किया कि जब मैं इनकी जगह थी तो मैं कैसे बिहेव करती थी। एंड दैट वाज द की कि मैंने वो कम्युनिकेशन और जो आप बोलते हो ना अपने जैसे लोगों को बनाना सोसाइटी में, तो वो एक जर्नी थी जहां से शुरू किया। मेंस्ट्रुअल एजुकेटर्स अब बनाती हूँ। मेंस्ट्रुअल एजुकेटर सारे साइंस के स्टूडेंट नहीं होते हैं, वो हाउसवाइफ हैं जो उस जर्नी का हिस्सा है, जिन्होंने उसको जिया है। वो सारी चीजें उसी लैंग्वेज में उनके हिसाब से प्रिपेयर करती हूँ, क्योंकि मुझे नहीं समझना है, उनको समझना है, तो उन्हीं के लिए सब कुछ तैयार करती हूँ। पॉश पे काम करती हूँ क्योंकि उसके बाद मैंने लॉ भी किया। आजकल मैं कॉस्मेटिक गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट भी हूँ, क्योंकि मैं हर उस चीज को टच करना चाहती हूँ जहाँ लड़कियों को रोका जाता है, पर मैं नहीं रुकने वाली हूँ, ये मुझे अपने से पता है। तो एक और छोटी सी बात बस मैं लास्ट में बोलूंगी कि मैम की एक बात मुझे बहुत मतलब जिसपे हम काम करते हैं, क्योंकि घर के बाहर छोड़ दीजिए, घर के अंदर भी आप डरे हुए ही रहते हो। इंसेस्ट बहुत कॉमन है अपने यहाँ पे, अपने घर के लोगों से भी आप डरे रहते हो। तो ठीक है, हमें समझना है, हमें सीखना है अपने आप को बचाना। बट मेरी हो सकता है कि आप सब लोग को मेरी ये सोच समझ में ना आए और मुझे आप बुरा भी समझ सकते हो, बट एक चीज मैं जरूर कहना चाहूंगी कि कहीं ना कहीं इस पे भी सोच पे काम करने की जरूरत है। रेप को हम हमेशा बहुत ही नेगेटिव देखते हैं। एक मतलब अगर किसी लड़की के साथ रेप हो जाता है, मैंने कोविड में काम किया, कोविड में मुझे बहुत सारे अवार्ड्स भी मिले। मैंने 24 आवर्स का एक क्लिनिक रन किया था कि कोई भी कॉल करे किसी भी टाइम, आई वाज अवेलेबल देयर। तो जब भी हम कोविड में भी कभी देखते थे और कोई पेशेंट का मुझे पता होता था कि इससे आज शाम तक ये नहीं पकड़ पाएगा, ये नहीं बचेगा, तो भी मैं उसे पूरे टाइम मोटिवेट करती थी कि नहीं, बस आप इतना कर लो, सिर्फ इतना कर लो, ठीक हो जाएगा, सिर्फ इतना करो, मैं ये भिजवा रही हूँ, आप ठीक हो जाओगे। को रेप होता है, एक अच्छी खासी जीती जागती भली हाथ पैर जिसके सब कुछ सही सलामत है, ये कैसे जिएगी? इस बेचारी से कौन शादी करेगा? तो ये जो हमारी सोच है ना दो लोगों के लिए, क्या हम ये नहीं मान सकते कि रेप भी एक एक्सीडेंट है? क्यों नहीं हम इसको इस तरह से ले सकते? किसी की हड्डी टूट जाती है, किसी की बैकबोन में प्रॉब्लम आ जाती है, किसी को स्टिचेस आ जाते हैं, क्या एक हाइमेनी रप्चर हो गया ना, एक फोर्सफुल इंटरकोर्स हो गया ना, एक एक्सीडेंट था, क्यों नहीं उस लड़की का हाथ पकड़ते सब ठीक हो जाएगा? कहीं ना कहीं इस सोच के साथ हम डरते हैं ना, तो हम इससे नहीं डरते कि हम लड़कों से डरते हैं, हम उस सोसाइटी की सोच से डरते हैं कि हमें कैसे देखा जाएगा। अगर ये सोच हम बदल देना तो शायद हमारे ये डर भी बदल जाएंगे।
Hats off.
थैंक यू सो मच।
Hats off. I mean, don't you feel it's almost like an atomic explosion or a nuclear explosion in terms of the thoughts? The stream of thoughts, the stream of consciousness, which Dr. Surbhi Singh has shared. Absolutely. I mean, I'm sure several of us have this, but maybe we don't have the courage to step up and speak up and not give up. I think she has embodied all those, the shackles she has been going through, whether at home or in terms of her parental restrictions. And I love the way she said why her mom did what she did, right? I think all of us have this social conditioning, which that understanding she had, and how unhesitatingly she had really crafted her path and had the clarity to live the life on her terms. So how many of us are ready for that? Yay, I know my hope and our hope is for the younger generation who will continue to storm the bastions and break the mold, because I think these conversations and what we intend to do and bringing all of us together on the ISTD platform is also to ensure that we have these deep conversations, relevant conversations, impactful conversations. We will come to you. I still have 2 more speakers to share their insights, but isn't this exciting? Isn't this energizing to listen to what someone is able to do? It's not easy. So salute to the spirit. And I loved especially the last piece where I always said this, why do we create this social conditioning to make it even more worse for the person who's already gone through some trauma, to feel as if they've nothing else left in life, they have to either commit suicide or fade away? That's not true. It is an accident. Whatever has happened, agreed, it's not something we would prefer, but life has to go on and we have to build that confidence and help them. So love you for that, Dr. Surbhi. I think that's the confidence we have to build in women. Once there is an accident, they can't always suffer because of whatever has happened. Wonderful. With that, let me now move to Dr. Anshu Arora, who again has crafted a very different path. And in a sector, while she's chosen media and education as the path, she's also done so much in terms of science education and healthcare relevant education through documentary films, and how she has continued to build that and help that particular sector. Over to you, Dr. Anshu.
Thank you so much for giving me this wonderful platform. Although much has been said, so I'll keep it very, very short because I'm coming between the lunch. So I'll give you food for thought, basically. So my journey is basically, I relate to many of the points because I come from a family of doctors, and there was so much pressure on me, I can't tell you. And during that time, there were only 2 professions for boys. It was engineering, and for me, it was to become a doctor. And I was totally, I had said that I don't want to become a doctor, come what may, right? So that is the rebel that came. And although I love the profession of medical because I had seen some connections between science and spirituality right from my childhood. And at very young age, I used to pick up Vedas from my grandfather's library, and I used to read and, trying to find out meanings, how, why this Grahan thing works. And my mother also, I'm very, very fortunate to have, such kind of an upbringing wherein, they used to fight against the norm. When there was a Grahan, my grandfather kind of insisted my mother to go out in the Grahan. So everybody used to say that is why this kind of a girl is born at your place. So I kind of started to think what is the reason behind all of these things, and why why have to you conform to the norms, right? So there was a rebel that was getting space inside me, and I decided that I want to do something for the society and want to remain close to science, but not really becoming a doctor because I can't see the patients throughout the day. So that is what I decided at a young age. So fortunately, I got a space. Then they took me to the counselor that why she doesn't want to go in the medical field and what does she want to do actually. So I was creative on the one side. I used to draw, I used to paint, I used to sing. So they kind of offered me BSc Home Science, right? So that was the place I found my passion. So there I've thought that, extending those researches to the masses is what I like. From extension, whatever research is happening in the field of sciences in the labs must go to the masses. So there is my passion. So I pursued that interest. I did my master's in mass communication and journalism. And again, then the question came, from a small town, a girl, why she wants to do journalism, and you will come late in the night. जर्नलिस्ट बनेगी, रिपोर्टर बनेगी, आप लेट रात को आओगे, ये क्या चीज है? हमारी रिस्पेक्ट है फैमिली में, डॉक्टर की एक फैमिली है, तो आप लड़की जर्नलिस्ट कैसे बन सकती है? So again that fight began, right? So I persisted. I said I want to do journalism and I want to pursue. Thereafter, I worked for the magazines wherein I wrote for Health Update and I did research. So research is one area wherein, there you can fulfill the gap. Society को क्या जरूरत है और क्या academia में हो रहा है, that you need to take to the society, right? So तो जो वो gap fulfill करना था, वहाँ पे मुझे अपना passion नजर आया and I pursued that and I did my PhD in science communication, which is one of its kind, and it was very difficult for me to find a guide because all these ladies, they are talking about some aspect of science. अब हमारे देश में सबसे बड़ी problem है अंधविश्वास की, superstition. Wherever you go, there will be gurus and tantra and mantra, and people follow it blindly. Religion is called as the opium of the masses. So whatever you kind of give it to the society, they will follow certain things blindly without even asking a question. So I started working on those concepts, and then I thought that there is a lot of need in our country, and I almost interviewed a galaxy of scientists, almost all the eminent scientists, including Professor Yashpal. And therein, they encouraged me that I should pursue this. Luckily, there is an incident that I want to share over here, which kind of transformed my life. We were from a very, very open-minded family, like I told you. So we had pledged for organ donation. So what happened was during 2014, while the day I was going to get my PhD awarded, that very day my mother-in-law expired. It is a very, very landmark in my life because on one side, my degree was being awarded, and other side, there is a demise in the family. And we had, in our family, we had pledged for organ donation. So we went against all the family members and we kind of said that no last rites will be performed and we will be donating the body for research. So that was a very, very big decision we had to take, and we had a lot of, rebel, and from the family we were not allowed. So we stood by our decision, and then the body was given to Maulana Azad Medical College. And you will not imagine in this country, when you are taking a step against your family, going against everybody in the society, after 4 days in the family, chautha hota hai aapki family mein, right? After 4 days, the hospital people are calling up and saying, unfortunately, we don't have the space and the arrangement for the body. You please take the body back. Can you imagine? So this is the state of affairs. I'm sharing it on this platform, and it is still, giving shivers down my spine because I remember that very day. So what do we do now? So again, we took the support of some political leaders, and the body was eventually taken from Maulana Azad back, and the political leaders supported us, and the body was given to AIIMS. Now AIIMS, it was the 100th body, so there was a big celebration happening for that. Right, then again media was after us that what is it about the entire this thing, and we said we never did it for promotion, and we just want for it the research to be given the body. So eventually the body was given to AIIMS, but then we wrote a letter to Arvind Kejriwal, he was the then CM, that what kind of a country it is wherein the person faces every kind of hassles, and what are in fact we had big time seeking approvals from the investigating officer and the legalities, and then the big posters were all over the place that now the rules are relaxed and everybody who wants to donate can do it by filling up a single form. There are no legalities involved in that. So we became the role model, which eventually started as, what we faced. So we became the pioneer in, fighting for the cause. And like my journey in my life also, I had to fight certain time. Then slowly I realized, fighting is not an option. I became the supporter for that NGO, the Tichi Dedan. I'm still working for it. And we managed to fulfill the forms of over 1,000 forms for organ donation. And we are still working for the cause of science communication. And I love to call myself as a science communicator. So I'm working for all the 17 SDGs, and through my documentary films, there was one episode I would like to share here also. I was working with a college and there was a demise in somebody's family. So I told that friend of mine that, why don't you donate your father's body? The entire faculty was, after my life. And they said, is this the right time to tell anybody that you should donate a person's body? Manka, come on, what do I tell? Can you ask a living person, you please go and donate the body? So it is the right time. Only thing is you need to change your mindset, right? So that thing eventually became my cause, and I started making documentary films on these issues. And I made 9 documentaries in 1 year on different scientific issues, superstition, science, talk about acid attack victims. And I started working for human rights. I associated myself with a lot of NGOs. And the journey just began. I was awarded for 2 of my films, which were screened at national and international film festivals. And I'm still working for the cause, and the journey is just on.
Awesome, isn't it?
Thank you.
I mean, you keep listening to one woman leader and the other, the variety, the diversity, and what all is possible, and how each one has chosen to really pave that path and be a pioneer. Thank you, Dr. Anshu Arora. That was awesome. That actually brings me to the last of our speakers in this session, but not the least, because Mala Rishi, again, is someone who has been pioneering and leading in the social sector, where volunteering is an important agenda, and how she spends her time constantly to build in vocational training and livelihood generation for the downtrodden. So over to you, Mala. Go ahead, Mala.
Not everyone is born with a silver spoon. And just now we heard Dr. Sangeeta Kaur, who said, you need someone to lift you up. You need everyone to lift you up. Only then you can be happy in this world. So like you can say, I'm a bonding between these two sectors. There are so many underprivileged who do not have everything in life. And then there are students who really require help. I still remember my stage. I wanted to do import-export course. I wanted to do German diploma. I wanted to do insurance, even though I was an electronics engineering student. After finishing all that, having been working, working in that industry, but still sometimes you felt, oh, I can't afford the fees. And you don't feel like asking your parents for all that, because you feel, they say you're working, you're already a student. And of course, I was in a very good family, but I could see so many of my friends who could not do such courses, and they really needed support from various people or agencies. At that time, we didn't know how to ask support from various agencies. So when in life, when I left my job, for whatever reasons, and started doing various courses, I came across Inner Wheel, who is in the social segment of helping the underprivileged, helping the world. And today when I see the beauty world, I see the health fraternity, I see the media fraternity, organ donation, everything. We are into everything in this organization, where we help the people who need us most, especially when I say for vocational training. When I see, I came across ISTD, who's doing a lot in training students, training people. So what I feel is people like us are also required, the social people who want to help students who are there, when I see students here, I'm sure इनके भी कितनी friends होंगी कि जो, oh, we can't attend such a program because we cannot afford it. So you need people who can help them out. Regular health programs, regular vocational training. Beauty is a field which requires so much of help because that's what women can do easily. But there are so many other things. You see, we have empowered women to learn driving, and then they are there. You see so many cars with women, and we have helped them to drive cars. Underprivileged women who could drive cars now. You see all across Delhi, there are women drivers. You see organ donation. When we talk about organ donation, we all over Delhi, NCR, and the world across, we try to see that people are into it. And like we, in social segment, we encourage women to join our societies, the social world, this Inner Wheel, a voluntary organization, so that we can give our services to the underprivileged. Organ donation, when you come across it, it's one of the most important things in life, because the way the medical world is going, we don't know what's happening to anyone. So jab organ recently, when my father-in-law expired, jab humne unki body di, in my family, everybody has promised to donate their organ. कोई कहता है कि क्या करना है organ donation. No, one of the family members also said, नहीं हमें तो जाना है, भगवान ने हमें बॉडी दी है, हमें वहीं जाना है वापस जहां से आए हैं. But I feel this is going to help the medical field in diagnosing so many problems which people have. When we come across one of the most important things, skill development. I'll go more for skill development, vocational training. आज मैं मोदी जी का कुछ पढ़ रही थी. He said, इंसान के हुनर को कोई छीन नहीं सकता है, समंदर से हर कोई मोती बीन नहीं सकता है. So, and moreover, मार्क्स और मार्कशीट की सीमित आयोग है. जीवन में आपके नॉलेज काम आने वाला है, स्किल काम आने वाली है, आत्मविश्वास काम आने वाला है, संकल्प शक्ति काम आने वाली है. Not everyone can get a white collar job like we have seen. Everyone, आजकल के बच्चे, though they are digitally way forward than what we were, but yet nobody wants to go into those vocational fields. Itni sari fields hain where people can work and go ahead. But no, they don't want to, because either they think it's beneath their dignity, or we have a dearth of vocational institutes where they can give proper training, or we don't have good counselors who can train us. There's so much requirement in villages when you say all the waste which is there, which can be created into manure. And there's so much, like I was reading just now, there is one section today on handmade articles through agricultural waste. So there is a requirement. Every day we have so many vocational institutes coming up, but people don't realize the necessity which is there. So here comes in our organization, social people who can help such people through counseling, through guiding, through providing them financial help so that they can work in those fields.
Thank you so much. I think it's time for questions. We have about 5 minutes. I'm also conscious that we are in the way of satisfying your body hunger, right? So I know intellectual hunger, maybe it'll continue throughout the day. So time for 2 questions, please. I know there was, yeah. So I'll go first to her and I'll come back to you. Please, can we have a microphone to the lady? Can you also introduce yourself and what you do?
Ma'am, I'm Dipali Jain and I'm an exporter. So I did the ISTD course last year and completed, with lots of happiness. It's at 45, I joined this course, 44. When, like you said, suddenly I realized doing a business with my husband, that my contribution is there, but recognition is not there.
Absolutely.
So even if I do more, I won't get what I want. So being a social person, I always wanted to be, in the connect with the people. So it's a privilege, and I'm feeling honored to be here today among all of you. And so much learning and enlightenment is there to me. And that's why the curiosity is increasing more.
What's the question you had on mind?
There are two questions. My one question is with you, as you are in HR department. We talk a lot about the corporate world. What we are doing and establishing to have lots of policy in the corporate world. I would like you to give some enlightenment how the small sectors can do better in the HR department. A small glimpse or small tips. Like, we are the small entrepreneurs. So corporate world is a very vast line. We can't go for that, and we totally different things. So can you give some enlightenment on that?
Sure. What's the second question?
Second question is with ma'am, Dr. Sobhi. जब सामान बाहर रखा गया था तो आप अंदर गए थे या बाहर चले गए थे? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Sure. Thank you. So on what the talent leaders can do in the large corporates to encourage small and medium businesses, I think that's what you mentioned, Dipali.
I want to have some policy or some enlightenment how we can improve our HR department with small sector.
Okay.
Something like that.
So when you're talking about startups or smaller sectors, there is nothing which is delineated as a HR, admin, finance. It becomes all in one because the entrepreneur himself or herself or a few other partners who come together take on all those responsibilities. So generally, you do not create those structures because it's an overhead, as we understand.
Establish small department. But at times we don't know what these departments exactly will do. Like HR is a very vast department. Like,
Right.
Small sectors में उसी में हम housekeeping भी डाल देते हैं, सब कुछ डाल देते हैं. तो क्योंकि HR
And there's nothing wrong in, see, it's all about you have a budget pie and you also know what you have to accomplish for that particular startup. We can also take this question, I can talk to you over lunch as well, because it becomes important for, I am very cognizant, I'm a moderator, so I would like to speak less and have all the other ladies speak, but I will definitely answer yours. I can give you some tips as well. Over to Dr. Surbhi.
So ये पहली बार था, this was the first time कि जब मुझे ये फेस करना था, क्योंकि मेरे पेरेंट्स भी खड़े थे, मेरे अच्छे दोस्त, मेरे फ्रेंड्स भी खड़े हुए थे. तो आई वाज एक्सपेक्टिंग कि लोग आके माला वाला पहनाएंगे कि मैंने इतना अच्छा काम किया है. एंड मेरे फादर लेटे हुए थे और उनका ऐसे पता नहीं, मुझे नहीं पता सही था गलत, लेकिन ओल्ड एज में क्या होता है कि वैसे करके ना बिल्कुल लेटे हुए थे कि मुझे एंजाइना का पेन हो रहा है और ये उसका रीजन है जिसकी वजह से मैं तो मर ही जाता. तो थैंकफुली मेरे हस्बैंड कार्डियोलॉजिस्ट हैं, तो उन्होंने घर पे मैनेज कर लिया था, सब कुछ हो गया. एंड जब मैं आई तो मुझे लगा कि ये सब ऐसे शक्लें बना के क्यों खड़े हैं, तो मेरी मम्मी ने बोला जाके पैर छू. मैंने कहा हुआ क्या है, तो मैंने जैसे ही जाके कोशिश की तो उन्होंने एकदम से पैर ऐसे हटा लिया कि मैं तो छूना भी नहीं चाहता हूँ, मतलब इस तरह से था. बट देन मेरे हस्बैंड ने इस मामले में काफी सपोर्ट किया. उन्होंने मेरे फादर की काफी काउंसलिंग की, फादर इन लॉ की, कि आपको तो बहुत ही सीवियर अटैक हुआ था और ये तो शायद इसकी सेल्फलेस सर्विस है कि आप घर पे मैनेज हो गए, सब ठीक ठाक हो गया, आप बच गए. तो ऐसा करके उन्होंने घर पे पहली बार मैनेज कर लिया था. एंड उसने मुझे काफी करेज दिया कि मतलब चीजें मैनेज हो जाती हैं, बस थोड़ा सा अपना अड़े रहो कि करना है. सेकेंड टाइम इट हैपन जब मैंने कैंसर पेशेंट को सपोर्ट करने के लिए अराउंड 2 years बैक मैंने अपना हेड शेव कर लिया था, मैंने अपने हेड हेयर्स डोनेट किए. तब फिर एक बार सेम सिचुएशन हुई. इस बार मेरे बच्चे गेट पे ऐसे खड़े हुए थे, मैंने फैमिली ग्रुप में अपना फोटो डाला ऐसे बाल पकड़ के, आई एम डोनेटिंग माय हेयर्स. और नेक्स्ट डे मेरा बर्थडे था, तो सबको एकदम से लगा कि ये क्या है, मतलब क्योंकि मैंने को लगा कि पूछने का मतलब तो मना ही करना है, तो बेटर है कि फोटो डाल दिया. तो अभी वो फिर घर पे जब घुसते तो दोनों बच्चे ऐसे खड़े हुए हैं, और कुछ बच्चा है वो भी कर लीजिए, हो गया. सब कुछ तो आपको अपने हिसाब से करना है. तो मुझे धीरे धीरे रियलाइज होना शुरू किया कि ये सारे जो मेरे आसपास के लोग हैं ना, ये मुझे ओन करने लगते हैं और इनको ऐसा लगता है कि इन पे जो भी सवाल आएंगे उसके जवाब हमें देने पड़ेंगे और हम सेटिस्फाइड नहीं है इनके इस जो भी कर रही हैं, तो हम कैसे जवाब देंगे, वो उनके डर है. तो उसके बाद धीरे धीरे मैं जहां भी बैठती, बच्चे उठ के दूसरे कमरे में, शक्ल भी नहीं देखी जा रही, निकल जाओ, दूर जाके बैठो, हमारे कमरे में भी मत घुसो. तो बट उस टाइम मुझे पता था कि मैनेज तो हो ही जाना है 2 दिन में 4 दिन में. तो ये काफी सारे बार इंसिडेंट्स होते हैं. मैंने जूते पहने, मैं मदर डेयरी से मिल्क लेने चली गई, मैंने शाम को पार्क में राउंड काटे, तो उसने 2-4 हेड गियर्स से अमेजोन से मंगा दिए शाम तक कि ये पहन सकती हूँ, ये पहन सकती हूँ। मैंने कहा मुझे छुपाने के लिए करना ही नहीं था, मुझे करना था इसलिए करना था। और मैंने काफी सोचा, इसके बाद मैंने डिसीजन लिया है। और रात को 12 बजे मैंने अपनी डीपी चेंज कर दी, क्योंकि मुझे पता था बर्थडे पे सब विश करने वाले हैं मुझे। तो मैक्सिमम सवाल यही आ रहे थे, हस्बैंड ठीक है ना? सबसे पहले या कुछ हो गया है। तो बट मुझे पता था कि जवाब मैं देने के लिए तैयार थी। तो ये सारा कॉन्फिडेंस ना यहाँ से आ जाता है कि जब आप गलत नहीं होते ना, तो आप वो, अगर वो अभी दोबारा भी इंसिडेंस होता तो मैं कॉन्फिडेंटली स्टेप इन करती, और मुझे था कि आपको जो डिसीजन लेना है आप ले लो, मेरा डिसीजन पक्का है कि मैं तो इसी घर में रहने वाली हूँ।
Wow. Awesome. Over to you. Your name and the college.
From New Delhi Institute of Management. So currently I'm doing HR, and my question, so it's very beautiful to hear all your stories, very inspiring for each one of us in the room. So ma'am, my question is to you, Dr. Surbi. So, I mean, I agree, breaking away the notions is very difficult at first, but once you get into it, you know what you ought to do, what you do not want to do. So, ma'am, have there been, incidents where you had that self-doubt in you when you embarked this journey? Was there this? So, what is your driving factor, number one? And were there these notions of self-doubt that what I'm doing is right or not during this journey? Thank you.
Awesome.
आई थिंक ये पूरी अपनी लाइफ की ना, अगर मैं बोलूँ 45 ईयर्स की कंडीशनिंग थी। पूरी दुनिया में सबसे लड़ना आसान होता है, खुद से लड़ना सबसे मुश्किल काम होता है ना? ये जब आप कुछ नहीं करना, जैसे एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल देती हूँ। मैं क्लिनिक से वापस आई और मुझे लगा कि सब लोग ना ऐसे एक छोटा सा पर्दा उठा के देखते हैं, मम्मी आ गई। गाड़ी की लाइट जब उसमें पड़ती है तो या मेरे हस्बैंड को लगता है वाइफ आ गई है। तो वो 1 मिनट होता था जब मैं गाड़ी से अंदर जाती थी। उसके बाद मैंने अपने आप को रोका कि नहीं, 15 मिनट में इसी गाड़ी में बैठी रहूंगी, मुझे 1-2 इंपॉर्टेंट कॉल करने हैं, उसके बाद ही मैं अंदर जाऊंगी। तो अंदर से इतनी लड़ाई होती थी कि पागल है क्या, सब लोग वेट कर रहे हैं, क्या सोच रहे होंगे। तो मुझे लगता था सोचने दे। और अपने आप से वो जो एक फाइट होती थी ना, उसके बाद मेरे को लगा कि मुझे ये जो चाहिए ना, कि ये मेरे को प्रेशर क्रिएट कर रहा है मेरे ऊपर, कि ये लोग सोच रहे हैं कि मैं जल्दी से अंदर आऊं और एक नई ड्यूटी संभाल लूं। मुझे एक ब्रेक चाहिए 15 मिनट का उस नई ड्यूटी में एंटर करने के लिए। तो आई स्टार्टेड टेकिंग छोटे छोटे स्टेप्स की जब मैं इस लड़ाई से, मतलब सच बता रही हूँ कि आज भी होती है, आज भी अंदर से सबसे ज्यादा लड़ाई होती है। बाहर से कितना भी कॉन्फिडेंट दिखो ना, लेकिन हर एक मोमेंट पे ऐसा फील कर रहे होते हैं। अगर मेड छुट्टी पे चली गई है और खाना नहीं बन रहा है तो ऐसे बैठी हूँ बड़ी स्ट्रांगली कि नहीं बनाऊंगी, बट अंदर से बहुत ऐसे चल रहा होता है, कितना भी क्या ईगो आ गया, उठ जा बना ले। तो मतलब वो अंदर एक लड़ाई चल रही होती है। और जब बच्चे बोलते हैं मैं तो आज अपने फ्रेंड के यहाँ जा रहा हूँ खाना खाने, तो उसके फ्रेंड ने पूछा तेरी मम्मी नहीं है क्या घर पे? तो बोला नहीं मम्मी है, उनको भी उतनी प्रॉब्लम हो रही है जितनी मुझे है। तो वो एक ना, वो सुन रहे हो और आपको बेशर्म की तरह बैठे रहना है, तो वो एक फाइट हमेशा चल रही होती है। लेकिन हाँ, वो कंडीशनिंग आपको बाहर नहीं निकलने देती। वो कंडीशनिंग अभी भी मम्मी मेरे से आज भी हर तीसरे दिन वो नाराज हो जाती है कि तूने ये क्यों किया, अगर तुझे करना ही था तो ढिंडोरा पीटने की क्या जरूरत थी, तू चुपचाप कर ले, सारी दुनिया को क्यों बता रही है कि तू कुछ अलग कर रही है। तो मेरा हमेशा ये होता है कि जब तक नहीं बताऊंगी तब तक इसका मतलब मैं कन्विंस नहीं हूँ अपने इस आइडिया से। अगर मैं सबको बता पा रही हूँ तो मैं पहले खुद को कन्विंस करती हूँ, और फिर अगर मुझे लगता है मैं कन्विंस्ड हूँ, मुझे बुरा नहीं लगता है, इसीलिए मैं सबको बताती हूँ, शायद उनके मन में भी कहीं छुपा बैठा हूँ। तो ये लड़ाई तो रोज होती है, बट कहीं ना कहीं कभी वो जीत जाते कभी मैं।
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So ladies, we will conclude and we'll head for lunch, and the conversations can continue over lunch, and you'll come back post lunch for the beautiful sessions which are in store from ISTD. But 3 key strokes from this session and listening to various stories of women representing multiple sectors: fearlessness, creating your own self-identity, and passion, which drives you to storm the bastions or to question the status quo. I think those are the key lessons or the takeaways from this session. Each one of them is standing out in terms of what they have done on their journey, and the journey continues. So picture abhi baki hai. Bye.
Kya baat. A big round of applause. It was really, really a wonderful, very interactive, very, very thoughtful session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can we have? Usha ma'am.
मेरे फोन पे भी ले लेना है.
Thank you so much. Great session. कुछ तो बहुत कुछ मिस किया है. वो I had to go to NTPC वो मुझे कॉल आया. इसके तो मैंने मिस किया. Sorry. ये तो टूट जा रहा है.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, everyone, starting with the moderator, Dr. Kiran Mayadatta, Ms. Mala Rishi, Dr. Survi Singh, Ms. Nirmala Randhava, Ms. Nidhi Sharma, Anshu Arora ji. You all were so fantastic, and we felt like, keep on listening on and on and on. And one of the member who was listening said, "Acha hua, main meri wife ko aaj nahi laya. Otherwise gadbad ho jata." So you were like that. So congratulations and a big round of applause. So the next is, no, it's not lunch. We have still one session. We're not going for lunch. We have still one session, and after that we'll have a lunch. Don't rush for a lunch. So we have, we have a lot of, it's our day. It's Women's Day. So yeah. So it's time to hear once again one more discussion, and then after we will have a lunch, right? So the lunch break is going to be at 2 p.m., not now. Yeah, so good afternoon once again. I would request everyone, please occupy your seats. May I request all the dignitaries to occupy your seats in the hall. We are starting with session number 3 on showcasing women's skills. Kiranji, Anitaji, Ushaji, and all the members who are standing, please occupy your seats so that we can start the next session. So for the next session, we have speakers, Ms. Madhubala Sharma, Dr. Sunita Chauhan, Dr. Neeta Parekh, Ms. Sanchita Eng, and our moderator, Dr. Anita Majok. I would request all the, and Vaishali ji. I would request all of them to be on the dais. All the audience, please occupy your seats. So our moderator of the session, Dr. Anita Majok ji, Vaishali ji, Madhubala Sharma ji, Sunita Chauhan ji, Neeta Parekh ji, and Sanchita Ain ji. Please occupy your seats on the dais, and we are straight away starting with the session. May I request all who are standing in the hall to occupy your seats, please. Thank you. So our session is on showcasing women's skills.
यार वो गजब है यार सुरभि मैम मैं तो है शानदार है मुझे तेरी याद आ रही थी जब वो बोल रही थी
No.
हेलो ऑन हो गया
So may I request again Madhubala Sharma ji, Sunita Chauhan ji, Neeta Parekh ji, Sanchita Ain ji, Vaishali ji, Anita Majok ji, and all the speakers to be on the dais. Dr. Sunita Chauhan. Vaishali ji. So the session is again showcasing women's skills, and as a moderator again we have Dr. Anita Madhok, a managing director of Open Spaces Consulting in Mumbai, India, a global professional HR systems expert, people person, creative thinker, and a writer, much sought after speaker, academician of repute, and behavioral scientist and experienced trainer. May I request Anita Chauhanji to present a bouquet and a certification and the memento to Anita Madhokji. She's a chairperson of the Women Empowerment Committee also. So congratulations, ma'am. Under your leadership also, this program is going on. So congratulations to you. And thank you for moderating this session again. So thank you. So we have a galaxy of the speakers which you can observe since the morning. So one of those speakers now is Miss Madhubala Sharma. She's a mindful, attentive, dedicated, happy-go-lucky, unusual and unique. Born and raised in New Delhi and studied through an integrated education system. National Association for the Blind Delhi was her resource school, and she studied in Faith Academy till class 6th and in DPS RK Puram from 7 to 12 and pursued graduation in English literature from Lady Shri Ram College in Delhi University. She is presently working with Amazon in the space of DEI. Before joining Amazon, she worked with Concentric, which was earlier be part of IBM Global Process Services as a senior consultant, learning and development. She has been invited to present her experiences and thoughts on the inclusion in various conferences. Besides receiving honors at work, she is recognized as a role model on the International Day of Persons with Disability in 2009 and felicitated by the President of India. She was receiving Award of Excellence in 2016 by NAB Delhi, Award of Excellence by National Institute for Visually Handicapped, and Neelam Khurshid Kanga Award 2007 and 8. And she firmly believes that life is a file of colorful pages which operates in various phases. It is although very tricky and is also mystery, but with courage and trust in the inner iron core, it can be surely turned into a history. We welcome you, ma'am, and I would request Anita ji for presenting a memento and a bouquet and welcoming her. A big round of applause for Madhubala Sharma ji. With such a focus, such a determination, where it is believed that sky is the limit. Until you reach the goal, you have to go on and on and on. The next speaker we have is Dr. Sunita Chauhan, Biotech Lab in charge at Kumarappa National Handmade Paper Institute, Jaipur. She is PhD in Science from University of Rajasthan. She is a scientist working with the MSME KVIC Government of India at Jaipur for the last 23 years and has also worked for around 2 years at Central Pulp and Paper Research Institute. She's into research and development activities for the training activities. She's a PhD supervisor registered with the University at Jaipur. She has imparted training to more than 50 students of microbiology, biotechnology, botany, and biochemistry. And her research areas and interests are into the biotechnology, biopulping, drinking, microbiological pigments, and other biotechnological applications with an emphasis on the paper industry. We welcome you, ma'am, and I request Anita ji again to present token of love and memento to her. In fact, ma'am has also published around 30 research articles, and she's trained yoga teacher. And you can see that there are some of the products that are displayed on the very first bench, and ma'am will talk about that. Thank you so much for being over here. Next, we have Neeta Parekh ji, and she loves to make people feel and look beautifully confident, which is the reason where she dedicated last 32 years engulfed in the beauty and hair care. motivated, dedicated, kind, and a professional makeup artist began beauty career at the very young age. And upon the completion of the professional training, she commenced career as a makeup artist and made innumerable girls look like a queen, which every one of us aspire to. On this very big day, we welcome you. And again, may I request Usha Jain ji to felicitate and present a memento to her. Madam is totally addicted to the job and wish to make the world a more beautiful place. We also would like to learn the secret. After becoming Sasuma also, how can one be so beautiful? I want to have that tips, today. So thank you so much. And we welcome you, ma'am. She has educated the young generation with a skill, and the institute which is affiliated to the Colombo and successfully completed Pradhan Mantri Yojgar Yojana with 700 students. And importantly, she's also from Kuta. We welcome you, ma'am, once again. Next, we have Sanchita NG. She's an advocate. Look at the diversity of the speakers that we have, because of which we feel to go on and on and on. So she is advocate on record in the Supreme Court of India with an experience of more than a decade in the field of law. She handled complex matters before the Supreme Court, High Courts, and other forums in the country. It includes the land bar constitutional law cases like linking of the PAN with Aadhaar, triple talaq, 2G spectrum case, affirmative actions, rights of the minority institutions, land acquisition cases, matters related to civil, corporate competition, service, and the family laws. Her clients include the grandchildren of Maharani Gayatri Devi to ministers, former as well as present. The Supreme Court recorded appreciation for her inputs in the landmark judgment on a reasonable accommodation to persons with disabilities, which is now being cited by persons with disabilities for claiming reasonable accommodations over the India. She holds the prestigious LLM degree in the International Human Rights of the Law with a distinction from University of Essex, London. We welcome you, ma'am, and I would request Ms. Nidhi Joshi to welcome Sanchita ji. Madam has also advised various startups and early stage companies having clients with diverse businesses. We welcome you, ma'am. She is described as a people-oriented lawyer and taking pride in considering the client satisfaction, delivering the lectures and judge the competitions, believing in the democratization of education, and so on and so forth. And of course, by hearing her, we would know more and more. Thank you so much for being over here. And lastly, we have Vaishali Sinhaji, a filmmaker and educationalist. Experienced filmmaker with a demonstrated history of working in the motion pictures and film industry, skilled in photography, film, concept development, and art. Strong arts and design professional with a Master of Fine Arts, focus in the art plastic from University Rennes, Haute Britain. Recently is working in the Ministry in Culture and Education sector. We welcome, and I welcome Dr. G.P. Rao to felicitate and welcome ma'am with a memento and flower. She's having experience in the news front, All India Sign Workers Association, Academy of Fine Art and Film. She's a director there, advisory board in the Culture Academy. She has been at Prakriti School and worked at different platforms like Movie Dreams, Prakash Jha Production, The Parivar Times, production designer, art designer, and Dreamforce Entertainment art director, Anil Kapoor, Private Limited art director, Wide Frame art director. Oh my God, so nice of you, ma'am, to have you over here. We welcome you. So all the galaxy of speakers, I handing over the chart to our own Anita Madokji. Thank you so much. Over to you, ma'am.
That's quite one big Milky Way galaxy right here on the dais today. What a lovely diverse audience we have, from beauty, from law, filmmaking, handmade paper, and everything is here. Everything you want is here. And the session is titled very appropriately, Showcasing Skills of Women. And skills are the one thing that we all need to help us succeed and survive. So I am not going to waste too much time in the introductory preliminaries, because I know it is now 5 minutes to 2, and originally the session was 1 hour, but let's see how we can close it. And I'm going to now, first of all, ask each one of the participants one common question. And my common question is, the skills that you have that have made you successful and responsible for bringing you to a point that you come to this dais here today, what are those skills, and what was it that made you the most successful? What was it that was the biggest challenge for you as a woman to overcome? And what are some of the stories and emotions and feelings around it? We'd love you to share. And shall I begin with you, Neeta ji?
Hello. Hello. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. And really, first, मैं thanks करना चाहूँगी Indian Society for Training and Development, President of National President Anita Chauhan, and entire the team. Really very presenting, and बहुत अच्छा लगा था जब मैं enter हुई थी yesterday. I was enter and there's Neelam ma'am, Anita ma'am. Really, it's pleasant meeting, and thank you so much मुझे आज यहाँ पे बुलाने के लिए, और मैं बहुत अपने आप को प्राउड फील कर रही हूँ, बिकॉज यहाँ पे इतना सारा नॉलेज है और पूरा संसार यहीं पे समाया हुआ है. So really great. And अगर मैं ब्यूटी इंडस्ट्री की बात करूँ तो I was start my journey in age of 15, and मैं बहुत छोटे से विलेज से बिलोंग करती हूँ. इट्स इन गुजरात, पालनपुर. सो दैट टाइम ब्यूटी बहुत डिफिकल्ट था, जैसे कि निर्मल मैम ने बताया. उस टाइम पे लाइक इट इज लाइक नेसेसिटी है तो आपको सैलून जाना है, जैसे आपके घर में शादी है तो आपको मेकअप के लिए जाना है. और आज के टाइम की अगर मैं बात करूं, इन दिस डेज इट इज नेसेसिटी, बिकॉज आपका प्रेजेंटेबल होना विच इज वेरी मच इम्पोर्टेंट, नॉट फॉर फीमेल, even for male, even for kids, everybody has to like presentable होना चाहिए. आपको कहीं भी अगर आप जाते हो, मैं जहां तक मतलब मैं समझती हूँ कि डिग्री आपकी बाद में देखी जाती है, लोग आपको बाद में देखते हैं, बट जब आप कहीं भी एंटर करते हो तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आपको देखा जाता है कि आप कितने प्रेजेंटेबल हो, अकॉर्डिंग टू ओकेजन आप कितना फ्रेम में हो, विच इज वेरी मच इम्पोर्टेंट. सो ये बहुत ही ज्यादा जरूरी है, आपका हेयर, आपका ब्यूटी और ये सब कुछ मेंटेन होना. और इसीलिए आज के टाइम में अगर मैं ब्यूटी इंडस्ट्री की मैं बात करूं तो ऑलमोस्ट 28% इकोनॉमी जो है हमारी, जो इंडियन इकोनॉमी में अगर मैं बात करूं तो 28% जो है हमारी भागीदारी है, हमारा पार्टनरशिप है इंडियन इकोनॉमी में. और ब्यूटी इंडस्ट्री बहुत अच्छा काम कर रही है. अगर आज के टाइम में बात करूं, पहले ये था कि ब्यूटी पार्लर सब महिलाएं चलाया करती थी, या फिर हेयर ड्रेसर की शॉप हुआ करती थी, चाहे वो पेड़ के नीचे हो या छोटी सी सैलून. बट नाउ इट इज बिग इंडस्ट्री. और मुझे हमेशा मेरे प्रोफेशन पे बहुत प्राउड होता है, बिकॉज हम लोगों को खूबसूरत बनाते हैं. एक छोटा सा बच्चा अगर किसी पार्टी में जाता है और अगर हम उसको बोलते हैं कि अरे वाह आज तो आप बहुत सुंदर लग रहे हो, तो वो उसके अंदर जो कॉन्फिडेंस आता है, उसका स्टाइल, उसका बॉडी लैंग्वेज, उसके अंदर का जो कॉन्फिडेंस है,
वो उसको और ज्यादा ब्यूटीफुल बना देता है और कॉन्फिडेंट बना देता है। ऐसे ही फीमेल्स में, मेल्स में, अगर आप भी कहीं जाते हैं और अगर आपको कोई एक ही तो लाइन बोलना है कि आज आप बहुत खूबसूरत लग रहे हो, यू फील इनसाइड, आपको लगेगा कि यार आज कुछ स्पेशल है। तो मुझे इसीलिए मेरा प्रोफेशन बहुत अच्छा लगता है और बहुत डेडिकेटली मैं बहुत हैप्पीली करती हूँ। मुझे कई लोग बोलते हैं आपकी एज नहीं लगती है, आपकी थकान नहीं दिखती है। मेरा स्टाफ मुझे बोलता है कि मैम आप क्यों नहीं थकते हो। हम बहुत सारे एसोसिएशंस रन करते हैं। I was started Hadoti Beautician Association very first in 1997. So that time only 10 members are over there, and uske baad Hair and Beauty Organization Rajasthan, I am state president over there, and All India Hair and Beauty Association we are running. So बहुत जगह है और कई जगह हमें बहुत काम करना होता है। तो बोलते हैं कि आप थकते क्यों नहीं हो, तो नहीं थकने का रीजन है अगर आप अपने काम के प्रति बहुत डेडिकेट हो और अपने काम को प्यार करते हो, आपके अंदर जुनून है, तो यू नेवर फील टायर्ड, नेवर एवर फील टायर्ड। तो यही चीज होना चाहिए कि और ये मेकअप, हेयर कट, अगर मैं हेयर कट करती हूँ तो भी बहुत हैप्पी करती हूँ, मेकअप करती हूँ, बिकॉज मेरे ध्यान में ये नहीं होता है कि मैं अच्छा कर रही हूँ या मुझे मेरा अच्छा दिखाना, बट मुझे ये मेरे ध्यान में रहता है कि मुझे सामने जो मेरा क्लाइंट है उसको मुझे ब्यूटीफुल बनाना है। बिकॉज अगर वो ब्यूटीफुल लगेगा तो उसके अंदर जो कॉन्फिडेंस है, इट इज सोशल वर्क, इट इज सोशल वर्क। और दूसरा सोशल वर्क, मैं मेरे सेमिनार्स में जब मैं ब्यूटिशियंस को ट्रेन करती हूँ तो मैं बोलती हूँ कि आप वाकई में सोशल वर्क करते हो। मैम कैसे करते हैं, हम तो पेमेंट ले रहे हैं, हम पैसे ले रहे हैं। जब क्लाइंट लेडीज जब आती है हमारे पास में, जब फेशियल करवाती है, वो हमारे साथ इतना कंफर्टेबल होती है, वो अपने पर्सनल जर्नी जो है, पर्सनल लाइफ है, वो हमारे साथ शेयर करते हैं। सास भी आती है और बहू भी आती है तो वी नेवर शेयर टू ईच अदर। उनका जो पर्सनल स्पेस है उसको हम आपस में शेयर नहीं करते हैं। हम उसे वहीं पे, अगर हम उसको पॉजिटिव वे में समझाते, नहीं आपकी मदर इन लॉ आपकी बहुत तारीफ कर रही थी, बेशक उसने बुराई की है, लेकिन हमें ये कहना है आपकी मदर इन लॉ आपकी बहुत तारीफ कर रही थी, वो इतने सेंटेंस में वहां पे उनका जो फैमिली लाइफ में उसमें चेंजेस नजर आएगा। तो यार मेरी सास मेरी पीछे से तारीफ करती है, तो विच इज सोशल वर्क। और यही चीज इस बहुत अच्छी लगती है। रही बात अगर मैं जर्नी की बात करूं तो रियली डिफिकल्ट कहाँ नहीं था, भगवान ने भी स्ट्रगल किया था, तो हम तो क्या चीज है। भगवान कृष्ण, भगवान राम, सीता माता, कोई भी एग्जाम्पल ले लो, तो स्ट्रगल तो हम तो, और महिलाओं को शक्ति के नाम से पुकारा गया है। शक्ति, वाकई में हम शक्ति है। और आज की अगर मैं बात करूं तो समय बदल चुका है, हम अबला नहीं है, हम बेचारे नहीं हैं, हमें हमारी फाइट खुद लड़नी होती है। जैसे कि अभी डॉक्टर सुरभि ने बहुत सारे एग्जाम्पल्स दिए थे, और हमें कैसे लड़ना है हमें सबको पता है। आपको अंदर से स्ट्रॉन्ग बनाना है, विच इज मैटर। और एक मुझे ब्यूटी इंडस्ट्री के लिए थोड़ा सा, अगर आप लोग है और मेरी बात कहीं गवर्नमेंट तक पहुंचती है, तो मैं जरूर कहना चाहूंगी कि ब्यूटी इंडस्ट्री का इतना बड़ा योगदान अगर इंडियन इकोनॉमी में है, तो हम लोगों को मतलब लाइक गवर्नमेंट को ऑफिशियल कॉलेजेस होने चाहिए। एक सर्टिफाइड, आज फॉरेन कंट्रीज में ब्यूटी इंडस्ट्री, ब्यूटी पार्लर्स चलाना इट्स नॉट इजी टास्क, बिकॉज उनको लाइसेंस चाहिए, बट इंडिया में खुला चल रहा है। थोड़ा सा कोर्स किया, 1 वीक कोर्स किया, 15 डेज कोर्स किया, और दे स्टार्टेड ऑन हेयर सैलून, तो विच इज वेरी रॉन्ग, क्योंकि वहां पे आपको नेगेटिव पॉजिटिव दोनों ही रिव्यूज मिलते हैं। अगर आप अच्छी सर्विसेज नहीं देते हो और किसी का फेस खराब हो जाता है, इवन छोटा सा अगर सर्विस लेते कि आईब्रोज के 2 बाल चले गए एक्स्ट्रा, सी योर फेस, कितना चेंजेस आता है। किसी की शादी है और वो मेकअप बिगड़ गया, एवर लाइफ वो आपको एक नेगेटिव मेमोरी के साथ याद करेंगे। और अगर आपने बहुत अच्छा मेकअप किया तो बच्चे के बच्चे भी हो जाएंगे तो भी आपको एक पॉजिटिव और बहुत अच्छी एनर्जी के साथ में आपको याद करेंगे। सो इसमें लाइसेंस होना चाहिए, सर्टिफाइड ग्रेजुएटेड कोर्सेज के लिए लिमिटेड कॉलेज है वो अनलिमिटेड, मतलब एवरी सिटी, एवरी टाउन, एवरी विलेजेस होना चाहिए। सेकेंड थिंग, मेरा पेन, अगर हेयर कट नहीं होता है, मेल और फीमेल, बियर्ड नहीं बनती है, आईब्रोज नहीं बनती है, क्लीनिंग और फेशियल्स और ये सब नहीं होते हैं, तो सोचो, एक इमेजिन करो, या आपके बाल बिगड़ गए, बियर्ड बिगड़ गया, तो इमेजिन करो आप कैसे लगोगे। तो क्या ये आर्ट नहीं है? अच्छा हेयर कट आर्ट नहीं है? मेकअप अच्छा आर्ट नहीं है? तो इंडियन गवर्नमेंट पद्मश्री, पद्म विभूषण और अच्छे अवार्ड्स जो देते हैं, भारत रत्न, क्यों इस इंडस्ट्री को कला नहीं माना जाता? क्यों इस इंडस्ट्री को सम्मानित नहीं किया जाता? ये मेरा पेन है। और अगर मेरी कहीं आवाज जाए, क्योंकि हर बार हम एक पत्थर मारेंगे तो कहीं तो पहुंचेगा, हर बार एक हाइट मिलेगी, एक फिट करके कहीं शायद हम पहुंच जाए, तो हर बार मेरी ये, जब भी मुझे कहीं पब्लिकली स्पेस मिलता है तो डेफिनेटली मेरी ये बात मैं रखती हूँ। तो ब्यूटी इंडस्ट्री को पहचान देने के लिए, इस कला को सम्मानित करने के लिए हम लोगों ने अभियान चलाए थे बहुत सारे, पद्मश्री, पद्म विभूषण के लिए, और आगे भी डेफिनेटली हम काम करेंगे। हमारी एसोसिएशन जो है वो काम करती है और हम करेंगे। तो डेफिनेटली आई लव माय प्रोफेशन। बहुत सारी चीजें फेस करनी पड़ती है। और एक चीज और मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि सफर में क्या फेस किया। तो अनीता जी, कई बार मैं ट्रैवल बहुत करती हूँ, बिकॉज आई लव पीपल। मैं सेमिनार्स बहुत सारे, मल्टीपल, मतलब जहाँ जगदलपुर की बात करूँ, नक्सलवादी इलाके में, आज से 15 साल पहले, जहाँ शायद वहाँ का फर्स्ट सेमिनार था, तो तब हमने ब्यूटिशियंस को वहाँ पे सेमिनार दिया था मैंने। बहुत ट्रैवल किया। सिर्फ एक चीज, जब जाते हैं तो जहां तक नहीं बोलते हैं कि मैं ब्यूटिशियन हूँ, तब तक तो ठीक है, लेकिन जैसे ही जो भी साथ में मेल ट्रैवल करते हैं, सपोज इवन टीटी को ही पकड़ लीजिए एक छोटे से एग्जाम्पल में, या कहीं भी, तो उसका जो देखने का नजरिया है वो चेंज हो जाता है। उसके दिमाग में पता नहीं क्या आता है। तो जो नजरिया है वो आज भी, चाहे कितना ही आगे बढ़े हो, वो आज भी नजरिया जो है हमें फेस करना पड़ता है। इसीलिए मैंने नेचुरोपैथ किया था कि मुझे डॉक्टर डिग्निटी लगानी है, लेकिन नेचुरोपैथ करने का रीजन भी मेरा यही था कि मुझे इंटरनल एंड एक्सटर्नल ब्यूटी तो हम संभाल ही रहे हैं, लेकिन इंटरनल ब्यूटी अगर हम पढ़ेंगे और वेल एजुकेट तरीके से अगर सर्व करते हैं, बिकॉज आपके फेस पे जो कुछ भी आता है, सपोज पिगमेंटेशन आता है, पिंपल्स आता है, या डलनेस आती है, तो ऑल अबाउट इनसाइड योर हेल्थ। इंटरनल हेल्थ जब तक आप नहीं समझेंगे, एक्सटर्नली हम ट्रीटमेंट जो देते हैं वो बहुत टेम्पररी फेस होता है। नेचुरोपैथ इसीलिए किया था। इट इज रियली गुड जर्नी। फैमिली से सफर सबको करना पड़ता है, तो ऐसी जर्नी मैं नहीं सुनाना चाहूंगी यहाँ पे बिकॉज इट्स कॉमन, सभी के साथ में रहता है। और बहुत सारी चीजें हम लोग लेकिन आज जहाँ पे जिस मुकाम पे है, आई एम सो हैप्पी। हर जन्म में ईश्वर मुझे लेडी ही बनाए, महिला ही बनाए, मैं ये चाहूंगी। Thank you so much.
So beautiful.
Thank you so much.
So beautiful. I'm thinking we should change the title of this session, not skill showcase, but talent showcase. Because really speaking, what you're displaying here today is a talent. And it's so much internally aligned with your sense of purpose in life that you cannot think of it some skill you have to acquire. No, it's a talent you have to express from within. And it's like beauty. It's not something that you can paint on your face, but it's something that comes from within. And we, enhance that which comes from within. So it's amazing talent you're showcasing. But my next talent showcase is now Vaishali Sinha. There's a lot of talent over there that we have already seen in your introduction. Tell us something more about your talent. I think you can use this one. Vaishali.
Yeah. So thank you so much for having me here. It's a pleasure to share the same stage with all of you here. Well, to start with, so this family thing which we have been hearing. By default, मेरे साथ ऐसा कुछ issues हुआ नहीं है. My parents have been supporting all throughout. So my mother being a woman again, she has been working and stuff. दो चीजें मैंने देखी है इंडस्ट्री में. फिल्म का नाम आता है तो लोगों को लगता है हो आप फिल्म बनाने जाओगे, फिल्म वाले लोग तो ऐसे होते हैं, फिल्म में जो बनाते हैं वो वैसे होते हैं, आप उस इंडस्ट्री में जाओगे या आप उस इंडस्ट्री से हो. So this is a taboo which I think we need to throw out from our head, first of all, because being a male dominant or female dominant, I never thought myself in any inch or any ounce below any man. So probably I sustained the field because where I come from, production design, art direction, it's like there is no 9 to 5, there is no timeline, there is no food timeline. I love food, but still there is no food timeline. But then the thing is,
even today there's no food timeline for lunch.
But the thing is, if you really want to do something, I think you can do. That's what I feel. My journey, began when I was, of course, very young. So I have a fine arts background, painting, photography, videography. Then I went to France when I was probably 20 years old. And tab se bahari hu, so have been independent throughout. Probably somewhere I got that freedom. That's why I stayed humble, or I am what I am today. There was no restrictions from my parents' side. They thought ki probably theek hai. She has reached an age limit. She's okay to take her own calls. She's okay to take her. That belief probably somewhere helped me to be or to do what I am doing today, like filmon ka naam aata hai to log kehte hain ki drugs hai industry mein. Lately we have been hearing a lot of things. Kahan nahi hai? We all know. But why to target a certain field? Jabki after agriculture, this particular place generates most employment. So if you don't know, it's not only about actors. We have makeup artists, we have production designers like us, we have directors, producers, ek spot boy se leke ek director tak. So we have a lot of kind of employment there. Coming back to women, yes, there are less women in every field. Before coming here, I was doing a data check. The employment of women in this country is 19.73%. That is the mere amount that those people who work, like women who work. Why? Jab hamari literacy rate 80% hai, why are we? Why do we work so less? So there is a gap somewhere probably, which we have to mend, which we ourselves have to think. I know, of course, it's not always easy. There were questions and all, but then it's like, अगर कोई negativity आती है तो मेरे कान बंद हो जाते हैं अपने आप. So it never happened. क्योंकि आपको बोलना है, आप बोलते रहो. It doesn't matter, because the main thing is, if my parents are supportive, if my family is supportive, then it's okay with me. हाँ, झगड़े तो होते रहते हैं, like different human beings, so there is a different thought of mind, so that happens, but then you overcome that. So recently there is a development where I have shifted my base into a bit of political base, politics. So that is another thing which is dominated by men. So by default, it has been happening कि भाई आपको वही choose होता है जहाँ पे आदमी लोग ज़्यादा. It's okay. Doesn't matter. It's like all what you give. It's all what within yourself it is. When I went to Bombay, I'll be very precise of what I have done, since we are running out of time. When I went to Bombay, it took me 2 days to get into production designing. My first film was Rowdy Rathore. Just to be precise, I assisted as a production designer. मेरे अलावा कोई लड़की नहीं थी उधर, लेबर से लेके टॉप क्लास तक. So it was only men. रात के 12 बजे, रात के 1 बजे, रात के 3 बजे. So there you can't differentiate. अगर equality चाहिए तो equal होना पड़ेगा somehow, I feel. So there I had to stay on set, on ground, and work with them and fight off every day is like, what you do. But yes, it was fun. So after Rowdy, many other films happened. Gabbar is Back, Special 26, Margarita with a Straw, and like 20-25 films, which I've done in past 10 years. And I plan to keep doing the same thing. And I would really think, at times people look up to you. At times other people by default or actually I get messages, ma'am, aap itna kar rahe ho. We get we get inspired, and we also try to do. There are many messages Insta pe aate, Facebook pe aate, and I think that is an achievement in itself. कि अगर आप किसी की thought process बदल सकते हैं, आप किसी को इतना भी mindset change कर सकते हैं कि हाँ भाई आप उस चीज के लिए daring करो या उस line के आगे जाओ जिसको सब probably खतरनाक बोल के term करते हैं कि there is life beyond that. So I feel yes, there is every profession has its pros and cons, but it depends what you have passion in. So जहाँ passion है वहाँ तो कोई limitation होता ही नहीं है. So I would conclude saying that. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much. That was very interesting, your journey that you have traveled. And when I was thinking, when I was coming into the workforce, I was 21 years old. We had only option of being engineer, doctor, lawyer, and that too was mostly male dominated. And if anybody wanted to be anything else, it would have to be, But today the whole, scope of thousands of different kinds of careers and occupations and skills and talents that we have, and we can be who we are, from within, and we don't have to necessarily conform to being a doctor, engineer, and lawyer. So it's wonderful the way you followed your own heart and found a career that truly expresses who you are, and you truly enjoy it and brings you closer to what we are now calling ikigai. It's living in alignment with your ikigai, and that's how I see you working. But we have still a lot more skills on the board here and a lot more talents here on the board. I'm going to ask Madhubala Sharma, I'm going to ask you to share with us all the wonderful talents you possess so that it can inspire so many of the people in the audience. And there's a mic for you here.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. A very, very good afternoon and a very happy International Women's Day to all of you, the occasion for which we're really having this conference. And it feels amazing to be a part of such an esteemed, panelists. So grateful to meet all of you. I got special credits for, supporting the Margarita with a straw, the woman who played the girl with blindness. So she observed me. So there's the small connect there. Thank you. I will talk about the question was primarily challenges and, what are the skills that I have, and maybe something that all of us can take away as women, as people in the industry, as men, as allies or supporters, and most of all as human beings. I love to call myself, so my husband is a software engineer, and I was in the space of learning and development, now diversity, equity, inclusion. So I love to call myself the human minds engineer. So so that's a little bit of engineering that I would love to do here today. So like you all are aware, born and raised in New Delhi, my parents, we are Himachalis. Himachal is a beautiful place, and parents born and raised there. My dad came for a government job here, and we stayed in Delhi because my parents were blessed with a unique challenge of two girls, my elder sister and then I came, girls, and who happened to be totally blind. So girls and disability, two difficult things handed over to them. They took it gracefully. So अपनी कोई बड़ाई नहीं करूंगी यहाँ पे, जहाँ मैं हूँ जो हूँ, parents की बड़ाई है सबसे पहले तो, because they nurtured us right, like how you nurture a plant. They nurtured us right and got us where we are today. We have a younger brother also. He can see. I'm married. My husband and my husband's also totally blind. Like I said, he's an engineer. He works in a fintech process, so financial and technical. लोग सोचते हैं कि disability के साथ ये नहीं हो सकता, वो नहीं हो सकता, but yeah, he does that as well. We have a 15-year-old son who can see, and yeah, I take this applause as a compliment, and I look pretty and young. Thank you. Feels, yeah, of course. I mean, sitting next to a makeup artist, I do feel a little complex, but पहले पता होता तो आपको बोल देते थोड़ा सजा दो। जीरो मेकअप के पास ऐसे आके बैठ जाओ, गलत बात है ना।
Gorgeous the way you are.
Thank you. So, challenges that we really face, you know, in the disability space and this kind of society that we are in, we've progressed a lot. अभी तक challenges होते हैं, ये मत करो, वो मत करो. Unfortunately, when we have a disability, the bigger challenge is expectations are very low. Very, very low expectations in the sense, ये अच्छा दिखता नहीं, ये सूरदास है. अपनी कोई पहचान ही नहीं बनके रहती, हमारा नाम ही सूरदास रख दिया जाता है कई बार, राइट? या टीचिंग कर लेंगे, या सड़कों पे हो सकता है भीख मांग ले, या घर पे बैठे रहो. वेरी वेरी लो एक्सपेक्टेशंस. और अगर इतना सा भी काम कर ले, बोतल खोल के पानी पी लिया, अरे इसने अपने आप ये कर लिया, यू नो, अरे यहां से वहां चल के चले, ओ ये भी हंसती है. So those are, I haven't faced these challenges in a big way, but I'm talking about the theme this year for Women's Day is equity, right? And being able to bring in that equity. मैं ये नहीं कह रही कि equality दो, equity हमें लानी जरूरी है. जैसे घर में खाना बनता है, 9 महीने का बच्चा है और बाकी सब बड़े लोग हैं, खाना बनेगा, 9 महीने के बच्चे को आप राजमा चावल, राजमा पराठा ऐसे तो नहीं खिला दोगे ना, उसकी जरूरतों के हिसाब से उसको आप खिलाओगे. That is equity, not equality. If you promote equality, you'll say सबको खाना एक जैसे देना चाहिए. भाई तेरे दांत है नहीं है, चबा, जैसे मर्जी चबा, हम क्या करें, हम तो equality दे रहे हैं, right? So bring that equity to whatever we do. And how can we bring that equity? By giving people what they need, by removing those barriers, systemic, policy, attitudinal, whatever they may be, and expect people to perform their best. Because ultimately, if I can't see, there are so many other things that I can do. So why start with this point that, oh, because you can't see, so you won't be able to do this, that, and that. Can we focus on what I can do? And can we then start crafting, removing barriers in education system? I'm reminded of when I wanted to pursue psychology in college, I was told, no, you can't do this because there are practicals. And so I had to settle on English literature. I did not have so much energy maybe at that point in time to fight. थोड़ा बदमाश भी थी, थोड़ी मस्ती भी करनी थी. तो मैंने कहा जो मिल रहा है settle कर लो. I used to sell Oriflame stuff, यहाँ वहाँ थोड़ी marketing करती थी, कुछ backlawns में बैठ के और काम करने का time मिल जाता था, तो English पढ़ ली. Not that English was very easy, not that there weren't challenges there, you know, technology was not that advanced. I had to struggle to get my books as well. Last minute, you know, exam से एक हफ्ते पहले तक मुझे recorded books कई बार नहीं मिलती थी. वो सब challenges होते थे, लेकिन उन सबको face करते हुए, you know, I did it, and I've finally been able to open doors for many others with disability as well, and tell so many people that, hey, we can do this, and this. Just give us the opportunity. Don't put us in a showcase there and say, she's inspirational. Or don't have low expectations from me. With that, and then the last thing that I want to say is skills that I have tried to imbibe, and y'all can imbibe. I'm a big fan of acronyms. So I want to leave you with an acronym called COOL. Be cool, right? Cool, COOL. Cool in the true sense of the word cool, right? Because garmiyan bhi aa rahi hain. And cool in the sense that, number one, we need to have compassion. Compassion for everyone. It's one step beyond empathy. When we have selfless compassion is when we can see the potential in others as well. That's what we need. Second is openness. Openness for opportunities, being open to exploring new opportunities, being open to giving new opportunities, being open to enabling new opportunities, being open to have a new paradigm, have a new nazariya that we were talking about. The next O stands for ownership. If I don't own up for myself today, nobody else will. So I need to own my challenges, my struggles, and then solutions thereafter. So solutions भी मेरे निकलेंगे. मैं अगर बच्चा भी अगर रोएगा नहीं तो माँ दूध नहीं पिलाएगी. So if I have a challenge, मैं बोलूंगी नहीं, like we were discussing in the previous panel, तो मुझे मिलेगा नहीं. So I should be happy and willing to open or to speak up and own that up. And L would stand for love. Love thyself. If you won't love yourself, एक कहावत है, कहते हैं कि people treat you the way you teach them to treat you. So love yourself. And on that note, I want all of you to give yourself a hug. Give yourself a hug and pat on your back and say, I love myself. Embrace yourself, love yourself, and everyone will love you. So that's my cool advice to you. Thank you.
Wow, Madhubala. There's a standing ovation there for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think you came across like a cool breeze, fresh, cool breeze. I experienced you like that. It was amazing. And yeah, it was just another cool breeze, a lovely cool breeze. Yes. And yeah, it's taken the hunger, a little bit of the heat off the hunger. So we got so absorbed in what you were saying and completely engaged with what you were saying. So I'm going to ask Dr. Sunita Chauhan, and Sanchita I've kept for last because I know she's the best, So Dr. Sunita Chauhan, please, we'd love to hear from you. Just pass the mic, please. Yes, it's right here. It's all about some of the products you can see. There's a skill and a talent and a certain inspiration there too.
नमस्कार, जय श्री कृष्णा सबको. जैसा कि मुझे लग रहा है यहाँ पे आके ना इतना अच्छा सा फील हो रहा है, इतने एक्सपीरियंस लोग हैं और इतने एक्सपीरियंसेस शेयर कर रही हैं सब लेडीज, क्या प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, क्या चैलेंजेस उन्होंने फेस किया है. और सुबह जैसे मैम ने बोला ब्रेकिंग द मोल्ड, तो कोई ना कोई आपकी लाइफ में, आपके परिवार में, आपकी सोसाइटी में, आपकी ऑफिस में होता है, आपके आसपास होता है जो उस मोल्ड को ब्रेक करता है, या आप खुद होते हैं. तो मैं ये बताना चाहूंगी और बहुत इस बात को बहुत श्रद्धा से और बहुत चेरिश करते हुए मैं आपको बताते हुए बहुत गौरवान्वित महसूस कर रही हूँ कि हमारे समाज में, राजपूत समाज में गर्ल्स को पढ़ाया नहीं जाता है. और इवन मेरी मम्मी को पर्दे में, मतलब जो शादियां होने के बाद में पर्दे में रहना होता है, कहीं आना जाना नहीं होता है, सर से पल्लू सरकना नहीं चाहिए. लेकिन वी वर 4 सिस्टर्स, बट हमारे फादर ने वो मोल्ड को तोड़ा. ही टोल्ड कि नहीं, मेरी 4 बेटियां हैं, मैं इनको बेटे के जैसे पढ़ाऊंगा, और ये जब तक अपने पैर में खड़ी नहीं हो जाती हैं, मैं इनकी शादी के बारे में कोई मेरे से बात नहीं करेगा. सब उनको इतना कहते थे. आपको पता है हमारी कॉलोनी में मतलब लड़के जो काम नहीं किया करते थे, हम लड़कियां वो करा करती थी. आई यूज्ड टू ड्राइव. सबसे पहले पूरी कॉलोनी में आई वाज द फर्स्ट वन who learned to drive Limrada scooter of my papa. मतलब लोग दूसरे बच्चों, मतलब बाकी अंकल लोग कहने लग गए थे, देखो तुम्हारे छोरे के, मतलब ऐसे कहते हैं हमारे हड़ौती में कि मतलब उनकी छोरी स्कूटर चला रही है और आपके छोरे कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं, है ना. तो देसी उन्हें कुछ नहीं आ रहा है, और देखो तो सारा काम अपने आप से करना है साइकिल लेकर के. और मतलब सो दैट वाज, मतलब मैं चेरिश करती हूँ कि हमारे पेरेंट्स को और मदर ने इतना सपोर्ट किया. और तो इसलिए आज हम ये, उन्होंने हमें बचपन से ही सिखाया कि पढ़ना है, और संस्कार जो हमारे होते हैं वो हमें उसी आगे बढ़ने की प्रेरणा देते हैं. और उनके मन में था कहीं ना कहीं डॉक्टर, मेडिकल फील्ड में जाना है. तो मैंने 2 बार ड्रॉप, मैंने एक बार ड्रॉप भी किया 12th के बाद में, 2 उसके बाद भी दिया बीएससी के साथ भी, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली कहीं कहीं मार्जिन से रह जाती थी. लेकिन पापा बीच में चले गए हम सबको छोड़ के. तो मेरा ये था कि नहीं, मुझे डॉक्टर बनना है. पापा का सपना था, उन्होंने इतना संघर्ष किया था हमारे लिए. तो आई समहाउ कंप्लीटेड माय पीएचडी डिग्री और फिर मेरा जो है आध्यात्मिक उसमें बहुत इंटरेस्ट है, तो मैं I love to read the scriptures and discuss about the things with different लोगों के जो एक्सपीरियंस्ड और रिलीजियस लोग हैं, या जो साइंटिफिक वे में उसको कैसे समझते हैं, इसका क्या साइंटिफिक एंगल है, एक ही चीज को 10 जगह से पढ़ना फिर एनालाइज करना मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है। तो मैंने इसलिए आप देखेंगे कि हमारे हिंदू उसमें कहा जाता है कि हमारा जो जीवन है वो 4 आश्रमों में है, गृहस्थ आश्रम है ना, और आपका दाम्पत्य आश्रम, देन वानप्रस्थ आश्रम, संन्यास आश्रम। तो जब आप 40s में आ रहे हो तो जरा सोचो, आज तक आपने समाज से, परिवार से लिया है, अब आपको कुछ देना भी चाहिए समाज और परिवार के लिए। तो उसके लिए हमें अपने और वो जो सेटिस्फेक्शन है, मतलब हम अपनी फैमिली के लिए और खुद के लिए जो कर रहे हैं, हमें दायरा थोड़ा उसका बढ़ाना चाहिए। पहले हम शुरू में अपने लिए एजुकेशनल क्वालिफिकेशंस गेन कर रहे हैं, अपनी सर्विस देख रहे हैं, अपनी शादी हो रही है, अपना फैमिली, अपना घर, है ना। अब परिवार से थोड़ा बाहर निकले, मेरे पड़ोस में मैं क्या कर सकती हूँ, समाज में क्या कर सकती हूँ। तो इस तरह से हमें चेंज उस तरह आने का आपको ना एक वो मिलती है, हिम्मत मिलती है और पहचान भी मिलती है। और सबसे बड़ी बात कि जब आप ये करने लगते हो तो घर में आपको फ्रिक्शंस भी फेस करने होते हैं, क्योंकि मैंने देखा योगा मैंने सीखा और उसके बाद में गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉय होते हुए भी मैंने पब्लिक क्लासेस लेने जाती थी। तो सुबह सुबह 5 बजे चले जाना है, 5 से 6, 6:30, क्योंकि 9:30 बजे मेरा ऑफिस है। उससे पहले घर, फैमिली और सारी चीज मैनेज करनी है। तो घर में हस्बैंड लोग बड़ा गुस्सा करते थे, ये क्या। तो शुरू में दिक्कत आती है, लेकिन हम क्या करते हैं, जब हमारे पास बहुत सारे काम, हम खुद से डिटरमिन्ड होते हैं ना कि नहीं मुझे ये करना है, तो हम मैनेजमेंट अपने आप ही वो होने लगता है कि हमें क्वालिटी टाइम और क्वांटिटी टाइम एक होता है ना, कि आपका पहले से सब कुछ डिसाइडेड होता है। मेरा क्लास में ही कि आज मुझे शाम को क्या बनाना है, दिन में क्या करना है, लंच के लिए क्या प्रिपरेशन करनी है। और धीरे धीरे जब आपके बच्चे बड़े होते हैं तो उनका सपोर्ट भी मिलने लगता है। हम लोग घर में अग्निहोत्र किया करते हैं, तो मैं क्लासेस में जाती हूँ तो मेरा छूट जाता, तो मुझे बड़ा अफसोस होता था। तो मेरी छोटी बच्ची है, आप जानेंगे, शी इज इन 4th स्टैंडर्ड एंड शी कैन डू। अगर मेरी दिया बत्ती आरती टाइम से नहीं हुई है तो शी विल डू मैनेज, मम्मी डोंट वरी आई हैव डन। तो वो एक मतलब अपने आप ना एक संस्कार जो है हमें मिले हैं, हम आगे उसको परकुलेट करें। और जो मेरा फील्ड है, क्योंकि रिसर्च का, तो आई लव माय, ये पैशन की बात जैसे करें, आई डिड माय MSc इन माइक्रोबायोलॉजी। तो मेरा बहुत रिसर्च के ऊपर बड़ा था कि मुझे रिसर्च में जाना है। तो आई एम अ रिसर्चर इन द गवर्नमेंट ऑफिस, बट वहाँ लिमिटेशंस हैं कि अपना 9 to 5 का जॉब होता है जनरली गवर्नमेंट ऑफिस में, लोग ऐसा इमेजिन करके चलते हैं। लेकिन रिसर्च में ये नहीं है। अगर आपका कोई एक्सपेरिमेंट करना है, चल रहा है, आपको ऑब्जर्वेशन लेनी है 24 आवर्स 48 आवर्स, तो फिर वो आपको देखना है, तो वो आपको कैसे मैनेज करना है। तो वो पैशन अगर आपका है तो यू कैन मैनेज, और फिर वो चीजें आपस में धीरे धीरे सपोर्ट होने लगता है। मैम ने जैसे सुबह बताया था, हु एम आई, आइडेंटिफाई कि आप कौन हैं और आपका मोटो क्या है। जब आपको ये क्लियर विजन आ जाता है, क्लैरिटी आ जाती है, तो मैं ये जानती हूँ भगवान कृष्ण ने हमें ये मानव शरीर दिया है, तो हम कौन है, हम एक सोल है, और अल्टीमेट ऑब्जेक्टिव है हमें तो सुपर सोल के साथ जाके मिल जाना है ना, वर्षा की बूंद को जाके सागर में गिर जाना है। तो हमें जो भी करना है, जो भी कर्म करने हैं, वो कृष्ण भावना भावित करने हैं। हमें भगवान ने किसी को निमित्त बना के भेजा है, तो हमें जो भी हम अपने फील्ड में कर रहे हैं पूरी ऑनेस्टी के साथ अच्छे से कर पाए। मैंने एक छोटी सी कविता भी लिखी है, पोयम है महिला दिवस को और इन सब चीजों को क्लब करते हुए। अगर मैम अलाउ करेंगे तो आई विल ट्राई टू शेयर। और फिर थोड़ा सा मेरा शोकेसिंग है अबाउट दी हैंडमेड पेपर मेकिंग। आई डोंट मतलब मैं ब्रीफ करने की कोशिश करूंगी, शायद थोड़ा टाइम ज्यादा ना लग जाए। या जहां होती हो स्त्री की पूजा, जहां होती हो स्त्री की पूजा, ऐसा देश है ना दूजा। धरती प्रकृति गाय और नदिया, धरती प्रकृति गाय और नदिया, सभी को है यहाँ माँ का दर्जा। बंदे हैं सब जो दूध का कर्जा, निभाते हैं सब अपने अपने फर्ज, न जाने ऐसे हैं कितने तर्ज, न जाने ऐसे हैं कितने तर्ज। यानी हजारों एग्जांपल्स आपको इंडिया में मिले। अब भी रूम में ही देखो सुरभि मैम, आप सब एक से बढ़कर एक एग्जाम्पल्स है सबके लिए। सर्वोपरि है गंगा मैया, सर्वोपरि है गंगा मैया, मरणोपरांत है जिनकी छैया, प्रकृति और वनस्पति प्रेम, चिपको आंदोलन है जिसकी फेम। गौ माता की ऐसी धूम, मल और मूत्र को भी लेते चूम, मातृभूमि की वो आन और शान, हंसते हंसते हो जाए बलिदान। भला कौन है, भला कौन है इनसे ऊंचा, जहां होती हो स्त्री की पूजा, ऐसा देश है ना दूजा। नर से पहले नारी का नाम, माता पिता या सीताराम, सबसे ऊपर उमापति शंकर, सबसे ऊपर उमापति शंकर, रूप है जिनका अर्धनारीश्वर। भला कौन है इनसे ऊंचा, जहां होती हो स्त्री की पूजा, ऐसा देश है ना दूजा, भारत देश। झांसी की रानी लक्ष्मीबाई या हो अहिल्याबाई होलकर, क्या कहूं मैं बोलकर, क्या कहूं मैं बोलकर, शीश झुक जाता है कर जोड़कर, शीश झुक जाता है कर जोड़कर। स्वर सम्राज्ञी मंगेशकर लता, उनका जादू किसको नहीं पता। भला कौन है इनसे ऊंचा, जहां होती हो स्त्री की पूजा, ऐसा देश है ना दूजा। भरत, भरत के बारे में आप जानते हैं, जिनके नाम पे भारत देश नाम पड़ा है। भरत ने सीखा माँ शकुंतला से शेरों के साथ खेलना, माता जानकी का लव कुश को यूं अकेले पालना, कि अयोध्यापति श्री राम को भी ना आया टालना, उन्हें भी युद्ध के मैदान में आना पड़ा लव कुश के सामने। छत्रपति शिवाजी ने जो ली मुगलों से टक्कर, छत्रपति शिवाजी ने जो ली मुगलों से टक्कर, ये जीजाबाई जी की ममता ही थी सबसे हटकर। बालक ध्रुव का वो विशाल तप, बालक ध्रुव का वो विशाल तप, भला कैसे होता संभव, जो ना होती माता सुनीति की सीख। नश्वर पिता की नहीं, शाश्वत परमेश्वर की गोद ही है सबसे ठीक, शाश्वत परमेश्वर की गोद ही है सबसे ठीक। भला कौन है इससे ऊंचा, जहां होती हो स्त्री की पूजा, ऐसा देश है ना दूजा। लास्ट अंतरा देखिएगा। तो आओ, आज हम सब महिला दिवस मना रहे हैं, तो आओ इस महिला दिवस को विशेष बनाएं, तो आओ इस महिला दिवस को विशेष बनाएं। बालिका शिक्षा और संस्कारीकरण की अलख जगाएं, हर कन्या को सुनीति और जीजाबाई बनाएं, तब होंगे घर घर में पैदा छत्रपति शिवाजी, भरत और लवकुश जैसे जांबाजी। भला कौन है इनसे ऊंचा, जहां होती हो स्त्री की पूजा, ऐसा देश है ना दूजा, ऐसा देश है।
थैंक यू,
थैंक यू मैम। और थोड़ा सा हैंडमेड पेपर सेक्टर में हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, तो उसका मैंने सैंपल्स दिखाए हैं, कुछ पीपीटी भी था। कैन आई शो इट?
we have time. Do we have
Yeah.
time? No, it's up to Neelam,
That's why.
the time
By
manager.
running.
How much time do you need?
It's 5-6 minutes.
5-6 minutes. 2 minutes में कर दीजिए.
Okay, just running, just running.
Multi-talented.
Thank you.
Researcher, yoga teacher, handmade paper products,
This is
poet, multiple talents.
Pointer. Thank you. This paper, everything. पेपर के बारे में इंट्रोडक्शन है, तो मैं उसके बारे में ज्यादा नहीं बोलूंगी। पेपर बहुत इंडिस्पेंसिबल पार्ट है, और किसी ये पर कैपिटा कंजम्पशन हमने दिखाया था, डिमांड ऑफ फॉरेस्ट बेस्ड रॉ मटेरियल्स, क्योंकि जो हम कन्वेंशनल पेपर यूज करते हैं उसमें बहुत सारा पेपर इंडस्ट्री में डिफॉरेस्टेशन होता है, उसकी वजह से बहुत सारी पोल्यूशन प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग इश्यूज हैं। तो अल्टरनेट ऑप्शन क्या है? हैंडमेड पेपर मेकिंग। हैंडमेड पेपर मेकिंग में हम क्या कर सकते हैं? देखिए, आई एम कमिंग टू द, ये हैंडमेड इंडस्ट्री, इंडियन हैंडमेड पेपर इंडस्ट्री का वो सेगमेंट है, ये सब छोड़ के मैं आई एम कमिंग टू द पॉइंट। हैंडमेड पेपर इज सस्टेनेबल, ये एक सस्टेनेबल ऑप्शन है। सबसे मेजर बात है कि यहाँ पे 35% वुमेन पार्टिसिपेशन है करंटली, और ऐसा सिंपल इसमें ये इट इज अ साइंस एज वेल एज एन आर्ट, है ना, ये एक कला भी है और एक विज्ञान भी है। तो और ब्यूटी हैंडमेड पेपर की ये है कि आप इसमें एनवायरनमेंट को सेव कर रहे हो, अपना इनोवेशन डाल सकते हो, सिंपल हैंडमेड पेपर से इनोवेटिव प्रोडक्ट्स बना सकते हो, आपको फ्रीडम है, किसी भी रॉ मटेरियल को लेकर के आप ले सकते हैं। आपके जो लोकली अवेलेबल लिग्नोसेल्यूलोजिक वेस्ट बायोमास हैं, जैसे कि एग्रीकल्चर वेस्ट है, जो उनसे आप हैंडमेड पेपर्स बना सकते हो। अभी जैसे दिल्ली साइड में स्टबल की बहुत प्रॉब्लम है, राइस स्ट्रॉ वगैरह का जो बर्निंग है, उन सबको आप स्टॉप कर सकते हो, सस्टेनेबली उन्हें मैनेज कर सकते हो। ये बेसिक प्रोसेस था जो मैंने दिखाया था। ये अल्टरनेटिव रॉ मटेरियल्स हैं जिनके मैंने पेपर्स भी अभी आपको दिखा देती हूँ। This is how we are working at KNHPI. We are doing skilling part. We are imparting training for developing your own enterprise at Handmade Paper Institute, and happy कि हम लोग आप ISTD और IFTDO जो प्लेयर्स हैं इस फील्ड में, ट्रेनिंग सेक्टर में, वो अगर इस सेक्टर के साथ टेकअप करते हैं और फ्यूचर प्लान्स में उनके साथ कुछ जुड़ते हैं, हैंडमेड पेपर मेकिंग को लेते हैं, तो दे कैन प्ले अ ह्यूज रोल। हम लोग तो कुछ कर ही रहे हैं छोटे छोटे पार्ट में। थोड़ी थोड़ी ट्रेनिंग के जो एक्टिविटीज हैं आपको मैं दिखा सकती हूँ। ये हमने वुमेन स्पेसिफिक SHGs हैं, सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स हैं, उनको ट्रेनिंग हमने दी है कई सारी लेडीज को, एंड दे हैव सेट अप देयर ओन बिजनेस बाय कन्वर्टिंग स्मॉल पेपर गॉट फ्रॉम मार्केट। अगर आपके पास स्टार्टिंग में बिजनेस, आप अपना मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट नहीं लगा सकते हैं, यू कैन बाय द रेडीमेड शीट्स ऑफ पेपर देन कन्वर्ट देम इनटू वैल्यू एडेड प्रोडक्ट्स। ये देखिए, इस तरह से हमने बहुत सारे लोगों को ट्रेनिंग दी हुई है। इवन कोविड के टाइम पे भी कई लोगों को हमने ट्रेनिंग दी बिल्कुल फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट, जिसमें कि बहुत नॉमिनल फीस या तो लिया है, और गर्ल्स के लिए कई बार बहुत सारी स्कीम्स ऐसी रही हैं जिनमें हमने फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट ट्रेनिंग दी है, या बहुत नॉमिनल 200 रुपीज केवल रजिस्ट्रेशन फी लेके किया है। तो ये सारे हम वर्कशॉप्स हैं डिफरेंट यूनिवर्सिटी स्टूडेंट्स के लिए कंडक्ट करा हुए हैं। और अभी रिसेंटली देखिएगा आप, आई एम वेरी प्राउड टू शेयर दीज इमेजेस। कैन यू फाइंड अनीता मैम देयर? She has been there and she is a trained handmade paper manufacturer. So I'm very happy that she is on that position. She can work ahead and percolate this kind of business or training to not only to India but to the other countries also. So to conclude, handmade paper is socially responsible product, and it should be taken up, and it is very easy, simple technique. It can be utilized by rural employments, like rural unemployed youth, and even including women. They can be empowered with this technique, and I can show you the samples. I'm sorry, I'm taking up much time. This is the basic raw material, cotton hosiery waste, from which handmade paper is being made. Apart from this, like this kind of weed, you know, decorative plant, it is very, it is a weed. This can be used for making papers like this, which can be made into this kind of products. And similarly, we can even recycle the flower offerings of the temples and recycle them for making this kind of products to distribute the prasadam. Wow. This is from jute. ये आप देखें करीम, ये हमने बनाना से बनाए। ये सारे सैंपल्स आप लोग जब भी बीच में टाइम हो, टी ब्रेक में या लंच में, तब देख सकते हैं। ये कुछ प्रोटोटाइप प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जो हम इस तरह से बना रहे हैं। ये इस तरह के प्रोडक्ट्स भी बनाए जा सकते हैं, डायरीज, फोल्डर्स एंड ऑल। दिस इज फ्रॉम श्रेडेड करेंसी वेस्ट, इंडियन करेंसी। अभी जैसे नोटबंदी के बाद में जो नोट्स हैं, तो उनको रिसाइकिल करके पेपर्स बना सकते हैं, और फोल्डर्स, कैरी बैग्स एंड ऑल। अभी पॉलिथीन का कितना प्रॉब्लम है, तो आप पॉलिथीन को हम रिप्लेस कर सकते हैं, वी कैन रिप्लेस विद दी कैरी बैग्स।
These are biodegradable?
Yeah, these are biodegradable. And this is from rice straw. These are the papers from rice straw. This is from wheat straw. This is from bajra, all agro residues. This is from corn straw. भुट्टा आप खाते हैं, उसका जो छिलका होता है, उससे भी आप पेपर बना सकते हैं। हैंडमेड पेपर के अंदर ये ब्यूटी है कि आप किसी भी, इवन यू कैन यूज ओनियन पील ऑल्सो। तो उसमें कोई मतलब ऐसा नहीं है कि आपके पास बहुत अवेलेबिलिटी होना चाहिए रॉ मटेरियल का। आप अपना छोटे लेवल पे प्रोसेस, हम आपको ट्रेनिंग देंगे बिल्कुल। और अभी तो ये ISTD और IFTDO के साथ में डेफिनेटली दे विल फाइंड आउट सम चैनल, सम वे आउट, हाउ टू ट्रेन मोर एंड मोर पीपल, क्योंकि स्किलिंग,
I think we have just touched the tip of the iceberg over here, you know, and there's so much more to know.
And they have been there also with their team, a group, a small group of ladies, and they have undergone the exposure visits. Now,
further.
We have started ISP. We have already started this and we have been there and we have. Now we'll, in ISP also will do something. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
This is just the tip of the iceberg, and there's so much more, and there's so much more to learn and know about all the wonderful women here. And we've got the appetizer for your lunch. She's going to ignite the fire in your belly, and she's Sanchita. And over to you.
Hi, I'll try to make it
Where is this
short.
one?
Can you hear me?
This is
Because
it.
I'm not feeling comfortable holding it. I have to sit on. Okay. I'll really make it short and we can continue the conversation. I enjoy conversations more than presenting myself as some sort of inspiration. I hate being an inspiration. Right. I really don't need to talk about how I spend my night to inspire you to spend your day, like with it's referred to as inspirational porn in the disability discourse, that I may not have slept the entire night. I really don't need to talk about that to make you feel better during the day. So I would like to share my journey from law school. But before doing that, I would like to use this experience to emphasize on the significance of remolding. So it's not just breaking the mold, because there is a potter's wheel out there. It's like the way the society works, it's very automatic right now. So there's this conditioning, patriarchy, ableism, ageism, all of this churning, and it's producing a social structure automatically unless we break it and then we remold it the way we want. So sometimes breaking may not be an option because it's already being structured in a way that may be useful for us, partly. So we may just put our fingers here and there to remold it in a way that's useful for us. Taking something that from what Madhubala pointed out, the ownership bit. Nobody is going to take responsibility for the consequences you face. People would come up with, oh, you can't do this because you're a woman or you have a disability, but nobody would then come and say, oh, since you were a woman, you couldn't do it. It's okay. We are taking your responsibility, whatever you need financially or otherwise we would be providing you. That's not going to happen. So since that's not going to happen, let's take responsibility of our own lives and realize this, that in each moment, we have the opportunity to make a conscious choice. And we are making a conscious choice. We really can't say we were bound to do this, because that opportunity was never taken away from us. We chose not to do something in a situation, which is again completely fine. There are different ways of negotiating through spaces. I always give the example of a crowded Supreme Court corridor where so many lawyers are rushing to reach different courtrooms, right? It's a heritage building. You can't really do much about the corridor. So now somebody will push you. If somebody pushes you and you think you would react. So there would be times when you would choose to react. There would be times you'd be like, no, I'm running short of time. I need to reach that courtroom, and you would choose not to. Nothing is wrong about choosing not to, but to be conscious of the fact that you did make a choice there and you are going to be responsible for the consequences of it. And the consequences are not just for yourself. To also have that realization in mind, something that my experience in life showed it to me as well. When I was going through it, I really didn't know what those experiences would mean to me. So when I went to law school, I went with a disability that was invisible. So unlike Madhubala's case where the expectations are low, in my case, the expectations were not low. In my case, I was still expected to be that topper that I no longer was. I was a person who had brain fog, something that you would have now experienced during COVID, just multiplied by several times. I had that. I didn't remember what I ate. So that brain fog, for someone who had an excellent memory, for someone who would look at a page and remember verbatim what was written in that page, what was cut, what was, they would call me Rajdhani Express in class, because the moment a chapter was read and they would ask me questions, I would start answering it like, and then I would wait for the teacher to turn the page so that I can then again continue like that. Right. And from there, I reached a point where I was struggling, and I thought, when I reach that 100%, when I get my concentration back, then I'll again start studying. That never happened. There were people cursing me all around, that you are the one who's destroying your life, and you, etc., etc. I've never seen such a person, because my condition at that time was not diagnosed. It was a rare condition. It did not have any diagnostic tool. I was a woman and a teenager. That really didn't help in diagnosing. There were biases even in the minds of doctors, and I would like to highlight this, that there are many women with rare illnesses or disabilities who have experienced this, that their diagnosis comes much later than their male counterparts. So I went to law school with all these. I also developed diplopia in my left eye, which means I had double vision in my left eye. Amidst all this, when I was trying to make it work for myself, I would sit in library from morning till evening just to compensate. I would go back home, and again I would sit with books. If nothing happens, I would still keep the book open. I had no social life. I had difficulty in writing, which meant that I had to remember everything verbatim. Otherwise, I couldn't take the stress of writing. So I would hold a pen like this, and I would somehow write the exams, because my disability was not recognized. I could not get a scribe. So amidst all of this, since I was confident as a woman student, and the society around, I'm not naming the university where I went to, because those would be common in other universities as well, in other states as well. So what was happening was, I was the only confident woman in the class, and that was not really working for a teacher, and it was being targeted. So I used to feel miserable about my situation. Then I don't know how it happened, but I broadened my horizon, and I started thinking why it is happening to me. And I realized, because there are not many women like me around. Why are there not many women like me around? Because the spaces were so gendered. So in library, for example, there would be men sitting, and they would give those looks to any woman entering, that no woman would sit there. Again, there were those good girl, bad girl norms. So in canteen, nobody would be found, no woman would be found to be sitting there. There were amazing spaces that were not being utilized by women at all. So I thought, if women would start even using these spaces, it would bring so much confidence. If the segregation could be stopped in some way, it would bring so much confidence. I was being a student of a professional course. I was in the main campus. I didn't have to face that segregation, but the 75% of the students who were in a certain college were trapped inside. And I thought, and I had nothing to do with that college. So in that situation, I may have not even seen it as a problem. In that situation, I could have confined myself to what I was dealing with. I may not have had a gendered perspective to that, but thankfully I had it. And I started working. I picked up a cause that would seem legitimate to everyone, that why shouldn't these women students be at least allowed to use the library? So that's where it all started. And then there was this insider-outsider divide. So I couldn't speak it myself. So I would go inside, I would find students, and there were CCTV cameras all around. So it did require some sort of courage as well in those kind of situations, where there was a lot of surveillance around. Nobody really encouraged this kind of a movement. And then there was this signature. There was also a lot of internalization that was happening. I mean, students would say, but how can we go to the library, because we are allowed to go out only on Sundays, and library is closed on a Sunday. So to take them out from that entire process, that this is what we are asking for, and this is what is possible for you to get, to even let them understand that it was possible for them to, in that situation, to get all this. And then to basically pretend to be a student of that college, go to the vice chancellor, all that happened. It went to the HRD minister. He gave a direction to the university. And this all happened because I saw my experience as something which is affecting everyone, or the experience that is being, all the people's experience was affecting me. It was actually a part of the same whole experience. It also helped me to deal with my own personal experience, because my focus just, I didn't see myself as suffering all the time. My focus went to solving the bigger problem. And then the HRD minister's directive, and then I kept pushing the media persons to go after the vice chancellor. And this was like an entire advocacy campaign. Later on, I went to do my LLM, where they were giving us a presentation on how advocacy campaigns are launched, and I realized I had already done all that, where to use the media, etc. So then something was said by the vice chancellor, and someone filed a petition, and the present Chief Justice, who was at that time the Chief Justice of the High Court, gave a direction, and that's how that it happened. And that was the starting point of the entire change in the ecosystem of that university. And of course, I would keep going back, didn't leave it there. People trusted me so much, even after so many years. If they deal with any such issue where they need some sort of power, strength, they call me. And it's like, once I managed to stop a suicide from happening, because someone said Sanchita Di wants to talk to you, and the girl actually opened the door and spoke to me. So all of that happened, something that I couldn't have seen at that time, when I was myself dealing with my own issues. The other thing that happened was, of course, after law school, when I entered the profession. Now, of course, in litigation, you don't find, in the early years, you would still find women, but in the later years, when they reach their 30s, you wouldn't find many women around. The reason being, of course, one is that nobody really encourages women to take initiatives, do things on their own, right? I think for that we would need some conscious efforts around us to make women do that all the time, to break the whatever mold has already been created. So it's not just for us, it's for people around us as well. And in the process, we develop those skills that we would otherwise not have, like negotiation skills I developed during the course of those, talking to the professors, vice chancellors, etc. So whatever challenges I face, I mean, I face it on a regular basis. The fees I can ask for from a client, or during the younger days, I was not you won't find many women junior counsels arguing their own matters, because their seniors don't trust them with matters. Similarly with clients, when I was working under Mr. Salman Khurshid, at that time the clients could trust me with all of it. They would explain me every bit of it, what they were dealing with, whatever solution strategies I found for them, it worked for them. But now, of course, to get clients for myself is tough, and I think one should acknowledge that it is tough, because one is a woman, and if I acknowledge that I have a disability, then it would be even more tougher for me, and therefore I hide it. Thank you.
If you read her resume, it's so impressive. And I'm sure we would all vie for a resume like that. And for her having overcome all the odds that she did, and I know her story much deeper, and to get to that resume that she's got today is absolutely amazing. I've been advised by the High Command not to make any major remarks, because there's no time for that, and everybody's waiting. So I'm going to just hand over back to Neelam Panchal. Dr. Neelam Panchal, over to you. Please take charge. I think the session speaks for itself today.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Anita ji, Madhubala ji, Sunita ji, Neeta ji, Sanchita ji, Baushali ji, for a wonderful interaction that we have. Thank you. A big round of applause. And now it's time for lunch. We'll go for a quick lunch, and we'll be back in 15-20 minutes as soon as possible, so that we can start the next session, because we have international delegates also after this, and they are on time. So we'll make sure that in 15-20 minutes, if we can wrap up and come back. Thank you.
Ma'am, एक group photo.
can we have? Hey, no, इसकी तो board है ना? इसकी तो board
Good afternoon, one and all present over here, and welcome you all in this post-lunch session. Good afternoon. I request all the ladies and gentlemen to occupy their seats.
Lights, camera.
No action.
एक्शन है यहाँ तो.
So good afternoon, one and all present over here, dignitaries on the dais. I welcome here Dr. Avinash Chandra Joshi and Anita Chauhan ji for this cut-in razor ceremony of IPTDO 50th World Conference and Exhibition. Friends, IPTDO was founded in Geneva, Switzerland in 1972 in order to develop and maintain a worldwide network committed to the identification, development, and a transfer of the knowledge and skills and the technology to enhance the personal growth, human performance, productivity, and a sustainable development. I welcome you all. And with this, we would like to welcome Dr. Avinash Chandra Joshi. Dr. Avinash Chandra Joshi is NTPC Chair Professor for Center of Public Policy, Doon University, and our own, director acts or a former director of Indian Society for Training and Development. A very result-driven professional with a successful career planning and spanning nearly 4 decades in the power sector. Strong track record of improving the processes and procedures, skilled at developing and executing initiatives that drive the organizational growth and enhance the output. I request Dr. Helmi also to be over here. The proven ability to build the long-term relationships with the team members as well as internal and external shareholders by establishing a high level of confidence and trust. Sir is a postgraduate from Modern Indian History, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, and had been a faculty at IIT Roorkee, IIM Kashmir, IIM Sirmur, Lal Bahadur Shastri Academy, Missouri, UPS, Graphic Area, Dehradun, and having a vast experience and have visited the countries like US, Canada, UK, France, Germany, Italy, Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines, so on and so forth. We welcome you, sir, in this August gathering and in this ceremony. I would request Anita Chauhan ji for presenting moment.
Thank you, Dr. Panchal, for a very elaborate introduction. Thanks a lot.
Welcome, sir. Chris, Maxwell, and Heli Salam also. So we welcome you in this August gathering. Chris is an expert trainer, manager, the coach and a mentor, and we have Heli Salam, who also professor of I request Dr. Avinash to be in charge of the session.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Neelam Panchal, for introducing the cut and razor. In fact, you have already told that what IFTDO is all about. IFTDO is a world training body founded in 1972 in Geneva on similar lines as ISTD is. ISTD is looking after the L&D field and L&D domain in our country. Let me first welcome Dr. Helmi Salam, who is the president of IFTDO and in charge of the forthcoming conference from 13th to 15th of November in Cairo. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
In fact,
Thank you.
I am sorry for the delay in this program. Large number of participants, and I could see your enthusiasm, and you were all through and through. You were there in the program and looking after the activity. So we are grateful to you for being part of our program and giving it a true international color. Thank you, Dr. Helmi.
Thank you.
So introducing IFTDO. IFTDO was founded in the year 1972 in Geneva, and initially around 30 countries all over the world were the members. So around 30 countries of the world, including America, US, Asia, and Africa, were members of IFTDO. India has been a regular and continuous partner of IFTDO conferences. The first international conference was held in India in 1995. Then in 2004, late President Abdul Kalam was the chief guest. And in the year 2013, again, the conference was held in Ashoka Hotel, New Delhi. I was also part of that. And it was, the chief guest was our earlier president, Pranab Mukherjee. So that was again another credit to ISTD. And the last conference, which was held in India, was in the year 2022, 19th to 21st of May in Vigyan Bhavan and Hotel Meridian. So a lot of our team who is sitting here have actively participated in that IFTDO, which was a major success. So give a big round of applause for that IFTDO. In fact, the entire team of ISTD has worked very, very hard to make that event a very, very glorious one. The chief guest of that program was Shri Om Birla ji, the Lok Sabha Speaker, and Shri Hardeep Puri, the Petroleum Minister. So again, that was a big moment in the history of ISTD. Anita and all of us.
Dr.
Mr. GP Rao was instrumental in
behind the show.
carrying a lot of activities. In fact, the entire team who is sitting here was part of that conference.
Yes.
This year is the 50th year of IFTDO, and that responsibility has been entrusted to Egypt. And with Mr. Helmi, who is not new to IFTDO, in the year 94-95 also, the conference was held in Egypt, and he was at the helm of affairs of that conference. And if I am not wrong, the title of the topic of the conference, theme of the conference that time was also redesigning the future. Am I right, sir?
No, designing the
In the
future.
year 1995.
Designing the future, yeah.
Yeah. So in
Designing
fact,
the future.
redesigning.
So this year we are redesigning the future.
Yeah. So redesigning the
Okay.
future is the conference. They have retained the same theme after such a long period also, because a lot of water has flown through the Ganges and the Niles.
Exactly.
I had the opportunity to visit Egypt and have a cruise, a 6-day cruise on River Nile some 10 years ago. And from the Aswan Dam was constructed basically to control the fury of River Nile.
Yes.
And from Aswan, you cross over Luxor and a lot of beautiful, the entire civilization of Nile is amazing. So the journey was fantastic. and then you reach Cairo and then Alexandria, and that's the journey. And in fact, the invitation this year to go to Cairo is not only to attend the conference, but to see one of the oldest civilizations in the world. I think the Mesopotamian civilization was the earliest one. And after that, it is the Egyptian civilization, which is one of the oldest in the world. Once you go to Egypt, you get that opportunity to see those majestic monuments, which are really seeing the pyramids in Cairo is a wonderful experience. The Sphinx, all those monuments are really remarkable, and one just is awestruck how in those ancient times these buildings were constructed. So this conference will be an opportunity to meet the people, and the people of Egypt are very, very warm. Wherever I went, I met the people, and more or less, as we welcome our guests, I found the similar feeling amongst the Egyptians, and that was really heart-touching. With this background, I'll like Gurvinder to play a small video, and then probably I will invite Dr. Hilmi has prepared a beautiful presentation of the conference, the themes, the sub-themes, and the kind of arrangements that have been made for us. And then we will go like that. Gurvinder? Thank you, Gurvinder. Before I hand over the mic to Dr. Hilmi Salam, I just have one small incident which just came across my trip to Egypt. In fact, one of the major attractions of Cairo is the finest museums and the mummies. I have heard a lot about the museum, but during my trip, I could not visit that museum. I went to Kenya and I was returning. So my plane was to land in Cairo, and there was a stop over of 6 hours. So I thought that I'll take this 6 hours to explore those museums. And immediately after reaching Cairo, I hired a taxi driver. I said, please take me, and I want to see. And he did that, and it was a wonderful experience, and especially the mask of Tutankhamen, the gold mask. And that mask is still enriched in my memory, that majestic mask. And in fact, The museums all over the Egypt are amazing and awesome. And I was told that the largest museum in the world has also been recently started in, am I right, Dr. Salam?
During your visit in November, this largest museum in the world will be partially opened.
Okay, okay.
I mean, a part of it will be
Yeah.
ready for your visits, and we will try to arrange something there.
Wonderful, sir. Wonderful.
Yes.
So now let me introduce Dr. Hilmi Salam, Professor of Accounting at the Faculty of Commerce, Cairo University. He has published a long list of reference material and papers on Egyptian Unified Accounting System, financial analysis and information systems in commercial banks, heads the Arab Center for Management Development, and runs its vast training program, which extend over the Arab world and includes seminars and workshops held in East Asia, Europe, and in Asia. Dr. Salam is a member of the Executive Board of the International Federation of Training and Development, IFTDO. He is a full member representative on the IFTDO Council since 1993. So give him a big hand, please. In 1994, he was elected as president-elect, and in 1995, he was elected as the president of IFTDO. During this period, he was the chairman of the 25th IFTDO World Conference and Exhibition, which was held in Cairo, Egypt, as some time back I just informed you, under the auspices of His Excellency, the Egyptian Minister of Information. So that credit goes to him. And now I'll invite him to introduce the conference, Redesigning the Future, to be held in Cairo from 13th to 15th of November. Welcome, Dr. Salam.
Thank you, Dr. Avanch. And thank you, my dear Anita, for this invitation to your lovely conference. The difference in time allow me to follow up the last session with really the wonderful flowers of India. I mean, the Indian ladies which participated in this conference. And let me start by sending you cool greetings from Cairo to all Indian women, and through them for all women around the world for their International Day.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And by the way, as I will explain, our theme for our conference will be redesigning the future. And I see a main trend for the future very clear from now, that we hope that we will live in a world with gender equality all over the world and all over the countries. And I think you understand that IFTDO as international organization will reach, or reached already its 50th anniversary, is one of the believers in gender equality. And my evidence on that we have a special committee, as you know, in the IFTDO for women empowerment. And I think they are participating, headed by our dear colleague Janet from Nigeria, participated in your conference. So many thanks for you, and many thanks for ISCTD for this invitation. And as Dr. Adanashi mentioned just minutes ago, ISCTD, I consider it a partner with us in this conference, in upcoming conference. I, with pleasure, attended all the conferences he mentioned since 1995, except the last conference in New Delhi for some medical reasons, but I attended all other conferences conducted by ISCTD. So ISCTD is a main player in IFTDO and the IFTDO movement. About the conference, let us start by saying that the conference, as you know, is entitled Redesigning the Future. And the whole idea about it that we are very involved and we are very busy with what's going around us. But it is very important from time to time to think about the future. So the conference conducted back 1996 was about designing the future. And at that time, it was very early in the game to think about the future and to think about the impact of what is going to happen in the future on our profession, on our HR and training and management industry all over the world. I think what happened since that time, during the last 25 years, that many things happened. Many things managerially, many things even technologically and politically, and the world is changing around us. And I think it's time to rethink and to revisit this topic again, to redesign the future, to rethink about the future and examining it and the changes happening and what are their effects on our profession and on our industry. The problem we are facing now, that even the last couple or three years or couple of years witnessed even biological changes. This epidemic which we suffered from during the last couple of years and postponed, by the way, our international conferences for about 2 years. So we discovered that we should accustom to live in a different way. And the technology served us. Now, the technology I am using to contact you and to present this conference to you is part of the gains which we had through it. The conference is going to be held, as it is mentioned, in Cairo for the period in November 13 to 15 in city of Cairo, Egypt. The theme was intentionally, as I mentioned, chosen as a revival of the Silver Jubilee. Revisiting the same theme once again reflects the numerous changes that took place in all aspects of our life, as I just mentioned, which in turn affected the training industry and the development activity. Redesigning the future becoming more imperative to be discussed as we are now witnessing an era of rapidly and severe changes in all sectors and industries. HR people are considering social developments, consumer behavior, digital transformation, emerging technologies, COVID-19, political instability, and the more changes are affecting and will change how business and the people will be managed. We expect to have at least 40 international speakers and to receive at least also 500 delegates from all over the world. And by the way, this is one of the beauties of the IFTDO conferences, the diversity again of both the speakers and the audience and the delegates who will attend, which allow a lot of advantages to those who will attend, to exchange ideas, to exchange opinions, to networking for professionals from all over the world. The topics of the conference, and allow me to present you the topics in some details, because I would like also you to participate as speakers, not only as a delegate. The first mainstream of the topics, our future and the global perspective. I mean, to have a glance about the different developments which we expect to have in the future. The geographical change shaping our future, the challenges for global economy from economic viewpoint, the challenges of climate change, especially in the developing country and in Africa, what to expect in VUCA world, the shadows of global crisis and pandemic, wars and conflicts, the world after 100 years of globalization. Are we better now? Challenges for global supply chain, the Internet of Things and digital supply chain. I mean, this main topic will address the many changes expected to have in the future. The second topic is learning and development, the future of training and education, according to these changes expected. Of course, we are now experiencing the remote and the online training, the opportunities and the challenges, horizons for metaverse in education and the training. This is the latest technology available right now, and we should study well the effect of it on the education and the training, the future of online learning technologies and the platforms, the skills to build for the future. And this is very important. And we are now talking about some professions will disappear in the upcoming 50 years. And some new professions, we don't know anything about it right now. And we are not preparing ourselves and our educational system to graduate people for them right now. We need to have a look about the skills we need to build for the future to meet these needs. Measuring training impact in online training, how to compete in online training, human capital, capacity building. And then the third main topic which we are going to address in this conference, the leadership and the leadership style and managing in uncertain future. Where I think we all are suffering now from very high level of uncertainty in our daily life. But I think this is one of the main characteristics which will continue for the future. So we should be prepared for different type of leaders and managers who can face the uncertain future. In this main topic, we can discuss as a suggestion, redesigning organizations for a hybrid future, a high insolvent management, leadership in remote working, leading with sustainability, green management, superior and responsible leadership, and digital leadership. The fifth topic which we are going to study is about diversity, new realities and the challenges. We should be prepared for very diversified civilization and the very diversified world, including gender diversity, as we mentioned, redesigning our future, remote working and diversity inclusion, digital entrepreneurship and diversity empowerment, generation differences. And this is one of the very important topics which started from now, I mean, a real challenge for management, this diversification and the gap between generation who are working together in one organization and included in one nation. The increase in age average also is one of the challenges, I think, or we think in the scientific committee of the conference, that it is facing us, a new challenge for management. are the main directions and the main topics and the detailed topics which you should expect to be discussed in our upcoming conference. Of course, as we mentioned many times, this conference this year is not an ordinary conference. In this conference, we at the same time will celebrate or will continue celebration, which actually started in last year about celebrating the 50th anniversary of IFTDO, the golden jubilee of the IFTDO. The planned celebrations will give this conference an air, as I mentioned, of glamour and a special attraction. It will be an opportunity to view the past 50 years of IFTDO accomplishments and look auspiciously into the future to define the IFTDO role in the decades to come. This will include many activities. I don't want to talk about it right now, but there are there are a lot of surprises will await you in this celebration, including, of course, the what I call nostalgia night. It is a dinner will be organized to and the celebration to recognize all the who participated in the history of the IFTDO during the last 50 years, including, of course, the past chairs and the past presidents of the IFTDO. We are preparing for you now a memorial book for IFTDO, which include the whole history or a summary of the history, and will have, as I mentioned, many surprises. Of course, from now we will announce that we will appreciate very much attending this nostalgia night with your national suits for the ladies to prepare your Indian saris for this. Of course, the venue of the conference is already planned and reserved. One of the landmark hotel in Cairo, the Intercontinental Semiramis Hotel in Cairo. It is 5 stars, the luxurious hotel on the banks of River Nile and in the heart of the city. It is very close to the unmissable Egyptian Museum. Dr. Avanish, you will have definitely the old museum, which is very near. It is a walking distance from this hotel. It's not enough to have 6 hours, as you mentioned, to visit it. It needs 6 days, but to completely visit it. But it is the location of the hotel is very centrally located, and also it is very walking distance across the bridge. You can reach the Opera House of Cairo. Of course, you can. This is the photos you see is part of the hotels. Of course, as my dear friend Dr. Avinash mentioned, the beauty of the IFTDO conference or annual conferences, and it is conducted in every year in a different beautiful city and even in a different continent. So it is again a golden opportunity for delegates attending the conference to visit new city and experience a new culture. And this is what I'm doing since 1990. I joined the IFTDO. That is why we are inviting you to this year's IFTDO conference, which will be held in Cairo. Not only the conference, not only the 50th anniversary celebration, but we also invite you to visit many places while you are in Cairo. Like, for example, you will have the opportunity definitely to visit the pyramids and Sphinx, which you should start with. Also, the old museum of Cairo, which our dear friend Avinash talked about. And there is also, over and above the old museum of Cairo, now we have two modern museums. One of them, Cairo Museum for Civilization, which you see the third photo to your right-hand side. And this is the photo of the largest museum, which our dear friend Avinash talked about. It is the entrance of the museum, where you have this giant statue of Ramses II. And by the way, this giant statue moved the location before building the museum, because otherwise it was impossible to move it to go inside the museum after building. The statue have been transformed to the location before building the building, and then they complete the building after that. Of course, the Islamic part of Cairo is also something you should visit. There are Islamic districts, Islamic monuments, and also the citadel. It is part of the Islamic Museum. Now, if you can save some days, either before or after the conference, we are organizing also pre and post conference excursion, including the Nile cruise, which our dear friend Avinash talked about now. So we can visit Alexandria, of course, and we can visit Aswan in the south, and Abu Simbel. This is Abu Simbel Temple, and the Red Sea. This is these are the photos of Sharm el Sheikh and Hurghada. So this is about the conference. So of course, we are calling now for speakers and for papers. The scientific committee is ready to accept it and examine it. And we hope that many of our Indian friends and Indian professors and the practitioners from ICTD can join. Already, some of our friends already joined, like Dr. Avinash and Dr. Gautam. Up till now, they joined the speakers. They can select, any speaker can select one of the topics which we presented right now, and can send about it, and they can send just a small abstract about it to be presented in typing, not more than 500 words, and then a short CV. And after the approval of the scientific committee, he can go ahead with the details. Of course, the fees of the conference is announced in the brochure. And I would like to make a small surprise for dear friend Anita and
that moment is we are actually really waiting. So wow, Apollo, some good excitement from this. Like now, I can tell you, Dr. Salam, my team is getting excited when you are talking about much more about Egypt, the Cairo. So we are going to enjoy that.
Yes.
So, isn't it, students? For you, it has to be a wonderful experience.
Yes.
Decide
Yes.
it now. Yes, we are going to be
Hello?
there. We are going to be there, and that's what is the idea behind organizing this curtain raiser today, was using this platform to talk about this wonderful conference wherein we are starting our Golden Jubilee celebrations, and there are big surprises are going to come to you, and I'm very much sure Dr. Salam is going to give that
that surprise. But prior to that, let me mention now here. So what all are the
Okay.
opportunities you are getting from here? The
Okay.
opportunity to become a wonderful speaker of a great international conference. That's a world conference. My members are getting, all the delegates sitting in the hall. You have an opportunity to be a wonderful speaker. Think about it. You are
Yes.
getting a call. You are getting an opportunity to write a wonderful paper. The call for articles. That's another opportunity. And over and above, the best opportunity, the lifetime experience of all the Egypt, visiting Egypt, you know, आपने भी सोचा तो नहीं था ना? Have you thought about it earlier?
Time है आपका सोचने
So
का?
you have enough time to think about it. And I'm very much sure when the founder member of IFTDO, that is International Federation of Training and Organizations, के founder member है Indian Society for Training and Development. So once Indian Society for Training and Development planning this conference and organizing this very first curtain raiser event of 50th World Conference out here, I'm very much sure. And you can see the speakers, the exhibitions. See, this is a great call. I must tell you, madam from Jaipur, I'm telling you, it's a great opportunity where traditional handicraft of India, you can go, we can really think about having a stall over there. Right, sir?
Definitely, definitely.
Yes,
You
of
are
course.
most welcome.
Yes, of
You are
course.
most welcome.
Kota sari is also, right? So we are
All
there.
right.
So let me
All
give
right.
you a message. So this message is very clear. And when having Alka ma'am with us, GP Rao sir with us, sitting with us, so you have been always being working hard for the this
There will be
conference.
a
We all are
strong
going to get
Indian delegation.
the strong Indian delegates. But इस hall में बैठा हुआ कोई भी, if anyone sitting out here in this hall, if you are not an ISTD member first, you are going to miss the next surprise, which Dr. Salam is going to share. Because just now, half an hour before only, I requested Dr. Helmi Salam, ki, sir, can you please give us a biggest surprise to the members of ISTD? So, पहले तो बता दीजिए who are not the members of ISTD? Raise your hands. Be a member now. Just pledge that you are going to be a member. So if you are going to be a member of ISTD, you are going to get the surprise. Are you in? Are you in for the surprise? Yes, they are in for the surprise. It's your turn, Dr. Salam. Give the surprise now. Come on. Looking at this. This is
All right. All right. You see, my special reduced fees for our dear friends ISTDE members is $950 as a fees instead of 1,300.
Okay, the
And
fees
at the
is actually $1,300, and sir is
Yes.
offering all the ISTD members $950.
$950. And if there is also early bird reduction.
There's a
If
gift
they
card.
register,
Come on.
if they registered before end of June, it is 900 only.
Okay.
Hey, what else you
Okay.
want? So
Take
if
care.
you are going to get it, register for the conference. You are just a click away from the conference registration, which Dr. Helmi Salam is going to share it to me tomorrow.
This will include, Anita, this will include 2 coffee breaks daily and 1 lunch meal served during the conference in this luxurious hotel, and also attending in the second day the nostalgia night, the dinner of this ceremonial IFTDO conference.
Oh, wonderful.
And receiving a special medal will be done especially for this occasion.
Okay.
The
Oh, wow.
golden jubilee of IFTDO.
Something great. Isn't it exciting, guys? If it is, so let Dr. Salam feel it with a big round of applause to him.
Thank you. Thank you.
The hall is full of. So today we have got one thing. Our $1,013 has been reduced to
$900.
$950 for ISTD members if you are going to get registered. If you are going to get registered as a delegate before 30th of June, that is 29th of June itself, 23, you are going to get early bird discount, that is $900. But prior to that, you need to become a member of ISTD. Right?
247 days to go.
Definitely.
So the countdown
Definitely.
begins from today.
Okay, I'm here. I didn't
Countdown
hear
begins,
you.
the countdown begins from today.
Okay, yes, 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 yes. By the way, we are
247 days ago now. Now, just
we
go
are
ahead.
we are negotiating very hard now about discounted rates in the hotels, from the
Okay, that
5
will be
stars till the 3 stars hotel even.
Okay.
And they all surrounding the venue of the conference. It is walking distance from the venue of the conference.
Oh, that's
that will be
nice.
great.
That's really fabulous. That's really fabulous.
That this will be
Thank you
available.
so very much. Thank you so very much.
Thank
and
you
now
so
I'm
much.
getting excited. I'm very much sure you are going to get Indian saris there. You are going to get Indian speakers there. You are going to get Indian research articles there in your souvenir, and you are going to get lovely, awesome delegates from India, right? Let ISTD go with minimum, how many? How many?
Uh-huh.
Any numbers? Any numbers? Come on, guys. Any numbers from ISTD? Let my audience get connected.
25, 50, 50. Oh, that's a good number. Give a
Oh,
big
that's a
round
good
of
number.
applause.
50 delegates.
50
from
delegates.
ISTD.
50, because this is the
50.
50th university.
Because it
50.
is the 50th anniversary.
50.
The 50th anniversary will give you 50 delegates, right?
Yes, yes,
Right?
definitely.
And the moment will
Definitely.
finish. And if we are going to give you exhibitors also, 5
Yes.
exhibitors, you are going to reduce our fees.
Oh, yes.
Most welcome.
Further
Okay.
discount.
All right. Okay.
So this is how we are dealing with you. Right?
That is great and a lot of fun, Dr. Salam, for a wonderful presentation. And I can see a lot of excitement amongst all the participants in the conference today. And really
Thank you
grateful
very
to you for a wonderful presentation.
And I'm very much sure,
And,
sir. This was all just because to bring that excitement in you all. That is why I really wanted to speak in such a loud pitch, sir. But I'm very much sure you are definitely going to get good sponsors also from ISTD, from
you.
India,
Thank you.
from
Uh,
Asia,
uh,
from
uh,
Bharat, right?
As
It
a,
is.
as a
Thank
conclusion, I
you.
repeat,
Thank you so much.
you.
And I thank all the delegates who got who connected with us, who were connected with us throughout this curtain raiser event. Now it's a it's a presentation of a certificate and a memento to Dr. Helmi Salam from our side.
Thank
and
you.
to you, sir. Can we have a
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Will be sharing flowers also? नहीं, तब तक खराब हो
Thank
जाएगा।
you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking to receive it personally in Cairo.
Right,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Salam, we welcome Dr. Alka Mittal. She was the keynote speaker at the IFTDO conference in Delhi. She is joined
Yes.
just now.
Okay.
And,
Definitely.
welcome you, Dr. Mittal. And we are likely that she is also there in Cairo because she's always
yes.
supporting ISTD as well as IFTDO all the time. So welcome.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Thanks something for IFTDO.
Thank you.
Just
We would like to say a few words about the conference.
yes, about this conference, because she was a key resource person behind the successful conference we held in May 2022 in ISTD.
And not only that, the May 2022 was definitely a wonderful one. I would like to but I still remember the one we had where Dr. Kalam was there as the as the chief guest. This was 2004 November. And
Yes,
Mr. Kabir Raha was leading it from the front. Wonderful exposure. We were all young people who were so happy to be a part of the organizing team and seeing it happen around us. The speakers, the resource persons who were there were the best from the world. So what else can we ask for as professionals to get the best of input from across the globe? And now when we are connected so closely, like we keep saying that we are all a part of the global village. So why should we not look at what is happening in other corners of this globe? So best wishes, Mr. Salam. And it was so interesting to hear you talk about this upcoming event. So, and we are entering the Golden Jubilee year. So again, it becomes much more significant. Best wishes to the entire organizing team. And I'm sure from India, there'll be a wonderful response to this call for participation and papers as well. The youngsters must definitely come forward and present. And not only the youngsters, those who are young at heart, those who are young in their thoughts should come forward and present their thoughts, because this is the best platform to share experiences. Thank you. Thanks, Anita ji.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's my pleasure. Bye. Bye.
So let us invite. Thank you so much all for this ceremony of the Joseph World Conference. And women and spirituality is very, very important, and we are talking about the women on the path of the yoga.
Indian spirituality has always been a rich mixture of the man and women reaching the heights of their consciousness. So women, we all know, is capable of a man when it becomes to the inner nature. It is only the pill, the body, which you call as a man or woman, what is within the same. The pill is not going to decide what one's spirituality capabilities are. So women are the sacred thread, because without it, they could not read the scriptures. Today, we have with us such a spiritual person. And we all know that in the morning also, we were talking about the spirituality and women. We have Sadhvi Karishma ji over here. I welcome you, ma'am, on the dais. Sadhvi Karishma ji is an internationally traveled and a widely sought after spiritual guide in India. With a master's in the computer science from USA and after years of being employed with a Fortune 500 company, she attended to her calling of serving after meeting Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar ji. Being herself as a practitioner for 18 years and a meditation teacher for over a decade, she has conducted various art of living courses and projects for a wide range of people, empowering urban and rural youths. We, ISTD, Indian Society for Training and Development, would like to welcome Sadhvi ji with a bouquet and a memento. I would request Anita Chauhan ji for welcoming Sadhvi ji. And Alka Mittal ji also to welcome Sadhvi ji with a bouquet and a memento. A big round of applause. Having a spirituality in the conference itself is again very, very important. Sadhvi ji conducts various workshops for the children and teens. She had been instrumental in bringing knowledge and the science of the mantras by teaching various chanting courses to the thousands of people. Currently, she is based in Delhi and looking after the projects and activities in the city. We welcome you, Sadhvi ji. Sadhvi Karishma ji, over to you. Please spread your words of spirituality and have this hall full of spirituality. Thank you so much. Over to you, ma'am.
So how are you all? It's a very lukewarm fine, isn't it? How are you all? Happy? Yeah, so it's been a long day, but a good day where you are discussing what women can offer. Yes? See, if you see our culture, they have always, it's women-based, if you see the Indian culture. The primordial energy behind the creation, which is Shakti, it's feminine. Yes? And it is called as Adya Shakti, the basis of the creation. And if you see our deities, Durga, Lakshmi, Saraswati. So every sector has been taken care. Durga, defense. Yeah. Lakshmi, finance. And Saraswati, education. For everything, you need these three things. To live life, a wholesome life, you need to have defensive powers. You need to have finance, not just in terms of money. Lakshmi represents actually wholesome of wealth. Means if you see, there is a concept of Ashta Lakshmi. So that is there. And third thing is knowledge. Without knowledge, everything is just in vain. You can acquire massive wealth, but you need to have the wisdom to use it and not carry it over your head. So the three things had been taken care by the deities. So we were always entrusted the powers with the women. But the only thing is we have just forgotten. We are asking for empowerment. We are already empowered. Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar ji says, you don't need to seek empowerment. You just assume it. There's nobody going to give you empowerment. You're demanding wrong thing from the wrong person. You cannot, they are with the empty bowl. What will they offer you? It's just you assume it. See, as soon as we assume it, we take the responsibility. I was listening to beautiful ladies, their journey. As soon as the responsibilities is assumed, you felt powerful. No, nobody's going to support. You have the inner support. But what happens with the stress around, with the competition we are thinking, we feel we are not powered. See, we need to have, there is a lot of inner conflict that goes on with us when we embark on a journey. Means even my parents were very supportive of me studying, sending me outside India and taking on to this path. Initially, there were rifts as everybody faces. But what gives you strength is your inner strength. Conflicts are there, but you need to find the power. We are talking about gender equality. You can have the gender equality, but you need to have a supportive system for the gender equality, isn't it? And that can be provided, how come? With the value from the grassroots level. Value-based education, holistic education that will comprise of pranayam, meditation, yoga. Because that only will give you inner strength. You can get all the skills, but if you don't know how to use the skills, what will happen? You learn science. There's a beautiful story I'll just share. There was a person sitting in a boat, and he was a very well-learned person. So he asked the boatsman, I'll speak in Hindi because it makes real good connect also. भैया आपको साइंस आती है? बोले जी भैया हमें तो नहीं आती, सर जी हमें नहीं आती साइंस. I don't know the science. He just asked that. Okay. So you will be knowing the maths, right? गिनती तो करते ही होंगे ना. सर जी जो हमारा दिहाड़ी होता है एक छोर से दूसरे छोर पर ले जाने का, उतनी गणित तो हमें आ जाती है, ज्यादा हमें नहीं आता. So we don't know much of maths, just a basic maths. Okay. So he was continuing the journey in the boat. So after a certain time, a lot of questions, then boatsman asked the person, Sir ji, आपको तैरना आता है? Do you know how to swim? Then the person said, no. तो भैया तो आपकी पूरी मैथ साइंस फेल है. Because there was a hole in the boat and now you have to. So these are the life skills. You need to have those life skills. All skills you have, but you don't have the life skills, then everything will not be fruitful. So where do you get the strength, your inner strength? From your meditation. See, women is the backbone of the society, isn't it? Women influences children, husband, mother-in-law, father-in-law, everyone around, society, milkman, because she interacts with all of them. So a lot of influence is through women. So the whole impact of on the society is through women. When she is at peace, everything is at peace. Yeah. And if you see, the families are disintegrating, a lot of emotional turmoil is going on, because women are very emotional by nature. That's how they are built, hardwired like that. So you cannot question why are they emotional. That's how they are. So what happens? We take on to our emotions a lot. We don't know how to handle. And that's create a lot of trauma in the family or the conflicts. But if she is at peace, she is the excellent peacemaker. She's an excellent peacemaker. So with inner strength and inner peace, you can change the world. So that's what, get empowered. How? With your skills. Yeah. There will be situations, it will not happen. Life is never easy and it will not be easy. But what you can do is have those skills which will give you inner peace, inner strength. And then you can take on to things, you can make peace around. So what will happen? Your family will be at peace, and then there your colony, then your city, then the society, and then the nation. That's how you'll be building the nation, isn't it? You can clap for yourself, being women especially. So what we need to do is have some tools where we can establish ourselves. See, we say, we have a lot of energy, isn't it? Yes or no? Do you agree? Lot of creativity? Yes? But we don't know how to channelize it. Water with a lot of energy, charged with amount of energy, surplus energy. If it is not directed, what is it? It's a flood. But as soon as you direct it, flood is life destroying. But as soon as you direct it, it is life giving. It becomes the river. And that's how with ourselves. If you have energy, and how can you increase your energy? Looking at your food, first source of energy. You get energy, right? So food, right kind of food, right amount of food, right time of food. These three things matter. Jaisa anna, vaisa man. Food. You see how you are eating, what you are eating. That's a life. Energy, it's giving you energy. Second is sleep, definitely. So right amount of sleep is necessary, 6 to 8 hours. Yes or no? And third is just raise your index finger. Let's do something practical also. Just put it under your nose. What is happening? You're breathing. Your breath is the third source of energy. Haan? Saans nahi to kuch nahi. Nothing is there. You breathe in oxygen, you breathe out carbon dioxide, you release toxins, the third source of energy. And fourth is your calm and peaceful state of mind. And how can you get that? Through your breath. Yeah. So let's do some meditation. Are you ready for it? Yeah, some pranayam. Have you ever heard of Nadi Shodhan? Okay, we will, I'll just explain. We have how many minutes? I just didn't see that. I think I've spoken for 10 minutes, I guess. No, only 5 minutes. I'm very quick. Okay. 3 minutes. Oh, very good. I'm glad. 8 minutes. Okay, good. We have time. So we'll do a quick meditation. We'll learn a small pranayam. Prana means life force energy. Ayam means giving the direction. So your left, you make this mudra, index finger and the thumb touching each other, and put it on your lap, facing like this. Great. And now, what you do is, your both the fingers, index finger and the middle finger, do it like this for the right hand. Put it between your eyebrows. Yeah. And with the thumb, you close your right nostril. And with the other two fingers, you may close the left nostril. This is called as alternate nostril breathing. And you will breathe in from left. You'll close the left nostril. You'll breathe out from right. Yeah. And then you'll open the thumb with the thumb. Then you will breathe in from right. You'll close with the thumb. And then you'll open the left nostril and breathe out from left. Clear? And back straight. Smile on your face. Let's close our eyes. Back straight, eyes closed. Both the fingers, index and middle finger of the right hand between the eyebrows. Close your right nostril with your right thumb. Breathe in from left gently. Close the left nostril, open the right, and breathe out from right. Breathe in from right, close, breathe in, breathe out from left. Breathe in from left, close the left, open the right, and breathe out. Breathe in from right, close the right, breathe out from left. Continue this process at your own pace. A gentle smile on your face. Slow movement of your breath going in from one nostril, going out from other. Slowly and gently breathing in and out. Slow and gentle movement of your breath. आराम से सांस लें और आराम से छोड़ते जाएं। This time, when you breathe out from left, relax your hands. Keep your eyes closed. slowly and gradually, whenever you feel complete, whenever you feel light, you may open your eyes. How is it? How's your mind now? Very calm, relaxed. See, this is the power of breath. 2 to 3 minutes we have given time to our breath. Yeah. Nadi Shodhan is the pranayam, which it's said that we have 72,000 nadis, energy channels, and it clears out those channels. Yeah. So now we will do a quick meditation. We can sit straight, palms like this on your lap, shoulders relaxed, eyes closed. Take a long, deep breath in and breathe out. Once again, a long breath in and slowly breathe out. Every incoming breath energizes the body, and every outgoing breath relaxes the body. Breathe in and out. Become aware of the weight of your body. Whatever with the weight, 40 kilos, 50 kilos, 60 or 70. Just remember your weight. Breathe in and breathing out, put your weight on the seat you are sitting on. Anyways, the seat is carrying your weight. Just relax. Keep breathing. Become aware of the noises surrounding you. Sound of AC, someone puffing. Accept all the noises. Breathe in and out. Now we will take attention to different parts of our body. Take attention on your foot, both the feet. Legs. Knees. Breathe in and out. Both the thighs. Hips. Stomach. Chest.
shoulders, neck, throat. Breathe in and out. Face, top of your head, your whole body. Your body is a beautiful gift from the nature. Honor your body, respect your body. Breathe in and gently breathe out. Become aware of your thoughts, whether good thoughts or bad thoughts. Accept all the thoughts. Become aware of your feelings. Good feelings or bad feelings. Accept all your feelings. You are peace. You are joy. A fountain of joy, spreading joy everywhere. Breathe in and slowly breathe out. Become aware of your feelings. You are in harmony with your feelings. You are one with your feelings.
Become aware of your thoughts. You have become one with your thoughts. You are in harmony with your thoughts now. Become aware of the noises around. You are in harmony with all the noises around. Become aware of your body and surroundings. Breathe in and breathe out. While becoming aware of your body and surroundings, whenever you feel like, whenever you feel complete, you may open your eyes. Mhm. Whenever you feel complete, you may open your eyes. So how was it? So this is the power of meditation. Now tell me one thing. With this state of mind, would you be able to make better decisions? Would you be able to do more work? Would you be more productive? So this is what we need. Would you be able to make others happy? Are you happy right now? Happy without flying high, but you're really happy. This is what is needed. The inner strength and inner peace. See, women are born leaders. They are multi-talented and multifaceted. Yeah, isn't it? You already, I've seen, I was hearing, you have already named many leaders in various fields, and who all were sharing the stage, the dais. They are all leaders, isn't it? But what we need is to build a society. Again, coming back to the thing, holistic education, value-based system, so that we can exhibit our leadership and skills. And that can come only with inner peace, where we can find inner strength. Nobody can dig you now, means they cannot shake you now, isn't it? With this inner peace, you know, because emotions sway us. Whenever we do anything with emotions, that is not last, that doesn't long last. And we are the one who will be nurturing our families. Small things happen, and then we just disintegrate the family, isn't it? But now we are able to manage our own mind. That's it. That's what is needed. So I would just say meditation is not a luxury nowadays. It's a need of the hour. It is a necessity, isn't it? You be more smiling, more calm, more peaceful. Then you see how the things will change for you. Your presence would change the things. You even won't speak anything. You don't have to ask, mujhe de do. Things will come. When you are at peace, then you will be acknowledged and honored and respected for who you are. You'll be coming from the space of contributing rather than competing or showing something. And it's very ironical, or what I can say, that today we think the more the aggression, the more the successful a person is. But I don't think so. I feel you can be quiet and you can make a lot of difference. When you are at inner peace, your vibrations would speak, your presence would speak, and you will be able to handle every situation in a balanced way. So balance is necessary. Yes, you achieve whatever targets you have set, you achieve, but make a balance, because we are the backbone of the society. Yeah. So inner peace, inner strength, and meditation is the way. Spirituality is the way that can make you more, take you more forward in a nice and a peaceful way. Yeah. So this is just, I wanted to share, and it's just such a wonderful platform. Thanks, Dr. Anita ji. Yeah, and Usha ji for inviting me to this place. And yes, Arka ji, it's wonderful. If you have anything to ask or share, like I think 1 minute or 2 minutes we can take. And how was your experience? I would really like to know. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah.
Normally, we are externally influenced by the factors,
Huh.
but there is a very rare connect with your own self.
Yeah.
And I think meditation and these things really connect with one's own self.
Yes, definitely.
So that was really a wonderful experience. I have a question to ask.
Yeah.
We are talking about spirituality. So in spirituality, what are those components or those factors which we need to look at if I want to become a spiritual? So what are the areas that I should focus on? Emotion, of course, is one of them. We are talking about peace. We are talking about happiness.
Mhm.
But what are the attributes that we should focus on? Because we are always trying to calm those things to be at peace with ourselves.
Yeah. See, by nature, we are spiritual, because spiritual means spirit. We already have a spirit, isn't it? But what happens with the stress around, we just forget that. And once in a while, if you have noticed, we just get back to array sab bekar hai. Let's just focus. So it happens. So what we need to do is, we cannot manage our mind from the level of the mind. Okay, let's just do quick exercise. Let's close our eyes, just a split second. Okay, think about anything you can think about in the world, but not a dancing monkey. Monkey is dancing, jumping from one tree to another, coming near to you. You don't have to think about monkey. Whether it is a laughing monkey or frowning monkey, you don't have to think about monkey. Think about anything in the world, but not about a dancing monkey. Slowly open your eyes. What happened? Yeah, but I said you don't have to think. So what happened? You cannot manage your mind from the level of your mind. Westerners say, or the motivational speeches I've been hearing, it is always about the mind. Are you getting? So what we need to do is, we need to have a breath. That is why the connect is breath. The breath is something which brings you into the present moment. Otherwise, your mind sways from past to future, past to future. Right now you're here. You might be thinking when this session would end, or what happened in the past, isn't it? So mind continuously dances from past to future. So the relaxation happens only in the present moment. And what is running in the present moment is your breath. Yes, every time it is new, it is running in the present. So as soon as you connect your breath with your breath, your mind calms down. If you see, your emotions are connected with your breath. See, do you get angry? Yeah. How is your breath at that time? It's fast. Yeah. And if you have seen when you are sad, it's so various emotion have various patterns of breath. It's not just one way. It is two way. With your breath, you can manage your mind. That is the power of breath. We have seen, right? Meditation and breath. Yeah. It exactly. Yeah, with the breath, you will see the difference in your heartbeat, in your body, everything. So we need to have a tool. And for me, I found it like 18 years back with the Sudarshan Kriya. This is a powerful tool where you learn, it's a 3-day or 4-day program. You go through and you have the technique. See, we need to have a tool for everything. Even to unscrew, we have a tool. Everything in the house, we have a tool. But to manage our mind, we are not even looking into. We have dental hygiene. You do dental hygiene, yes? What about mental hygiene? You carry a lot of, see, everywhere you're picking up stresses. One thing is not done according to you, you get stressed, isn't it? But what do you do about that? You take a shower, you do body hygiene, you do dental hygiene, you do many things. You learn a lot of skills, cooking, driving, science, etc., etc. But how to manage your mind? Nowhere it is taught, neither in school nor at home. So what do? You need to learn. So this is the tool you need. And for me, means across the world, millions of people have experienced Sudarshan Kriya and have found the tool to manage their own mind. Meditation is the key, Sahaj meditation. That helps to bring you in the present, and then all those things you will know how to manage. There is no right or wrong, but at the moment, what is the best, you will know the best. And when will you know the best? How would your intuitive powers will increase? When you are at peace. Yeah, when you meditate. So that is why initially, earlier, people used to meditate thrice and eat once. We eat thrice or 4 times and never meditate. So we need to look into this, and I hope every should make it an integral part of their lifestyle. As I said, it is not a luxury nowadays, it is a necessity. And let's see what is the difference you see in your life with your lifestyle change. Yeah, I wish you all the best. And thank you for providing me this platform to share my views and my journey.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You have really made us spiritual, but many times what I personally feel is in all this bhagdod, when it comes to sitting and meditate for people like me, I really feel many times it's difficult. But yes, we all know that it is the need of the day. We all know that without it, we cannot get inner peace. We are very, very thankful, Sadhvi ji, for your presence over here, and importantly for giving us a lot of tips for the meditation and our inner peace. Thank you so much for being over here. So friends, now we are on the verge of completion of the conference, and we are moving towards the last session of the conference. We are very, very thankful to all the dignitaries on the dais and for your valuable presence, Sadhviji. So for the next session, I would like to invite on the dais Dr. Alka Mittal, who is already on the dais. Please, ma'am, take your seat on the dais. Srimati Usha Singh ji, Director HR Moil Limited. Srimati Usha Jain ji, RVP North, Indian Society for Training and Development. I would request Usha Jain ma'am to come forward on the dais, and we are starting the last session. We request Dr. G.P. Rao also to be over here on the dais. Thank you. So meanwhile, all are set, let me give you a brief, since it is valedictory session, come the end of the conference. I would like to set the tone, and I would like to see that ultimately, what we have covered in this 1.5 days conference. So in fact, in day one, it was inauguration function where, yeah, Miss Janet has also joined us online virtually over here. And since last 1.5 days, she's consistently here with us. We welcome you in this valedictory session, Miss Janet, for all the way from Nigeria. We are very, very happy to see you, that constantly are with us, stay connected. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah. So we started the inauguration function whereby we had Yogita ji from BJP Mahila Morcha. We had Dr. Rajeshwari Narendran ji, past national president and director NTPC Delhi. We had Usha Jain ji, Anita Chauhan ji, Anita Madog ji. We had our guest Dr. Udesh Kohli ji, Archana Agnihotri ji, Dr. S.K. Jain ji, Dr. Tasmeen Khanji ji, P.K. Rajput sir, and so many other delegates from ISTD, and also there were different chairpersons as well as the members across the nation, ISTD and non-ISTD also, who joined the conference. On day two, we begin with a panel discussion, which was on women breaking the mold, key to empowerment, maintaining a strong mindset. And Anita Madogji, along with the stalwarts, Miss Yankee, Dr. Sangeeta, and the other stalwarts who joined the discussion. In the third session, we were having on sector-specific skilling of women, where Dr. Kiranmay Datta was moderating and a chairperson, and Mala Rashiji from social side, Surbhi Singh ji from wellness side, Nirmal Randhawa ji from makeup specialist, Nidhi Verma ji from the media, and Anshu Arora ji in the education sector. In the third session today, we had showcasing women's skills, and that was specifically from different sectors, like a beauty sector. We had Nita Parikh ji, Sanchita N ji, Sunita Chauhan ji from handmade and paper making, Madhubala Sharma ji, and other stalwarts. And then we had IPTDO 50th World Conference and Exhibition Curtain Raiser, and the guests were Helmi Salam ji, Avinash Joshi ji, and Anita Chauhan ji. And then lastly, we went for Sadhvi Karishma ji. She was focusing upon the art of the living. And now we are here with the galaxy of the speakers, Dr. Alka Mittal ji, our Usha Jain ma'am, and dignitaries on the dais. So friends, ultimately the gender equality and nation building, that is the ultimate theme of the conference. And when we are talking about the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, goal number 5, United Nations Sustainable Development's goal number 5 is talking about achieving gender equality and empower all the women and girls. I would say that gender equality is a fundamental right, but a necessity foundation for the peaceful, prosperous, and a sustainable world. And I can say that Indian Society for Training and Development has contributed for a cause by providing this platform in the form of International Women's Conference on the Gender Equality and nation building. So somewhere this platform has made all the women come together at a different platform. And importantly, we had all the women speakers in the conference, whereby, equally it has given a right, an opportunity and a platform. So we are very, very thankful to you. Let me introduce you to Alka Mittalji. She's the former CMD and HR director at ONGC Group. We welcome you, ma'am. And for welcoming ma'am, I request Anita Chauhanji to present a bouquet and a memento. Madam is a former chairman and a managing director HR at ONGC Group of Companies. The CMD is the chief executive of the corporation and accountable to its board of directors and the government shareholders. She is responsible for the efficient functioning of the corporation and for achieving corporate objectives and the performance parameters. The chairman and the CMD having a busy schedule, and still, yesterday morning also she was connected virtually from all the way Dehradun, and today we are very, very happy, and it's our privilege that ma'am is here with us physically. We welcome you, ma'am. We have with us Usha Jain, ma'am. She is Usha Jain, ma'am, is our RVP North, Indian Society for Training and Development, and she served in the Inner Will Club. Inner Will is an international organization since 1995, and many times president and a club secretary at different posts, and she's attached with a One Girls NGO. She owns Hotel Regency, and everyone who is not knowing Hotel Regency. So ma'am owns Hotel Regency at Karol Bagh and actively participating in the hotel work and the management, and co-founder of the Palvi Jain Designs at Karol Bagh, New Delhi. We welcome you, ma'am. And again, I request Anita ji to present a memento and welcome bouquet to Usha Jain, ma'am. She's an alumnus of the Venkateshwar College, Delhi University, Andhra University, National Productivity Council, and a consultant HR at Saraswati Engineering, Kanpur. Thank you. So we have with us now our Honorable GP Rao, sir, one of the very, very key person. And we all know that behind every successful woman, there is a man. And behind this successful conference, again, we have a support of GP Rao, sir. We are very, very thankful to you and we welcome you, sir. Again, I request Anita ma'am to present a memento and bouquet to Rao, sir. Thanking for welcoming here in this valedictory session. Thank you, sir, for being over here. We have Mrs. Janet Iabo Kofro Vorala Joliso, and she's a learning and training and development global leader and entrepreneur of note with a passionate interest in the field of the science. She's appointed at the board of the IFTDO in 2019, and her unprecedented contributions at the global level, and importantly, her as an intercontinental appointment as the chairman of the committee of the women empowerment. In fact, let me tell you that, we are very, very lucky to have a sponsorship of different organizations, because of which, this conference has been possible. One is ONGC. Secondly, we had a big round of applause, and the applause should go on because ONGC, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, GAIL India Limited, NTPC, New Holland, MOIL Corporation, and the conference is supported by CWE IFTDO, Women Empowerment Committee of IFTDO. We're very, very happy, Janet, to see you over here in this last part of the conference. So now, without wasting much of the time, I will request our guest Alka Mittalji for his words on the theme Gender in Nation Building and about the conference. Thank you.
Okay, I think this is fine. So we started our discussions yesterday with how gender equality and nation building it goes together. And yesterday I was mentioning that somehow now at this juncture when the world is trying to move forward, and it's extremely important that we appreciate the fact that the 50% of our our potential workforce should not remain untapped. And for that to happen, we have to understand also that gender equality is now non-negotiable. We really need to have a gender equal world. And for that to happen, we have to look at right from the beginning. We should allow the girls to come to this world, as was being talked yesterday. Now that situation is much better. Once they come to the world, we should give them opportunity to grow as individuals by way of education, taking care of their health, ensuring that they are given an equal environment to blossom and grow. And once that happens, they have their own dreams, they have their own aspirations. Now comes the role of corporates, how they ensure that while they are open to having more and more girls at their workplace, they also provide them an environment where these girls are able to bloom. They are able to become a contributing member of the workforce. I will just give you an instance. At the age of 22, when I joined ONGC, I was now I'm telling girls that have all the best of dreams and keep your aspirations high. But that time when I had joined ONGC, I was not very sure what my dream was. At times I used to have this chat, which I always do, have this chat with myself. And I would say, if I become general manager in ONGC, I will feel that I have accomplished something. Not knowing, when I became general manager, I asked myself, is this the end of the road for me? I said, no way. That was in 2013. And I realized that there's so much more I would like to do. There's so much more I would like to learn. And when that started, there was another path for me. Like, it was not a straight trajectory, it was like something going up, and the higher you go, more you want to see about what next. And that is the way I took off as a professional. And after that, it became a turning point in my career. I realized that I am able to do things, all the things that some of my seniors, some of my colleagues were doing. In fact, most of the times I was able to do them better. But only thing is, I was not talking about it. I was not projecting myself. So that is when I started talking a little more in different professional forums within the organization. And when that happened, it was not liked in the beginning. Some of my own batchmates said that, why should you be raising your hand whenever there's any question asked by one of the board members? I said, because I have a reply to it and I have a point of view which I would like to share. And most of the times, my point of view was a little different from my batchmates' point of view, because the way men look at things is definitely admirable, but the way women look at things is also there to be considered. And slowly what happened, even if I would not raise my hand, if there was a if there was a HR meet happening, the director would himself say, he will keep looking, he would see that I'm just holding on, not raising my hand. He would say, Alka, would you like to say something? I'm talking about Dr. Balian. And then I had to actually stand up and talk. And that is the way things started happening for me as a professional. Now came the point when I was to appear for interview for the position of director HR. So there were so many challenges. There was quite a few of my own contemporaries who were there in the race. And there was lots going on at every level, right from managing contacts to managing how we project ourselves. And in my case, my power was stuck with a person who was also one of the contenders. So one day I have two lovely daughters, and I'm so proud of them every time, because they actually at times they become a source of inspiration for me. So my daughter, younger one, who's now a doctor and studying to be a psychiatrist, she and I were walking, and she said, "Mom, how is your preparation on for the interview?" I said, "Actually, I am not feeling much inclined to appear for interview also. It's become very murky." She said, "In what sense?" So I shared everything. This person is doing that. This person is contacting this politician. This person is trying to do this. And people are being a little mean. So then finally I said that this power of mine has also not been forwarded. So she just smiled and she said that, "Why do you want to give up? Why do you want him to continue writing your power? Why should you not be writing his power?" And just her thought, the way she said it, like she was just 18 years old at that time. But when she came up with this thought, it really struck me that I don't want to be whiling away another 4-5 years just waiting for someone to have that mercy on me and give me some interesting assignment or give me an opportunity to come forward and do something good. I said, let me take things on. I did not go for anything other, any mode of influencing in any other way, but I made sure that I start doing my preparations in right earnest with all confidence. And that is it. I told myself that I owe it to the girls to do well in the interview, because very few girls, very few women were getting into that zone of consideration for becoming a director. So I said, I owe it to the girls. And with that in my mind, I just appeared for the interview. And of course, there were people senior to me from our organization. There were people from very senior levels in different organizations. I appeared for interview and I came back and told myself, like I remember my daughter called up from her college. She was in her MBBS that time. She said, "How did it go?" I said, "It was not top class, because as we are toughest with ourselves." So I felt I could have done so much more in the interview. So she said, "Don't worry, you just go home, relax now." So I had developed a headache because we think so much. So you become tense and you become a little, get worked up. I reached home. My elder daughter was there and she had ordered a pizza for me. And I changed. I said, now I can relax. Interview is over. I did not do so bad. I did not do it top class, but I was fine. So I was about to go off and take a short nap when I got a call from a colleague of ours who was coordinating with the PESP. He said, "Ma'am, your name is going to be uploaded." So I said, no, there was another lady from another organization. I said, it must be the other lady. He said, "Ma'am, I would not have called you up and told you that your name is going to be uploaded if it was not happening. So please accept my congratulations." And after that, like the phone kept on ringing, it went haywire. So, things happen like this, but for that to happen, a lot has to happen right from the beginning of our careers and at different junctures. We have to create our own support system. Our own people have to come forward and help us. I still remember there was a director on the board. I just went to him. I said, "Sir, how does one prepare oneself?" So he somehow was not my director that way, but was fairly fond. He said, "तीन चीजें ध्यान रखिए. एक तो आस्था, दूसरा awareness. You should be aware of not only your HR and your organization's HR aspects, or in general, be aware of what are the linkages between your organization and different the structural part of it. And also have a point of view on almost everything that you are reading up and you are talking about, because this is your opportunity to know more and more about your business and the integration that is there." So once he mentioned that, I realized that this is actually, I have always been a very keen learner. I said, let me take it on like that. Let me study as much as I can. So I was burning the midnight lamp. I had told myself, HR nahi padhna hai, because I have practiced HR throughout my life. If I have to study HR and then appear for interview, I have not done much in my life. So I did it like that. And the third thing, Astha awareness. The third thing he said was that I am fairly confident that you'll make it there. Even at that level, you have to understand, and in present situation also, that lots of importance should be given to being with yourself, meditating a little, and you have to find a slot for that. So from then onwards, I have been at least spending 15 minutes with myself in the morning, and it really recharges me for the whole day. So I was just going to mention to Sadhvi Karishma ji that her name is so apt. The kind of Karishma she did with us in those 15-20 minutes, where she just made us be with ourselves. And that is something which we miss out on. We are some of the best people around here, but we miss out on being with ourselves. So I would just close with this, that there's a lot that can be talked, but the most important thing is have a dialogue with yourself, be with yourself, have a team at workplace and at home, because it's the team which is going to take you forward. When I took over as CMD, I got to know that the orders are going to be out. And my mother-in-law and my husband were there. We were having tea together. So I told him, I said, yaar, mera to order aane wala hai. I'm feeling so jittery. I'm not a technically qualified person. Heading a group like ONGC, a group company like ONGC would be a real challenge for me. So both my mother-in-law and my husband jointly said, hum hai na. And just their saying that made me feel that I can go and conquer the world. And that is the way things are. So I just thought that I'll touch on this, my own journey and my own thoughts on how we can be successful as professionals, and not only as professionals, in any walk of life. So best wishes to all those who are here, those and especially Janet, it was wonderful listening to you, because you spoke after me. I could not compliment you, but it is just lovely to hear you and to see you today again. Today, only thing is I'm sitting on the dais here. Yesterday we had joined online. So I traveled today morning from Dehradun, and I am in Delhi and sitting with the team here, but happy to see you here. So best wishes to everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Rightly said, Astha, awareness and being with yourself is very, very important. And family is always very important when, support system that plays a very, very important role in our lives. Thank you so much for your presence and a wonderful interaction. So now we have with us Usha Jain, ma'am. She's RVP North Indian Society for Training and Development, and I would request her to give her address.
It's not working. You can take it.
So madam has also worked in the hospitality sector, and there might be, each sector has a different perspective. So, how this gender and nation building and your sector, how you connect and what are the roles that the women has to play in the hospitality sector? If you can throw light on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Neelam Panchal. I'll be speaking in the mixed language. First of all, thank you, National President Anita Chauhan ji, to take up this event, International Women's Conference, and all the joining speakers and all the delegates and all the NHQ team and her full team is supportive to her. So my name is Usha Jain, as you heard, and I have a hotel. We have a hotel in Karol Bagh, Hotel Southern Regency, and I am a co-founder of my daughter's. She's a fashion designer, Pallavi Jain Studios. And I'm from childhood. मैं बचपन से देखती थी. My father was from down to earth. He is a big hotelier and big travel international national. तो हमने बचपन से देखा. तो जब पढ़ते थे हमको भी लगता था मैं भी होटल में बैठूं ये करूं. तो I am from Andhra. My husband is from Western UP. तो माय हस्बैंड वाज हमेशा कॉर्पोरेट में थे, तो मैं बोलती थी कि एक होटल होना चाहिए छोटा सा। अच्छा पापा के होटल है तो बैठ जाओ तो दैट इज डिफरेंट, पापा के होटल में बैठ रहे हैं, दैट इज डिफरेंट। और पापा से हमने ऐसे सीखा जैसे हम ही कुछ भी कर रहे हो। तो फिर विथ हस्बैंड सपोर्ट, फैमिली सपोर्ट, इन लॉ सपोर्ट, माय फादर, ब्रदर, एवरी सपोर्ट, दिल्ली में एक होटल हो गया। तो प्रीवियसली वी यूज्ड टू स्टे इन 20 years कानपुर। सो जब होटल आया तो हमको समझ नहीं आया कि किसका है, किसी और में तो नहीं बैठ गए, क्योंकि मैं बचपन से जो एक छोटा सा होता है ना बच्चा जैसा, वो एक ही चॉकलेट खाना है तो वही मिल गया, तो वो वाली चीज थी। मैं रेगुलरली होटल जाती हूँ, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन सब कुछ देखती हूँ, इवन एवरीथिंग आई सी। और होटल इंडस्ट्री में बस मेन चीज है कि जैसे आपका टाइम मैनेजमेंट, टीम मैनेजमेंट, और आपको जहाँ फीमेल होता है तो आपको पता ही है मेल डोमिनेशन तो है ही, कितना भी हम सपोज कर लें कि इक्वल है, अभी भी नहीं है इक्वल। तो वो कोई कंप्लेन करेगा फीमेल के लिए, कोई कंप्लेन करेगा फीमेल मेल के लिए, तो ये चीज भी है। और हम लोग जी जान से, इट्स नॉट है कि एक होटल को मतलब जी जान से, आई थिंक मैडम हैज आल्सो स्टेड, तो जी जान से उसको सपोर्ट करते हैं, सर्विसेज देते हैं। और मोस्टली वुमेन जो है 40 to 50% मेनी स्टेट्स में हॉस्पिटैलिटी इंडस्ट्रीज में है, जो हॉस्पिटैलिटी में ये ऑल इवेंट मैनेजमेंट, थीम्स, रेस्टोरेंट्स, एवरीथिंग विल कम। तो वुमेन तो है ही। और दूसरा एक मेजर पार्ट क्या है इसमें, डिफरेंट रोल्स पोजीशंस में आपके जो लेस एजुकेटेड होगा तो भी वो वुमेन उसमें फिट हो जाती है। कई बार सर्विंग में फिट होएगी, रेस्टोरेंट में, कभी सुपरवाइजर में फिट होएगी। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि कॉर्पोरेट एक लेवल पे आपको जो है सारे पढ़े लिखे ही चाहिए, वो ही चाहिए, इसमें इट इज ए मिक्स ऑफ ऑल दिस वन। तो थैंक यू वेरी मच गिविंग ए चांस।
Thank you, ma'am, for wonderful, short, sweet, and important
हमने कहा
contributions that you have made.
दिन भर speaker सुने
So
थे।
next we have Janet with us from South Africa straight away. Janet, throughout the conference, from the beginning, from the inauguration function till the valedictory, you are here with us, and we would like to understand from you how you felt about the conference and your inputs also. We welcome you for your address. Over to
Thank you very much, our world class coordinator. And I must say, I'm overwhelmed. In fact, to think that this conference was put together in a short while, that Anita became the president, and to have such a wonderful outing, a wonderful mix of experts from India and some other countries is quite commendable. I just can summarize all we have been going through or listening to since yesterday as creating holistic understanding about what the roles of women should be in empowerment, as well as how men should support, how you can believe in yourself and become what you want to become. Holistic understanding. And this will change mindset of what I can do, I can achieve, I can get there. A mindset of I can overcome those challenges and turn them to stepping stones. So you create holistic understanding, you change mindset, then there's improvement in performance, and of course, achievement of success. That vision. So I think if anybody has been listening since yesterday, no matter what your mindset might have been, no matter how negative, no matter what you are facing, if you make use of the knowledge, the experience, the take homes from each person's journey in this group, I think we will reach the destination. We will surely achieve our aims and objectives in life. We will surely become somebody. I always tell people that you should not become colorless. If you cannot impart your word, if you cannot achieve something different from another person, then you become colorless. But if we can make use of what we have learned since yesterday, even those that are already colorful will be more colorful. And those that are aspiring to be colorful will surely get there. So I think we have listened to so many people that have shared their experience with us. And we are, to me, I feel very, very excited, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to participate, to listen to others. And at this point, on behalf of IFTDO, that's International Federation of Training and Development Organization, the chairman, Mr. Chris McDowell, and the entire board of IFTDO, as well as the Committee for Women Empowerment Africa and Asia, we want to say a big thank you to Anita and her wonderful group, ISTD, and all the consortium of experts that have shared their experiences with us. I felt a bit bad about not being able to understand what the doctor was saying. She was so passionate about her speech or her experience, but she was speaking in India. However, I learned from others. So we want to say a big thank you for putting up this wonderful life transforming conference. And we're looking forward to having more in future. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Janet. Thank you for your wonderful words. And I think you rightly pointed out that the motive of the conference was to give insights and break the mold. I think it has really break the molds, and it has maintained a strong mindset that we have. Thank you so much once again for your presence over here. So now we have with us Dr. G.P. Rao, who has worked with the SAIL, JK, Birla and Reliance and many more companies, who is a founder, good people relations, and a champion of gender equality. So we are very, very happy, sir, to see you over here, and over to you for your address. Thank you.
Namaste, Miss Janet. I wanted to speak in Hindi, but I'm tempted to speak in English.
Thank you.
First, tell how I earned the right to share platform with the national president of ISTD, former CMD of ONGC, and our RVP. And on this dais, how I earned my right is because in 1995, I ran a factory with all women in Delhi. 1995. I went to Malaysia in an office of 230 people. We had 212 women in that office. My young daughter, at the age less than 30, I encouraged her to do social service, and she went to a strange place. Not strange in the sense she was in Malaysia. From there, she comes to India, goes to Visakhapatnam, and she becomes the chairperson of the YI in Visakhapatnam. So my young daughter-in-law, she did her MBA from ISB Hyderabad, working for an IT company. When she wanted to be on her own, I encouraged her to go to Rishikesh, explore herself, and become a wellness coach today with a following of 160,000. So this is how I earned my right. When I retired and wanted to start something on my own, I started a company called Good People Relations, because that's all about women. Women are good. So if you know more women, my organization runs. So this is how I earned my right. And I started my first business is of a program called Destination Boardroom. I have advised young women, not everybody like Dr. Alka Mittal will go to the board, but you should go to the boardroom. So I just made a small difference. All of us should have the key position in the organization that the board will like us to be in the boardroom. So I designed a program called Destination Boardroom. Now, my parting some mantras to all of you is, if you want to make this a reality, it's a journey. It just started. So if the DEI has to be then, we must understand what exactly they want. My research, my understanding of what women want is 3 words. It's the grace, space, and peace. If we can vie for this, if we can get these 3 things, we got it. So please, let's ask for it. Let's go for it. Let's not bug for it. You must have grace wherever you work. We must have space wherever you work, and have peace of mind wherever you do. Now, last, my thing is three things. It's a little conceptual for the women is practice gender intelligence. That means you must understand men are men, women are women. I mean, you can't change. Just understand men are men because they're men. Women are women because they're women. Like they are compassionate, they are kind, they're inclusive. I mean, like men may be aggressive, it's fine. That's first is gender intelligence. The second one I tell is gender sensitization. We may be good, women may be good, women may be competent, women may be competitive. But to get that place, the other side, the other sex, other part of the society, they have to be sensitized that we are competent, we are willing, we are credible, we're ready to take risks, we're ready to take part. That sensitization is the second part. The third and the last one is gender conversations. My women friends often seem to be living the war, stopping the journey because they get stuck. And my understanding is they get stuck because they do not know how to start that conversation. I call it a crucial gender conversation. You must be able to tell the other gender but what you mean, what you want, what you desire, what you can do, what is your capability, what is your competence, what is your credibility. Then they will accept it. The gender intelligence, gender sensitization, and gender conversation, if you can do, you will get what you deserve. You need not beg, you need not ask, you need not seek. That is the grace, peace, and space. Thank you. Wonderful conference. All the best to you. Congratulations to each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful words and the three important things that you say, the grace, space, and a peace that we want as women. Thank you for that understanding and motivating all the women over here. So friends, again, I repeat, the sponsors, without the support of whom this conference would not have been possible. And we would like to appreciate and present a memento to those sponsors also. So the first sponsors is a ONGC, and we have here Alka Mittal ji from ONGC. So I would request Anita ji to present a memento to Alka Mittal ji as a representative of ONGC. We are very, very thankful to you, ma'am, for your kind support, and we expect the same in the future also. Thank you once again. Our other sponsors are Indian Oil Corporations. If any representatives of the Indian Oil Corporations are here, I would request them to come. Then we have GAIL India Limited. Then we have NTPC. We have New Holland and the Moil Corporations. And of course, we have Zenith here as a representative of the CWE. So thank you so much, all the sponsors. Without your support, it could not have been possible to organize the conference at this extent. All the participants on behalf of, as a participant also, on behalf, I would really thankful to you, because without your support, it would not have been possible. Thoroughly, we enjoyed the conference as a whole. Friends, behind every task, there is a team. And we have here ISTD team, Indian Society for Training and Development team, the office members of the ISTD. Without, their contributions, again, this would not have been possible. So let us try to, call them one by one and felicitate over here. I would like to call upon Director ISTD, Mr. Saurabh Basuji, under the leadership of whom there is a team, and we are very, very thankful for your contribution for the success of the conference. I would like to Anita ma'am to present, and Alka Mittal ma'am and all the dignitaries on the dais to join to present a memento as an appreciation, as a token of appreciation, to Saurabh Basuji. Congratulations and thank you, and we anticipate the same type of support in the future also. Next is Ms. Hemlata ji. Ms. Hemlata will come on the dais and would accept the memento from the dignitaries. Thank you for your contribution, Himlata ji, on behalf of the Indian Society for Training and Development. Then we have Meenakshi ji. Meenakshi ji, be ready. So a wonderful person and a great contribution. There are some people in the organization who doesn't speak much, but they have a great contribution. We are thankful to you, Meenakshi. Next is Miss Mamta. We are very, very thankful, Mamta ji, for your contribution and especially helping me in understanding who is what and joining hand for this conference. Next is Miss Pragya, who is actively there in the ISTD team and contributing a lot for the success of the conference. Next, we have Miss Subhashri. We are congratulating all of you for your wholehearted support and contributions. Subhashri, congratulations and keep it up. Your contribution is very, very important for the success of the ISTD. Next is Ms. Rajkumari. Congratulations, Rajkumari ji. It's very, very important to see your contribution and keep it up. Next is Ms. Sarita ji. Anji. Congratulations, Sarita ji, for your great contribution. And we would like to see that you contribute and keep it up. Next is Miss Lakshmi ji. Congratulations, Lakshmi ji. Next is Munni Devi. Each one has worked wholeheartedly for the success of the conference. Munni Devi, thank you. Next is Mr. Lokesh. Congratulations, Lokesh ji. A great contribution from your end too. Mr. Gurvinder, IT team in charge and looking after all the people who have joined virtually. They're also very, very thankful, starting with Ms. Zenith. We are thankful to you for your IT and the other contribution. Mr. Prakash. Again, Mr. Prakash contributed a lot, and especially I made him run for the newsletter printing and all. Thank you, Prakash. Mr. Vijay. Mr. Vijay. And then Mr. Ram Naresh. Then Mr. Abhimanyu. And then Mr. Rohit Kumar and Anup ji. Please be ready. We are thankful, Mr. Vijay Bahadur ji, for your valuable contribution. Next is Mr. Prakash. Prakash bhai, thank you so much. आपके हम ISTD आभारी हैं. Mr. Vijay Bahadur. Mr. Abhimanyu. Congratulations, Badaya. Mr. Rohit Kumar. Congratulations, Mr. Anup. Anybody left? के बाद कोई है? अरे मेरा कोई टेंशन नहीं, मेरा छोड़ दो. So it's very, very important, there is a concept of a goal congruence in the organization, and why these people are felicitated because, if the top, we are teaching to the students as a professor, I understand what is the goal congruence. The goal of the organization would be achieved, only when a lowest person, I mean the lower to the top, if there is, unanimously decision making, unanimously joining hands for the success of any work that you are doing. So congratulations to team ISTD.
Now for the anchor. Hi, please come. Dr. Neelam, come. You wonderful job. तभी ज्वाइन कर लीजिए प्लीज टाइम. अब आप काइंडली स्टार्ट. कम एवरीबॉडी यार फोटो इधर आ जाओ. नहीं इधर आ जाओ. ये का फोटो अच्छा आएगा.
And importantly, we are very, very thankful and a big, big, big round of applause for Anita Chauhan, ma'am. From days, from nights, all the way, she has, I mean, obviously without under the leadership, because leader is the person who, unanimously joined together and as a team contributing for the success. So congratulations, many, many congratulations on my behalf and everybody's behalf. So lastly, we will hear from Anita ma'am and then we will leave. Ma'am, over to you.
Oh, thank you so very much. Just 10, 20 days back only thought of this conference and we could do it so nicely. But this conference and the support across the globe, which we have received for this wonderful conference, giving me courage to announce that it's going to be there, the second international conference of ISTD while being supported by CWE Asia IFTDO will be on 10th and 11th of March 2024. Right? So we are going to have second conference. Now I'm learning from here. So it should not be like this, ki if you have a women president, then only we'll have this. Let us make it a tradition. ISTD, whosoever comes as a president will have a regular event that is 10th and 11th of March. Because 8th March, by 8th of March, every chapter will celebrate across all the chapters across India. But on 10th and 11th, we'll have a closing ceremony of the celebrations of International Women's Day from ISTD, being supported by IFTDO. So this is what I really wanted to say, and I'm dreaming for it. And let us become make it a reality every year. Thank you. So I should not say, but you must say before that. Hip hip, hip hip, hip hip. Thank you. Next celebration is ये सबका होना बहुत जरूरी है. No one will be missing, right? Gender equal बोला. हाँ तो even those side पे balance करते हैं. Those gents की permission में है.
1 minute, Anita. 1 minute, Anita. Please.
शुभ आशीष मांगे
Thank you so much, everyone, and have a wonderful time ahead. See you soon again in some other program. Thank